Members, the House will come to order. Members, please register. Strict reinforcement has been requested. So sit at your seats. We may be here for a second. Mike. Oh, you have to vote from your desk. Oh yeah. This is literally. A quorum is present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be ushered by Pastor Scott Wall from the Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a new record by the clerk, Mason Roberts, of 46-minute ring belling. So I'm pretty sure that's a record. I checked with Ms. T, and she confirmed that it is indeed a record. I don't know. This is what I prepared for today. I probably should change it. But I just was assuming that maybe the speaker was not going to have us come in tomorrow for Mother's Day. So I decided I'm going to pray for mothers today, just in case he may not bring us in. I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. After all this and all your shenanigans, I don't know what's going to happen. So I'm gonna go ahead and pray for mothers today, and we'll do it again tomorrow. If I got to come back and do it again tomorrow, please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we do approach Mother's Day tomorrow, we give special thanks for the mothers and mother figures who have shaped our lives. We honor their love and their sacrifices and daily unseen ways that they nurture life and bring hope to our families and our communities. We ask that you would bless the families that they represent and strengthen the homes that form the foundation of our society. For those who rejoice this season, may their joy be full. For those who mourn or who long or carry heavy burdens, may they know your comfort and peace. As this body of leaders gathers to serve the people of Texas, we ask that you would fill them with the qualities we so often see in the mothers we honor this weekend. That is, please, I mean this wholeheartedly, grant them hearts of compassion, patience, and an unconditional love for one another. Your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Trent Ashby of Angelina County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, good morning. Guests in the gallery, please rise and join me in the recitation of the pledges of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Mr. Canales because of important business on motion of Ms. Lopez of Cameron. Please excuse Ms. Wavon Davis because of important business on motion of Ms. Thompson. Please excuse Ms. Goodwin because of important business on motion of Ms. Garcia of Dallas. Please excuse Ms. Trosclair because of important business on Mr. Cook. Please excuse Ms. Holt because of an illness on motion of Ms. Kerwin. Please excuse Ms. Meza because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Cunningham. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. It's Mr. Capriglione on the floor of the House. Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency to meet while the House is in session today at 12 p.m. in room 1W14, the Ag Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency will meet today at 12 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Please excuse Representatives Moody and Vo because of important business on motion of Ms. Howard. Please excuse Mr. Hefner because of important business on motion of Mr. Metcalf. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Ms. Aisha Davis of Dallas because of important business on motion of Ms. Zwiener. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Ms. Ordaz because of important business on motion of Mr. Morales of Maverick. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Members, we're ready to begin consideration of local consent and resolutions calendars. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it is reached on the calendar. Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain House Bill 1233.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a tri-agency industry-recognized credential study at 2- and 4-year institutions.
Members, you've heard the explanation. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1233.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1233. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1233 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Representative Dutton to explain House Bill 2239.
Mr. Speaker, members, last session we passed a bill that decided where certain knives could be had, and we failed to include the exception for workers who had to have certain knives. And so what this bill does is eliminates that exception.
Members, you've heard the explanation. Is there objection, consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2239. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2239 by Dutton relating to
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2239. Is there objection to? Chair hears none. And House Bill 2239 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2379. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Darby to explain Senate Bill 499.
West Cook County Hospital District bank selection.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 499. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 499. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 499 by Sparks.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of Senate Bill, passage third reading of Senate Bill 499. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate Bill 499 is passed to third reading. Mr. Darby moves to lay House Bill 2379 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2863. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair recognizes Representative Villalobos to explain Senate Bill 1464.
Mr. Speaker, this bill eliminates loopholes for bad actors in the tiled suspension hearing process. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1464. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1464 by Hinojosa.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1464. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and Senate Bill 1464 is passed to third reading. Ms. Villalobos moves to lay House Bill 2863 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3368. Has been withdrawn by the author. Chair recognizes Representative Lujan to explain House Bill 3787.
HB 3787 keeps dangerous counterfeit lighters off Texas shelves. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3787. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3787. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3787 by Lujan.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3787. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3787 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Representative Orr to explain House Bill 3815.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 3815 creates 2 specialty license plates for our U.S. Army Rangers.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3815. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3815. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3815 by Orr relating to.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3815. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3815 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Representative Raymond to explain House Bill 3898.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local bill to Laredo. It would allow a nonprofit water supply corporation to apply for help in developing a desal plant. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3898. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3898 by Raymond relating.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3898. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3898 is Passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Representative Raymond to explain House Bill 4023.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is also a local bill only for Laredo, would allow reserve peace officers to work at warehouses. Move passes.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4023. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4023. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4023 by Raymond relating.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4023. Is there objection to? Chair hears none. House Bill 4023 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. McQueen to explain House Bill 4285.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4285 will allow airlines to store alcohol within 5 miles of an airport in the same county. It does not create any new alcohol permitting. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4285. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4285. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4285 by McQueen relating to.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4285. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4285 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain House Bill 4329.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill assessing artificial drainage costs in lowland areas in Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4329. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4329. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4329 by Lopez of Cameron.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4329. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4329 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain House Bill 4331.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that assesses steps to expedite flood financial assistance.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4331. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4331. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4331 by Lopez of Cameron.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4331. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 4331 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Representative McQueen to explain House Bill 4429.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4429 names a section of Highway 281 the McElroy Family Memorial Highway. The McElroy family was tragically killed in a drunk driving accident 2 Thanksgivings ago. His widow is advocating against drunk driving and against for grief counseling for youth. I've put a bracelet on everybody's desk except for this section over here. I'll do it shortly to help advocate for her. So I appreciate the recognition for this wonderful family that was taken too soon. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4429. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4429. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4429 by McQueen.
The following local and consent approved floor amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by McQueen.
The chair recognizes Mr. McQueen to explain the amendment.
The amendment adds the word family. Move passage.
Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4429. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4429 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4646. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair recognizes Representative Ashby to explain Senate Bill 2476.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just allows Woodlawn Water Supply Corporation in my home county to dissolve and transfer the assets to ANRA. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of Senate Bill 2476. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2476. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2476 by Nichols.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2476. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Senate Bill 2476 is passed the third reading. Mr. Ashby moves to lay Senate Bill 2476 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 4904.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is liability protection for surface lot owners leasing to licensed motorcycle schools.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4904. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 4904. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4904 by Guillen relating to...
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4904. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4904 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain House Bill 5200.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 5200 asks the Public Utility Commission and ERCOT to evaluate potential use of grid-enhancing technology and high-performance conductors.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5200. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5200. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5200 by Anchia relating to the use of a grid-enhancing technology.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5200. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5200 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 5320.
Stark County Drainage and Groundwater District.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5320. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5320 and clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5320 by Guillen relating to the combination.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5320. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5320 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain House Bill 5651.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates Montgomery County Water Control Improvement District. Move passage.
Members, you heard the explanation of House Bill 5651. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5651. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5651 by Metcalf relating to the creation of...
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5651. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5651 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain House Bill 5662.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Creates Fort Bend County Water Control Improvement District number 12.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5662. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5662. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5662 by Gates relating to the powers, duties, and authority and issue bonds of the Fort Bend County Water Control and Improvement District number 12 related.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5662. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5662 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain House Bill 5668.
Thank you, Mr. Spiller. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cleanup bill for the far North Fort Worth Municipal Utility District number 1 of Tarrant and Wise counties. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5668. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none, and the chair lays out House Bill 5668. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5668 by Spiller.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5668. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5668 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to explain House Bill 5670.
This is Ms. Holt's bill that helps Montgomery County Municipal Utility District.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5670. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 5670.
HB number 5670 by Holt relating.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5670. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5670 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to explain House Bill 5672.
Driftwood Conservation District boundaries.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5672. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5672. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5672 by Zwiener relating.
Question occurs on passage third reading of House Bill 5672. Is there objection to The chair hears none. House Bill 5672 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 5674.
River Ranch Road, move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5674. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5674.
HB number 5674 by Wilson relating to the creation of the river.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5674. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5674 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain House Bill 5676.
West Williams County, number 40.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5676. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5676. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5676 by Wilson relating.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5676. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5676 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain House Bill 5679.
Here's the Walnut Creek mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5679. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5679. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5679 by Guerin relating.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5679. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 5679 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain House Bill 5688.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a San Benito mud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 5688. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 5688. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5688 by Lopez of Cameron.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5688. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 5688 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain HCR 108.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this calls on Congress to maintain the tomato suspension agreement.
Members, you heard the explanation of HCR 108. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House HCR 108. The clerk will read the bill.
HCR number 108 by Guillen.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 108. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. HCR 108 is passed to engrossment. Is adopted. Members, we're going to adjourn briefly to start a new calendar day, new legislative day. Mr. Patterson moves that the House stand adjourned until 10:20. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned. The House will come to order. Members, please register. I'll give you time. A quorum is present. Please excuse Ms. Perez because of important business on a motion of Mr. Martinez. Representative Patterson moves to excuse those members on the legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. It is so ordered. Representative Patterson moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local and consent and resolutions calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? Chair has none, and the rules are suspended. Representative Patterson moves to use the first record vote taken on the third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there any objection? The chair has none, and the motion prevails. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 1233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1233 by Guillen, relating to measures to encourage the earning of credentials of value in public institutions of higher education.
Chair recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a tri-agency, industry-recognized credential study at 2- and 4-year institutions. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1233. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 128 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1233 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote just recorded on House Bill 1233. The clerk will read the bills.
HB number 2239 by Dutton, SB 499 by Sparks, SB 1464 by Hinojosa Hidalgo, HB 3787 by Lujan, HB 3815 by Orr, HB 3898 by Raymond, HB 4023 by Raymond, HB 4285 by McQueenie, HB 4329 by Lopez at Cameron, HB 4331 by Lopez at Cameron, HB 4429 by McQueenie, SB 2476 by Nichols, HB 4904 by Guillen, HB 5200 by Anchia, HB 5320 by Guillen, HB 5651 by Metcalf, HB 5662 by Gates, HB 5668 by Spiller, HB 5670 by Holt, HB 5672 by Zwiener, HB 5674 by Wilson, HB 5676 by Wilson, HB 5679 by Guerin, HB 5688 by Lopez at Cameron.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Members, we're getting ready to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading SJR 37. The clerk will read the bill.
SJR number 37 by Birdwell, proposing a constitutional amendment clarifying that a voter must be a United States citizen.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 37 until 11 a.m. Monday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3334. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3334 by King, relating to wildfire prevention, mitigation, and response at certain wells under the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas, authorizing an administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Keene to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill deals with transferring wells to other LLCs if they have fire safety complaints against them. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3334. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell.
Mr. Speaker.
Show Ms. Anchia voting aye.
Thank you.
Have all voted. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. There being 104 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 3334 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5137. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5137 by Wilson, relating to a beneficiary designation that transfers a motor vehicle to one or more beneficiaries at the owner's death.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you. 5137 allows for the transfer of an interest in a motor vehicle to multiple beneficiaries upon death. This prevents another form of death tax. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5137. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all voted. There being 129 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5137 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 361. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 361 by Bernal, relating to the appraisal of a resident's homestead for ad valorem tax purposes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm laying this bill out for Representative Bernal. House Bill 361 requires that when determining the market value of a property with a resident's homestead exemption, the chief appraiser of an appraisal district only considers other properties with residential homestead exemptions. Therefore, it's an apples-to-apples appraisal and comparison. Move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 361. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all voted. There being 107 ayes, 21 nays, House Bill 361 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 321. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 321 by Busey, relating to implementing an express lane option under Medicaid in the Child Health Plan program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 321 until today at 12:30 p.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 464. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 464 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to the establishment of a grant program to support the elimination of illegally disposed of scrap tires.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill helps our counties, especially in those rural communities with scraps tires. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 464. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 71 ayes, 60 nays, House Bill 464 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 678. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 678 by Walde, relating to the inclusion of the National Sexual Assault Hotline on certain student identification cards issued by a public institution of higher education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Walde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, your student IDs at colleges and universities include the National Suicide Prevention Hotline and the Crisis Text Line. On the back of that college ID, all we're doing with this bill is including the National Sexual Assault Hotline number on the back of the card. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 678. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all voted. There being 80 ayes, 54 nays, House Bill 678 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2294. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2294 by Thompson, relating to reimbursement rates for child care providers participating in the Texas Rising Star program.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the Rise and Star program. It's under the workforce. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2294. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all voted. There being 107 ayes, 26 nays, House Bill 2294 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4172. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4172 by Thompson relating to regulating charitable bingo and authorizing the establishment of a nonprofit corporation to advertise and promote charitable bingo.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the VFW charitable bingo.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4172. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 86 ayes, 46 nays, House Bill 4172 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3225. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3225 by Alders relating to the prohibition of access by minors to sexually explicit materials in municipal public library collections, providing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alders to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our library bill protecting Texas kids. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3225. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 93 ayes, 37 nays, House Bill 3225 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1837. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1837 by Guillen relating to the enforcement and prevention of offenses involving the manufacture or delivery of controlled substances listed in Penalty Group 1B, law enforcement officer safety in handling those substances and the manufacture and proper use of opioid antagonists.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this strengthens our law enforcement response to the opioid and fentanyl crisis by establishing a specialized training program and a statewide task force focused on lethal opioid poisoning prevention. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of House Bill 1837. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 133 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1837 is finally passed.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2271. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2271 by Wale relating to collecting and sharing capacity and enrollment information for certain daycare centers.
Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully this one goes better. All this bill does, HB 2271, is collect child care data from all child care centers so that we can make proper decisions. I move passage. And
Question occurs on final
Ms.
passage.
Wetton.
Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes and 52 nays, House Bill 2271 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2440. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2440 by Curry relating to the authority of a state agency or that state's air quality state implementation plan to impose certain restrictions with respect to a motor vehicle, including a motor vehicle powered by an internal combustion engine.
Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is because Texans value choice and markets and not mandates should drive technological transitions. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 101 ayes and 32 nays. House Bill 2440 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5134. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5134 by Garcia Hernandez relating to eligibility to request a deposition before bringing a civil action.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday improving our civil legal system and ensuring that 202 depositions aren't being abused and used for harassment. I move passage.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
The gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield for
She yields for
questions.
questions.
Representative Garcia Hernandez, I'm sorry I missed yesterday's discussion. What is the rationale for limiting 202 depositions to cases that do not expect to that you do not expect to involve damages?
So I know that you're a lawyer as well. 202 depositions, just for those who aren't aware of them, are depositions that are done before a lawsuit. They're a tool and a mechanism used in the judicial system to find out if whether there's a legitimate claim or not. And in this situation, I've actually had family law judges who have informed me that 202 depositions have been used to harass, in particular involving family law cases where they didn't have any potential for claim. And therefore, this particular bill allows, whenever anybody uses 202 depositions, knowing that, to be able to, the judges have the ability to weigh and sanction them by requiring them to pay for the attorney's fees should they know that.
So this is primarily targeted at family law cases where the 202 process is being abused for purposes of investigating a claim?
That's just the particular instances that I had relayed to me from some of the judges that I had spoke to regarding this particular issue. But I do know that in other places as well, in other areas of law, there has been instances of 202 depositions being abused involving for political reasons, as well as companies and corporations.
Is the only thing a petitioner under 202 has to do is to say that they're seeking damages to kind of circumvent this bill?
No. So, as I'm sure you're aware, whenever you petition the court to do a 202 deposition, the judge is able to determine and ask questions to figure out whether the 202 deposition would potentially lead to litigation or a valid lawsuit. And so the judge will be able to do that as of right now. And we had one particular instance that went up to the Texas Supreme Court where a judge determined that the attorney that had filed it knew that his client was in fact using it for abusive purposes, and the judge was able to sanction that lawyer for doing that. However, in instances whenever there is lawsuits, and say for instance there's a pro se defendant, the judges are not able to necessarily sanction those individuals for using 202 depositions for abusive purposes. And so what this bill will just allow that when in those instances, and also when you're being represented by an attorney, that the judge can actually require the person who is bringing it for abusive or harassment purposes to have to pay for the attorney's fees for the individual that has to get a lawyer in order to fight that.
One of the reasons I wanted to ask questions about this is I see 202 petitions a lot, and if they're truly being used to investigate a claim, oftentimes the person bringing the petition doesn't know if they have a claim for damages or not. So my concern is that this might compress or chill the use of the 202 petition. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Sure, and I agree with you, Representative. In no way, and of course I believe that our judges are in the best position in order to figure out if whether a particular individual is in fact using the 202 depositions in order to actually look into and do discovery and avail themselves of discovery and determining if whether there is the potential for them to be able to find out that information. But then if they in fact determine that there is just no way whatsoever that this individual, even through the 202 depositions, wouldn't be able to do that, we want to make sure that those particular individuals are not using 202 depositions to abuse the process and harass and abuse individuals and companies.
Okay. Thank you for your patience with my questions.
Absolutely. Great questions. Thank you, Representative. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage. Third reading, record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Jones voting aye. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 47 nays, House Bill 5134 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Bernal because of important business on motion of Mr. Rosenthal. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 5149. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5149 by Villalobos relating to restricting the use of DNA samples collected from children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services for certain purposes.
Ms. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will ensure that the Department of Family Protective Services has the proper permissions before collecting foster kids' DNA. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 131 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 5149 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2151. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2151 by Capriglione, relating to the applicability of sex offender registration requirements to the offense of indecent assault.
Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2151 strengthens Texas's sex offender registration laws by addressing gaps related to the offense of indecent assault. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2151 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2073. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2073 by Hull, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for certain violations of certain court orders or conditions of bond in cases involving family violence, child abuse or neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking, or trafficking.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill enhances the offense for violation of a protective order or bond if the offender does so while in possession of a deadly weapon. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2073 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2186. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2186 by Hernandez, relating to the regulation of elevator mechanics, elevator apprentices, and contractors requiring an occupational registration.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would require individuals who install, maintain, or repair elevators to register with TDLR and have instruction by an approved program. It also sets minimum requirements to be registered as an elevator mechanic and implements continuing education as set by commission rule. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 78 ayes and 55 nays. House Bill 2186 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2025. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2025 by Tepper, relating to the filing for record of a plat, replat, or amended plat or replat of a subdivision of real property or a condominium.
Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is that amazingly boring bill about platting and when you receive your tax receipt. Move passage.
Question occurs on final reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2025 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1936. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1936 by Cook, relating to the issuance of a citation for the offense of the unauthorized use of parking designated for persons with disabilities.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a majorly important bill. It clarifies that an officer can write a citation for those that are illegally parking in handicapped parking spots, and I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 12 nays. House Bill 1936 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1777. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1777 by Morales and Maverick, relating to a designation on a person's driver's license or personal identification certificate that the person is a registered sex offender.
Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is evidence that...
Ms. Groven Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Sure, ma'am.
He yields.
Representative Morales, I see what you're trying to accomplish here with this bill. One of the questions that I have is that if an individual, let's say that a 18-year-old had a 17-year-old girlfriend or a 16-year-old girlfriend, will they have to have this on their driver's license for life?
No, ma'am. There's a Romeo and Juliet laws here in the state of Texas that would provide that protection, and so technically there would not be sexual offenders, there would not be a conviction, or even, there shouldn't even be charges.
You want to say that? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
For questions.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Eddie, I'm really sorry. When she asked that question, I think, and happy to talk to you, maybe you can postpone for a second. There is not an affirmative defense for youth who are same gendered, and so there is still cases where they can be convicted of just for youth relationships. And so I'm so sorry So sorry, not to do this on the mic, but can we have a conversation? Can
Sure.
you- Yeah, okay.
I'm happy to postpone.
Mr. Morales for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1777 until 11:15 a.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1306. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1306 by Landgraf, relating to certain claims for benefits or compensation by a coroner, medical examiner, or death investigator.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1306 protects death investigators and medical examiners against the risks that they face in the line of duty. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Alders voting aye. 130 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1306 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1527. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1527 by Alders, relating to tuition and fee exemptions at public institutions of higher education for certain peace officers.
Mr. Alders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our bill expanding tuition exemption courses for our peace officers. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1527 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4802. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4802 by Cook, relating to certain benefits payable by the Judicial Retirement System of Texas Plan 1 and the Judicial Retirement System of Texas Plan 2.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4802 provides a one-time annuity adjustment of 5% for retired judges in JRS 1 and JRS 2. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? 113 ayes and 16 nays. House Bill 4802 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3462. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3462 by Hunter, relating to the use or purchase or other acquisition of property under the Public Property Finance Act.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And this adds entities, governmental entities to the Public Finance Act. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 4 nays. House Bill 3462 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2963. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2963 by Capriglione, relating to diagnosis, maintenance, and repair of certain digital electronic equipment.
Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 2963 gives all Texans the right to repair their electronic equipment. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 2963 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2560. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2560 by Schaffner, relating to creation of the Adopt a County Road program.
Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adopt a County Road Program. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2560 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 644. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 644 by Bella Montgomery, relating to the civil liability of certain businesses in connection with allowing concealed handguns on the business premises.
Mr. Bell.
This bill protects our Texas businesses from undue liability. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 94 ayes, 36 nays. House Bill 644 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2725. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2725 by Cole, relating to discount programs provided by toll project entities for certain customers.
Ms. Cole.
Thank you, members. This bill exempts first responders from toll roads. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Cole voting aye. Have all members voted? 97 ayes and 32 nays. House Bill 2725 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2621. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2621 by Meyer relating to the recording and archiving of live video feed by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this has to do with archiving of live video, and this is the Chris Merzan Act. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 26 nays. House Bill 2621 is finally passed. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Counters to meet with the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 1443. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1443 by Schatzline relating to creating the criminal offense of promotion of a childlike sex doll.
Mr. Schatzline.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Groven Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative, in lieu of being naive, what is a childlike sex doll?
I am going to leave that up to your imagination, but what I will tell you is this is a device that's used by people who are trying to groom children, which is why we're trying to ban them. There's studies that show that close to 80% of those who purchase these devices typically go on to commit horrific crimes with children. And so they are animatronic in nature. A lot of them are robotic and resemble that of a child.
So it's a robot?
So, some are.
No, it's not. No, you don't want that.
I'm trying to learn, okay?
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Does
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Yeah, Representative Schatzline, you and I worked on some legislation together last session, and same thing here. Just like we're trying to address the issue of AI child porn, the issue really is about a potential defendant perpetrator that changes the framework of their brain through whatever conduct that in this sense seems to not be significant. But just as you said, the concern is at some point they, in most cases, will go find an actual child to
That's
assault.
correct.
And so
That's correct.
appreciate hard that we're having to have the discussion, but appreciate that you've done the work on the bill.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Slatchline, thank you for bringing this legislation. Can you just make the body aware of where you're from and what you're dealing with in the corridor when it comes to sex trafficking in your area?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, my district, I-35 runs straight up through it. This is known as a corridor for sex trafficking. Our Tarrant County has the task force against human trafficking that's really been kind of the stalwart in how we do this. And so, you know, when researching this topic, it's a tough topic to talk about, tough topic to really research. But the studies have shown that oftentimes these dolls, which you shouldn't even call them that, they really are like robots, are used to train human traffickers on how to deal with children for some of the most horrific crimes you can imagine.
And also, do these dolls look human-like, or are they just
Yes,
robots?
this is not a blow-up doll. This is not something that maybe, you know, it's very realistic in nature, which is what makes this even worse.
So this is something that if we're not looking at this carefully, we could be feeding into a predator's addiction. To
That's
make
correct,
them,
and even the bill language talks about them being anatomically correct because it's important. It's not just banning sex dolls. I mean, it's banning, you know, these devices that are meant to look and sound and act like children.
Thank you so much for bringing this, and thank you for everything you do to help stop sex trafficking and things like this.
Thanks, Representative.
Mr. Schatzline for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1443 until 12 p.m. today.
Question occurs on. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 3302. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3032 by Howard, relating to a study by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in coordination with other state agencies on the feasibility of developing clinical sites for nursing students.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just determines the feasibility of utilizing state agencies as clinical training sites for nursing students to help address the workforce shortage. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. If all members voted, 89 ayes, 36 nays, House Bill 3032 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1557. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1557 by Moody, relating to waiver programs for certain veterans provided by toll project entities.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we heard a very moving conversation on the floor yesterday about how these veterans and the tolls, and so I move passage for Representative Moody. Speaker Pro Tem Moody.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. If all members voted, 101 ayes and 26 nays, House Bill 1557 is finally passed. Mr. Bell for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W 14 Agricultural Museum to consider pending referred and committee business. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcements, clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2462. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2462 by Leach, relating to the use of a high occupancy vehicle lane by an operator of a motor vehicle who is pregnant.
Mr. Leach.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. So this, as it currently stands, truly is a Mother's Day bill, but it's about to become even more of one with Representative Hinojosa's amendment, which I'm not sure if she's filed yet, but I'm going to accept.
Amendment by Howard.
Nope, not now. Yeah. Let's pull that one down.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Huh? It wasn't perfect. It was right. It's not. Well, hot mic. Hot mic.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today is Mexican Mother's Day, and it is a perfect opportunity. Oh, tomorrow is Mother's Day. Yes, today's Mexican Mother's Day, tomorrow is Mother's Day, and it is a perfect opportunity to explore and try to do something wonderful for our mothers that Chairman Leach had the wonderful idea of proposing yesterday.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
With the gentlelady, okay, finish your thought, because you were saying something wonderful about him.
Not at this time.
She does not yield at this time.
But, and so, he had this wonderful idea because he has this bill to help pregnant mothers. And there was an interesting debate yesterday about, well, what about all mothers? We know mothers carry a disproportionate burden when it comes to child rearing generally. We know that mothers have to carry their kids all across town for soccer games and school events and all sorts of things, and mothers struggle to do all the things they have to do. Mothers work overtime, and wouldn't it be wonderful if we gave mothers a benefit and allowed them free access to the HOV lanes so that we can encourage their work, we can support their work as a state. We know that families and mothers could use all the supports they can get in Texas. And so this is an amendment to extend this courtesy, this help, to all mothers, not just mothers who are pregnant. And at this point, I will yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She's yielding. May I just go ahead now? Okay.
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
To ask the gentlelady some questions.
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Well, I also very much appreciate what Representative Leach was proposing yesterday. I believe we actually proposed some things ourselves too, did we not?
What's that? I'm sorry.
We actually proposed the expansion to include all women, did we not?
Right. Correct.
But at this point, we're talking about moms.
Right.
And I assume that that means moms, no matter what the age of their children, is that correct?
That is correct, because we know that, I mean, I have sons who are teenagers right now, and my responsibilities are as great as they were when I had young kids. I have a son who has to get in volunteer hours today, right? So we have to make sure he gets to all the right places. He doesn't drive. So I need to get him to his volunteer hours so he can do it for National Honor Society. But that's just one example of the many things that, that we have to do, and the many ways that our families have these responsibilities that do involve getting from point A to point B, and being able to use the HOV lane to support families is a wonderful thing. And I don't know what's going to happen in conference. But if we can try here as a House to come together to support mothers on this Mother's Day weekend, I think it's a phenomenal idea, and I want to thank Chairman Leach for offering this up as an expansion of this benefit to support pregnant mothers and extend it to all mothers.
And all mothers. And in fact, I'm a mother. My kids are in their 40s. I actually am transporting my grandkids. I mean, the efforts of moms to take care of their families goes on, does it not?
It is a full-time job.
A full-time job.
Yes,
and
it is.
What a great way to celebrate Mother's Day weekend. And thank you to Chairman Leach for being willing to consider this. So thanks for bringing the amendment.
All right, I move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested on all amendments today. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Morales voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Alcott voting nay. Have all members voted? Being 94 ayes and 37 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Leach on the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, to all the moms here and all the moms across the state, happy Mother's Day. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 130 ayes and 2 nays. House Bill 2462 is finally passed.
No, it's not this bill. It's another one. The judges.
It's two-thirds of those present. It's two-thirds of those present. It's not 100 votes. It's two-thirds of those present.
Let's go.
Okay. I'm going to let everyone know that. Members, third reading amendments are acceptable of two-thirds of those present, not 100 votes. So the amendment was, in fact, adopted. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. number 7 by Morales of Harris, commemorating Mexican Mother's Day on May 10th, 2025.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales.
Mount members and others, join me here at the front. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, we rise in celebration of a powerful tradition deeply rooted in our Mexican culture, Dia de las Madres, Mexican Mother's Day. This is a holiday that I have managed to recognize every session since I've been here. Across Texas, in neighborhoods big and small, Mexican mothers have been the heartbeat of our homes and the quiet leaders of our communities. They are the ones who wake before the sun, who stretch a dollar, who carry generations forward with love, discipline, and unwavering faith. Just like yesterday, the beautiful memorial resolution for Chairman Van Deever's mother, our mothers are the providers, the protectors, the teachers, the caregivers, fierce advocates, and fierce believers in our children's futures. Today, we recognize not only their sacrifices, but their impact. Mexican mothers have marched for justice, built small businesses from scratch, led community movements, and raised generations of future leaders. Their strength has never been silent and has always been steady. In honoring them, we honor all women who give themselves to nurture, lead, and build the abuelitas, the tias, the madrinas, neighbors, and caregivers. Whether you raised children of your own, helped raise others, or simply gave love where it was needed most, just like the beautiful card given to us today by my colleague, Representative Morales Shaw. Whether you're a mom, a stepmom, a pet mom, a bonus mom, or somebody who simply shows up with love and care, you matter. Hoy celebramos su amor y su fuerza. I want to say that this year's celebration is especially meaning because for what we believe, it is the first time in House history that we are joined on the dais by a mariachi group, Mariachi Capital, who will share a special performance of Las Mañanitas. A heartfelt thank you to our friend Raul Liendo for helping bring this beautiful tradition to the chamber. I don't know where he's at, but thank you, Raul. I also want to sincerely thank mi hermano, Chairman Romero, for working with me, and all of the members who helped me bring this historic celebration to life, and especially Speaker Burrows for allowing us to honor our culture and our mothers with this music, song, and community. Let today not only serve as a celebration, but as a call to action to build a world where mothers are protected, supported, and seen because their love deserves more than flowers. It deserves policy, protection, and progress. Feliz Dia de las Madres y gracias por todo que hacen. And now, Chairman Romero.
Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know that this performance will be so much better than mine was when I gave you a very small portion of singing Las Mañanitas. But some of you speak Spanish, some of you don't. So I wanted to take the time to translate for you just the beginning of the song. So imagine it's either your mom's birthday or your mom's Mother's Day like today. It was on mornings like today that King David used to sing. And today, because it's your birthday, we sing them to you. Wake up, my love, wake up. Look, the dawn has already come. The little birds are already singing, and the moon has gone away. How beautiful is this morning that I come to greet you. We all come with joy and with pleasure to congratulate you. On the day that you were born, all the flowers began to bloom, and in the font of your baptismal, the nightingales sang. The dawn is now arriving, the daylight has already come, and the little birds are singing, the moon has now gone away. I hope that you enjoy this rendition from Mariachi Capital. And when the mariachi begins to sing in Spanish, don't be afraid to let out un grito. Viva! All right, who's ready? Go ahead. Vamos. Members, finally, I want to thank Speaker Burrows and his wife Elizabeth for the graciousness of allowing us to do this today and honor so many mothers really all over the world. So we hope that you'll join us in the back hall and look at the beautiful presentation that the Speaker and his wife Elizabeth have allowed us and donned for us. Thank you.
Mr. Romero moves the House stand in recess until noon. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House is recessed. Members, in case it was not clear from the announcement of Mr. Romero, there is lunch provided in the back on this Saturday. You're welcome to join.
The House will come to order. Please excuse Mr. Tallarico because of important business on a motion of Mr. Rosenthal. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 1777 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1777 by Morales of Maverick, relating to a designation on a person's driver's license or personal identification certificate that the person is a registered sex offender.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the amendment.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this needed amendment with respect to this legislation. We found a narrow a portion there where we needed to make sure that we protected those under the Romeo and Juliet laws that have been convicted prior to the Romeo and Juliet laws came into effect. And it's acceptable to the author. Move passage. Move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell.
Forgot that on the minutes.
You've all voted. There being 123 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Morales to close on the bill.
All right, folks. You know, in light of today's date, and especially Mexican Mother's Day, you know, this is a great example, I think, that when you listen to your significant other, think good things can happen. This is a legislation that my wife, Helen, first discussed with us, and it made sense to make sure that we protected all victims of sexual predators out there. And so, happy Mother's Day to Helen, to my mother, to Ani, my sister, and as well as my daughter, Cassandra. And with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of final passage of House Bill 1777. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. You've all voted. There being 128 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 1777 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1443 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1443 by Schatzline, relating to creating the criminal offense of promotion of a childlike sex doll.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline to explain the bill.
All right, members, let's once and for all, for the third time, ban childlike sex dolls. Move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hickland.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hickland to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment adds language to House Bill 1443 to limit the sale of obscene devices to certain establishments. This would restrict the sale of obscene devices, as defined in our penal code, to sexually oriented businesses operating in accordance with Texas law, businesses that prohibit individuals younger than 18 years of age from entering the premises, or businesses that sell or offer the devices only on an internet website. Additionally, this would establish an enforcement mechanism for county and district attorneys to enforce civil penalties to those violating the law. No. Protecting Texas kids is one of my top priorities. It's a commitment I made on the campaign trail, and as a mom of 4, one I take seriously. This bill wasn't heard in committee to avoid a spectacle, but the truth is, sometimes it's okay for adults in the room to feel uncomfortable, especially when it means we're safeguarding children. If this conversation makes you uncomfortable, imagine how parents feel when they walk into the store with their child and are blindsided by explicit materials right next to toothbrushes, Band-Aids, deodorant. We have a duty to draw clear lines and uphold community standards that protect families and bring decency to our retail establishments. I think it's important for us to realize that we have the responsibility to establish a standard of decency in our retail spaces. This is a shot across the bow to retailers, big and small. You are on notice. You have a responsibility to protect children and to maintain decency in our retail stores. Out of respect for, please stop.
They're accepting it. They don't have one.
Out of respect for Representative Schatzline, I'm so grateful. I believe that this amendment would be accepted by the author.
Yes, it is.
Out of respect.
Don't pull it down. Don't pull it down. We're good. Let the Democrats point over it. Let them. Trust me. We're good. Let them be the bad guys. I promise. We're good. Do what you think is right. If they want to kill it, let them do it. Don't touch it.
Please. Thank you. Out of respect for the author of this bill, it's very important legislation. Out of respect for our members and the day that we have ahead of us, out of respect for our time and the calendar, I'm pulling the amendment. Thank you.
The amendment is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline to close on the bill.
All right. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1443. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all voted? There being 130 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1664 is finally passed. I'm sorry, House Bill 1443 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1664. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1664 by Morales and Maverick relating to the eligibility of certain retired or former district court judges for assignment as a visiting judge.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1664 provides clear standards for when a retired or a former district judge can serve as a visiting judge. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1664. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mrs. Weiner voting aye. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all voted? There being 87 ayes, 39 nays, House Bill 1664 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2088. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2088 by Martinez relating to the establishment of a public law school in the Rio Grande Valley.
Please excuse Ms. Morales Shaw because of important family business on a motion of Ms. C. Morales of Harris. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the establishment of the law school in the Rio Grande Valley. Let's build this foundation one brick at a time. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2088. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 93 ayes, 34 nays, House Bill 2088 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 321 is a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 321 by Busey relating to implementing an express lane option under Medicaid and the Child Health Plan program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 321 promotes smart government, parental empowerment, and most of all, the health and future of Texas's children by using already verified eligibility information to offer enrollment in Medicaid or CHIP with parents' affirmative consent.
Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Oliverson, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Okay. Representative Busey, I appreciate you bringing this policy. I know we've worked on this together for the last 4 years. I think there's a little confusion about what it does. Does this bill expand eligibility for Medicaid in any way, shape, or form?
In no way. This bill is for already eligible Texas citizen children, and children specifically, and it does not expand Medicaid at all.
And so you're using eligibility for SNAP as a means to verify that. And so what's the crossover there? Can you talk a little bit about the fact that if your family's eligible for SNAP, Is it likely that as a child you're going to be eligible for CHIP anyway?
You would be eligible for CHIP or Medicaid already. And this is why we talk about this as a bureaucratic cleanup. This is the packet that a family has to go through. I mean, it's
That's
a
a
ton.
lot of paperwork. It's kind of absurd.
And we're already getting the same data when you're signing up for SNAP benefits, for food benefits. And we're just saying, if you're a Texas child in all of our districts, all of our community, and you would also be eligible for health care, we want you to get food benefits. We want you to get health care. We want you to get education.
Yeah.
Whatever means this body decides, we want those basics so we can set you on a path of success. This is a bureaucratic cleanup. We're not changing eligibility. We're saying fill out a smaller packet instead of a massive packet.
Because these kids are already eligible for CHIP anyway.
They're already eligible.
So you're just expediting the paperwork so we have less children in this state that are uninsured that already qualify for insurance.
That's correct. No
I think you have a
expense.
great bill, and obviously, you know, kids having insurance means kids are getting to see the pediatrician and kids are healthy. So we want that. We don't want them not having access to
And
health care.
preventative health care through seeing the pediatrician will save us all money.
And,
Thank
and
you,
to be
Dr.
clear, this does not expand Medicaid, and
It's-
so I urge my Republican colleagues to join with me in supporting you on this.
This does
you have
not.
a great
Thank you
bill.
for your support. Mr. Speaker.
Do it again. Move passage again.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 321. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. You've all voted. There being 83 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 321 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Bryant because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Raymond. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Charlie's out on third reading, House Bill 2598. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2598 by Button, relating to a school psychologist license under the Occupations Code.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 2598 codifies the name change to school psychologist as a move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2598. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. You've all voted. There being 109 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 2598 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3062. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3062 by Guerra, relating to fentanyl prevention and drug poisoning awareness education for students enrolled in public institutions of higher education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, we've been hearing a lot about fentanyl deaths in public schools. This bill we heard yesterday about preventing fentanyl deaths through education initiatives in higher ed. I encourage you to vote yes. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Wilson, for what purpose?
Yes, is the representative available for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy.
The gentleman yields.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I to understand that this is the same legislation called Tucker's Law that was passed last session, but it expands it to include our higher education as well? And that bill was, last year, that bill was passed out unanimously?
Well, and yes, we thank you. I made reference to that one.
Absolutely. And did the governor not emphasize this level of effort last session?
Yes,
With
he-
3 fentanyl bills in a targeted area from our K through 12?
Yes.
But we didn't touch on the higher education opportunities for awareness to save lives in fentanyl?
That's exactly correct.
Sir,
And
this
that's why I brought this.
Are you aware of the effort that has been placed in Tucker's Law now that it happens annually? That it not only is it focusing on fentanyl, but all narcotic drugs and entities that are killing our kids, and therefore we are seeing a significant reduction in deaths?
Yes, and I thank you for your efforts in leading the charge on a lot of that, and of course the governor.
Well, I appreciate this is a great bill at no cost to this state. Thank you so much in saving lives.
God bless you, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3062. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all voted? There being 100 ayes, 29 nays, House Bill 3062 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Guerin because of important business on a motion of Mr. Wally. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3134. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3134 by Cook relating to advanced air mobility.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill supports the advanced air mobility industry and keeps Texas as the leader in autonomous aircraft technologies. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3134. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 101 ayes, 28 nays, House Bill 3134 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3940. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3940 by Johnson relating to the provision of certain information about Medicaid benefits in relation to newborn children.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3940 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4027. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4027 by Zwiener relating to the taking of certain depositions and the dismissal of certain civil actions in connection with allegations of family violence and abusive conduct.
Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to take just a moment to talk about this bill to make sure everybody understands what it does. This is a bill to protect survivors of domestic violence who are being harassed by their abusers in our civil court system. When a survivor leaves their abuser, sometimes what their abuser wants is to continue to get access to them. And unfortunately, our court system can be hijacked to help that abuser get access. This can be dangerous for survivors, and it is also a type of harassment they should not have to deal with. So what my bill does, modeled off similar procedures, creates a process for a survivor of domestic violence when their abuser brings a lawsuit or a request for a deposition to say, I'm a victim, please dismiss this frivolous suit. And then if the court looks at the facts and finds both that there is a history of domestic violence between these parties and that this lawsuit is brought primarily to further domestic violence, then the judge can order that dismissed or deny the deposition request and can even award legal fees so that we have a deterrent from abusers hijacking our court systems to go after their victims. This is an important bill to protect survivors and to keep our courts efficient and not being used by bad actors. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4027. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Show Mr. Toth voting aye. Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted? There being 125 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 4027 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4170. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4170 by Hayes relating to venue and certain actions involving private transfer fees for real property.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
Venue in the county where the property is located. Move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4170. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4170 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4157. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4157 by Bonin relating to liability protections for commercial spaceflight and exploration.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueen to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is Dr. Bonin's bill where it aligns Texas law better with federal law, allowing spaceflight companies to waive their right, employees of spaceflight companies to waive
Ms.
their rights
Gervin-Hawkins,
to
for what
bring
purpose?
claims to their employer.
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll do my best.
The gentleman yields.
Space flight.
Maybe.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin-Hawkins, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Can you tell these bullies to leave me alone?
Members, please be respectful of other members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McQueenie, just talk to me a little bit about the space flight. When you say protections, is that an insurance protection or what type of protection?
I'm going to yield the floor to to Representative Leach, who understands Dr. Bonin's bill a little better.
Because remember, I'm learning.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to speak in favor of the bill.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Gervin
Speaker.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Simple question.
Will the gentleman
I
yield
didn't
for
hear the
questions?
question.
Gentleman yields.
The question is simply is what type of, what does the bill do, basically?
Yeah, so if you go, if you're going to contract with a company here in Texas with the development of space flight and space exploration here in Texas, which we all know is ongoing and forthcoming, if you agree that you're going to get into a spacecraft and let them send you to space and something happens, then you're not going to be able to sue the company that sent you there. And this aligns with active federal law. It simply brings us into.
It's an awesome bill. Thank you for
I
explaining
agree.
that. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4157. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all voted. There being 125 ayes, 5 nays, House Bill 4157 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4205. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4205 by Harless, relating to compensation and employment benefits for law enforcement personnel in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is pay parity for law enforcement officers in counties of 3.3 million or more. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4205. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 103 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 4205 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4279. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4279 by Y. Davis of Dallas, relating to the urban scholarship enforcement and authorizing penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we passed yesterday for Representative Yvonne Davis. House Bill 4279 makes it obligatory for the local exchange companies to allocate unclaimed money to a scholarship fund specifically established to assist needy students. And members, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4279. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. There being 49 ayes, 79 nays, House Bill 4279 fails to pass.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Thompson.
I move to spread House Bill 4275 on the journal.
Ms. Thompson, could you come down front? The chair recognizes Mr. Morgan for a motion.
I move to reconsider and spread on the journal the vote by which House Bill 4279 failed to pass.
Members, you've heard the motion. Members, the motion will be spread on the journal. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4377. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4377 by Villalobos, relating to prohibiting the retention of certain genetic material and genetic information by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Could you explain briefly what the function of spreading a bill on the journal is? No. Is it so that we can... Strike that. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This ensures that no state agency or third-party laboratory will store our foster children's DNA. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4377. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4377 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4838. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4838 by Morales Shaw, relating to conducting an assessment of language accessibility with respect to certain health and human services programs and the 211 services provided by the Texas Information and Referral Network.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4838 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5424. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5424 by Bonin, relating to volunteer firefighter compensation limits.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that Rep. Leo Wilson laid out for Dr. Bonin yesterday regarding volunteer firefighters, fire departments. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the amendment.
The amendment clarifies that the volunteer fire department volunteers can be paid 20% of the highest total compensation of a department in an adjacent area, but in the same county from which they are located. If there's not a county, if there's not a salaried department in that county, they can use an adjacent county. I move adoptions.
Mr. McQueenie sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye, Mr. Patterson voting aye, Ms. Flores voting aye. All voted. There being 131 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5424. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. All voted. There being 130 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5424 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5294. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5294 by Bonin, relating to medical school admissions, coursework, academic standards, and employment decisions in this state.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we postpone further consideration of House Bill 5294 for 30 minutes until 1:30. I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill pertains to medical education and wanting us to have the highest standards both for entry and performance. I move adoption, or move passage.
Question occurs on Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Oh, thank you. Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Bonin. And I don't have specific questions in front of me or the bill at this point. I was just remembering from when we talked about it in committee.
That's right.
And I recollect that part of it had to do with not wanting to have pass-fail classes in med school, which I think of as competency-based classes where you would be able to demonstrate your competency and therefore not have to have a letter grade, but you didn't want to do that. Can you explain why?
So the concern is that largely medical school is now pass-fail. And so there's no objective measure in many instances of performance. And that is the element that we're trying to put back into the curriculum.
And would that mean that we would be in a more competitive or less competitive position with other medical schools in terms of where students might choose to go?
Yeah, the argument, an argument I've heard is that, well, everybody else is doing it, so we should do it too. I can understand that, but I don't think that that's the best policy.
Yeah, I absolutely want quality outcomes here. Have there been issues with the graduates that have been coming out of our medical schools?
Yes.
So not being of the highest quality? Is that what?
I think that's
okay.
A fair concern.
And then there's also a section I remember that had to do with DEI.
That's right.
And what is it that your bill does about DEI?
It reestablishes, which frankly we've already established for higher ed, that this is dealing with entrance requirements, that they're transparent and that they're fair and they're objective across the board.
If we're already doing it, was there a need to redundantly put it in?
I think that the HRIs, the medical schools, have largely been unrecognized, if you will, off the radar.
Okay.
And this brings focus to that concern.
So I don't have the language in front of me, but in any way would this impact the efforts that we're trying to make to ensure that we have medical providers who reflect the demographics of our state? Because we do know that there are studies that indicate that you have better patient outcomes when you have people who represent your community taking care of you.
Yeah, we want the best providers, and I have full confidence that they will reflect our state.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner, for willing to answer questions. So I just want to be clear, because as you well know, the DEI question is always out there. And so I hope our dialogue puts people to rest, that what you're looking for, like we all are the most highest qualified applicants to be accepted, correct?
Absolutely.
So when we walk through this, one of the requirements is who has the highest score on the entrance exam. Is that correct?
It doesn't say they have to have the highest score, but it says that this is an objective measure that should be considered.
Okay. So if two applicants, we're almost full and that we're vying for one seat, let's list those things. Mr. Speaker, can we get some order here?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you. And so as we look at the entrance or the selection of a candidate for medical school, we're going to have a combination of what? Just so we can be clear on what those entrance requirements are.
Well, there are already obviously requirements. In other words, core curriculum, things that must be taken in order to be eligible for acceptance. And this does a couple of things. One, it requires transparency with respect to what the criteria are that are considered when students are applying.
So when you say transparency, you're saying that it will be published what the criteria will be for entrance. Is that how you define transparency?
Exactly, and not obviously student scores or applications or anything of that nature, but rather the admission policies.
The rubric that lays out,
Right.
These are the things that we would need to check off. And so if we had a pool of applicants that is applying, and then those that meet those criteria move forward, correct?
They would need to obviously meet the entrance requirements and criteria, but then to the extent that you have more applicants than you have positions, we want those decisions to be made in a manner that selects for the most outstanding applicants.
So define outstanding.
Outstanding to me, of course, it means a number of things, but one of the things that I'm concerned is being lost is academic performance. So we want to take under consideration how students have performed in their studies, in their classes, and then, yes, also in their testing.
So, but when we talk about that, we're talking about entering medical school, correct?
That's right. So that's correct.
So when we're looking at their performance, we're looking at that piece before they are admitted to the medical school. We're looking at their transcript basically prior to the admission.
Well, the bill actually deals with two separate things, right? One would be entrance, and then the other, I think perhaps to your point, is performance as a student. Because that's the element of whether or not everything is graded on a pass-fail mechanism, or whether they are actually measured in terms of how they're performing in their classes. So, right, one is before admission, and then the other is performance after they've been admitted.
So after they've been admitted, if certain things happen and they have fallen down on the criteria that's established, they could be dismissed?
Well, no, again, that's not in here. What we're saying is that rather than every class being pass-fail, where there's no way to distinguish excellence, where there's no way to measure who's performing, better at a higher level and is demonstrating greater proficiency and mastery of the skills and of the information, which, consider this, I mean, if you're applying to, say, a residency program, that's the next phase after you graduate from medical school, and let's say you're operating a residency program, how would you distinguish amongst the students? If there are no test scores, there's no grades, everything is all the same. How would you know one student is top of their class, and this doesn't say they have to be ranked, okay?
So
how would you know from number 1 to number 200?
So you know this better than me, right? When we move forward, how is that measured if it's not grades, or I'll call hard copy documents? Is it an evaluation of the residency? Is it an evaluation of performance? I'm just trying to find out so that, one of the things I want to be perfectly clear, we all want the same thing, and that is the best people to be in these professions, correct? But in being clear, the entrance, as you say, is one criteria, and that's meeting the rubric that's laid out in terms of meeting those standards. And then to move forward, okay, now we're talking about area of transparency. What does that student need? What are we looking at to make sure that every student gets a fair shot? Is it an evaluation? Is it benchmarks they need to meet? What is that?
What the bill is saying is that the students should have grades. It's as simple as that.
They should have grades?
They should have grades. That's it. It's
Oh,
not.
okay.
That's all it's saying.
Okay. So the coursework grades is where it should be. And I think, again, and that what I'm seeing is the pass-fail. And it's specifically focused on the grades. And then those are the ones who move forward. Correct?
Well, again, obviously they would have to be passing.
Yes, for sure.
Right, whether it's pass-fail or whether there's a structure where they're graded, they will have to have a satisfactory performance to advance in school. I don't think that's fundamentally different whether this bill passes or not.
Understood. Thank you, Dr. Bond, for answering my question.
Sure.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the good gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. I understand this bill essentially outlaws what's called diversity, equity, and inclusion. Is that right?
It restates what we have already decided as a legislature, which is to have merit-based consideration for all students that are applying.
Okay, and that presupposes that this DEI stuff is bad.
Well, I think what it's saying is that we want excellence and we want students to be treated fairly based on the quality of their credentials and the strength of their application when it comes to admission practices.
If a program has all Anglo males in it, would that be presumptively not a DEI program?
I'm not aware of any program or medical school that is all Anglo males. I don't understand the premise of the
Okay,
question.
well, let me reverse it then. If a program has one African male in it, would that be presumed to be a DEI program?
No, what we're trying to do here is to not presume anything, but to allow the students to be assessed based on the merits of their performance and their success.
But you're saying you're outlawing pass and fail, correct?
Well, so after students have been admitted, now they're taking classes, and do they have grades or do they not have grades? Is their performance measured or assessed in anything other than a pass or a fail? Or is there a way to tell this person's performing at the highest level, this person's performing at a good level, this person's barely scraping by, and this person is not adequately meeting
So
this
you're trying
standards?
to prescribe that the university ought to have A, B, C, D, and F or something?
I think that is the way traditionally it's been. If you wanted to rebrand that, I suppose you could, but I do think there should be a distinction amongst performance.
Well, in the interest of full disclosure, my daughter, one of my daughters, well, both of my daughters are doctors, but one went to Southern Cal Med School, and they had pass or fail. And it seems to be an outstanding program, and I don't understand why, a program like Southern Cal Med School could be outstanding based on pass and fail, but University of Texas can't.
Well, I'm glad she had a great experience.
She what?
I'm glad she had a great experience at that school.
Well, she didn't, but I'm talking about the school, not her. I'm talking about the school had a pass or fail regimen, not a B, C, D, F grade. And I'm wondering why that program, which is outstanding, I think you'll agree.
Well, I don't know, actually.
You don't know it? Well,
not-
anyway,
yeah.
it's at the top of the university, at top of California's university system. And I'm just wondering why that program would be so outstanding on using pass and fail, but University of Texas couldn't.
Yeah, look, I think that human nature being what it is, if you know you just have to pass, there's really not much of an incentive to push yourself to learn more and to perform to a higher standard.
So you think that that causes, well, that should cause Southern Cal Med School not to be as great as it is. You would think, if that's the logic.
Yeah, I'm not assuming to know that it's as wonderful as perhaps you say. I don't know one way or the other. I'm not judging a specific school.
Well, no, but what you're prescribing is.
Well, what I'm prescribing is a standard that I think would promote excellence in performance and would motivate people to actually achieve. That's what I'm proposing.
And what you're saying, though, is that the current program is insufficient to do that. And what
I think
I'm
that's
saying,
correct. That's right.
Well, what I'm saying is that there are programs who are absolutely outstanding that do that every day. And I'm sure you're aware of some.
Well, look, I don't, it doesn't sound like we're going to agree as to whether students should be graded or not. My position is that I think that's a healthy practice. And you don't seem to think that's necessary. And,
well,
and
no, that's not
okay.
what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying a pass or fail is a grade. So it's not that I'm not about grading. I'm just wondering what it is the bill is trying to do.
It's trying to promote excellence and in performance so that we can have the best professionals that we can, that students are motivated and incentivized to perform to their highest level.
Well, but if there are programs using what you say we shouldn't use that are achieving the result you just named, why is it that Texas schools can't do that?
Well, I think you're presuming that everything is fine, and I don't agree with that.
Well, I'm not presuming anything. I'm just presuming.
Well, but the whole premise of your comment is that, well, these schools are doing great, so then why would we need to do this? And what is your basis for that?
My assumption is that if the other schools can do it, why can't Texas schools do it? Are we saying they're somehow inferior?
Well, because we don't have the ability to tell schools in other states what to do. I mean, we only can take care of policy here in the state of Texas.
And that's not my argument, sir. I'm just trying to say that if other schools can do it in other states using a pass-or-fail system, why can't we do that here? Is there something that prevents us from doing that?
Well, at the present time, nothing prevents us from doing it, but that doesn't mean that it's the best thing to do.
And so your argument is that the best thing to do would be have A, B, C, D, and F.
I think that a objective assessment of performance would improve performance.
Well, that's not necessarily objective. That would be just as subjective as pass or fail, because the teacher has to decide whether make a subjective determination as to whether or not you got a certain grade.
Why do you say it wouldn't have to be subjective?
Well, yeah, if you write a paper,
So if you take an anatomy exam, that would be subjective?
Well, if they asked you certain questions that didn't necessarily require you to come up with, or didn't have a right or wrong answer. Sure.
Name your own anatomy?
You could create a question that determined how much a student knows without asking.
Sure.
Medicine is not like math, is it? It's not an exact science, is it?
Oh, without a doubt, there's an objective science within medicine.
Then why do they call? Why are you practicing medicine then?
Look, we do have basic science in clinical sciences that are clearly objective and evidence-based. So it's not art. I mean, we definitely, if you're talking about anatomy, physiology, neuroscience, biochemistry, those things are actually very objective.
Yes, but just by the very nature, knowing all those things, you would assume that we don't need to make any new advances in medicine. But the reality is that medicine changes every day. And so
But not in but, okay, so it changes every day. Go ahead.
Yes, and so that means that 2 and 2 is not always 4.
Actually, I think 2 and 2 is always 4.
Well, then how do you account for medicine? How do you account for medicine advancing?
Well, we can have medical advances that are objective. Not every advance is subjective.
Absolutely, I agree.
And I think you make a really good point. When we start having folks who think that maybe 2 and 2 isn't really 4, I think that's where we start to have some concern.
Well, no, my point is that medicine, 2 and 2 is 4, maybe 4 today, but tomorrow 2 and 2 could be 5 in medicine. I mean, just think about the advent of DNA. 20 years ago, we didn't have DNA, correct?
I'm pretty sure we had DNA 20 years ago.
Well, we didn't have the DNA science we have today.
Science advances, and as we learn new things, then you can teach those things, and people can be assessed objectively on their mastery of the new information.
But that's my point, sir. To make the argument that it has to be A, B, C, D, or F, would suggest that somehow or another you think that that's going to enhance the creativity and the viability of these programs. And I'm not so sure, because I think the premise is wrong. I think your premise is bad. That somehow or another not having that allows the university to get more competent people somehow or another. I mean, is that what underlies your premise?
I think clearly measuring performance.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the gentleman's time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you. So, the premise of this bill is that we can enhance the quality of our medical schools by employing A through F, correct?
I think objective assessment of performance definitely improves performance and quality.
And you don't believe that objective means pass or fail?
That ensures that a minimum standard is enforced, but I am optimistic that we're capable of performing at more than a minimum standard. I know that we have students who are capable of more than the minimum required to be satisfactory and competent. We want excellence.
Well, finally, let me say this to you. As a lawyer who used to practice, and I don't do much of it anymore, medical malpractice, when I get a doctor in a deposition and they have an A through F scale, I really like that, because if a doctor made a C or a D in a course that I think that I can argue successfully that he should have made an A in, just by the very nature of the fact that he has a C or something less than B, I get to argue that. And so that's why some of the schools went to pass or fail, because lawyers like me misused their A through F system when it came to medical malpractice. So I would tell you to think about that, because that's the first thing a lawyer is going to do, is subpoena the doctor's college records. And if you have an A through F program, the best thing that I could ask for is to get a record that indicates this particular doctor that I'm deposing made a D in this class at some point.
That's interesting. I didn't know college or medical school transcripts would be in a professional liability case.
It can be admitted. Now,
Okay.
there's a way to get them admitted, but there can be admitted.
So I just want to make sure I understand. If a 50-year-old surgeon is sued for an occurrence in the course of practice, then in court their grade in anatomy when they were a medical student at, age 23 is going to be entered into evidence. That's
It
what you're
could
telling.
be.
That's what
Yes,
you're telling the body.
I'm saying it could be.
And that would be relevant to the jury. They would really want to know.
If I can
score.
make a showing that there is some relevance to the grades that person made, to the injury that my client is claiming, then I think I'm going to be able to get that in, sir.
So you think if 30 years ago they had made a C or a D, that would help your case, but maybe if they made an A, then the jury would find that they hadn't done anything wrong?
I wouldn't use it if he made an A.
Okay. Well, then that's even more reason why the students should want to be graded and make A's.
Well, yeah, but all of them aren't going to make A's. There's going to be a bell curve even in medical school. And so I just caution you to think about that, sir. But thank you for answering my question.
Dr. Oliverson,
Mr.
for what
Speaker,
purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
Yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
I'm thinking of every class I didn't make an A in, right?
I didn't know that. If you make an A, you're safe from, you have immunity from lawsuit, I guess. That's pretty interesting. Dr. Bonin, have you been to medical school?
Yes, I've been to medical school.
Was it easy to get in medical school?
It was pretty competitive.
Do you think it should be?
I absolutely think it should be.
And why is that? I know Mr. Alcott standing next to you has been to medical school. I've been to medical school. Should it be hard to get into medical school?
I think it should be challenging.
But why? Why is that important?
Well, it's important because we have a great responsibility that we're blessed to have, frankly, and the opportunity to do some amazing work that can really impact people's lives in a very wonderful way. But at the same time, there's significant risk, and you need to actually be competent and expert in what you're doing. And there are people that have a better aptitude and better skills for the type of work that we do. And I think that's what we want of our profession, is we want the best.
We do. And again, so I know your bill deals with entrance to medical school and the requirements for getting into medical school, and I agree with you. I think the bar should be high for that because, again, kind of like being a pilot, a doctor often has an innocent person's life in their hands, right? And making the wrong decision could easily harm someone else. So we want people to know what the right thing to do is. But your bill also deals with a grading system while in medical school. Now, you're a neurosurgeon, is that correct?
That's right.
Was that easy to get into?
It was not easy to get into on the one hand, but that's a long story. I actually switched from orthopedic surgery to neurosurgery.
Okay, but would it be fair to say that by Mr. Dutton's standards, you're probably not a good candidate for a suit because you probably had mostly A's and very little of anything else?
I mean, certainly there are areas of practice of medicine that are more competitive than others, and part of that is that they're just more in demand, and then another part of that is that we want to make sure that the folks that are in those fields are skilled and competent to do sometimes some really exciting but challenging work.
And maybe also because it's brain surgery. I mean, it actually is brain surgery, right?
In some instances it is, but there's a whole lot of things that you and I do that are not brain surgery, but still are critically important to the people that we're trying to help. And I think you're an anesthesiologist, I'm a surgeon. I don't know how comforting it would be to patients if, in pre-op we said, hey, don't worry, I passed, and so did the anesthesiologist.
Yeah, there's actually a commercial like that for an insurance company. I don't know if you've seen that, but the patient asks the nurse if Dr. So-and-so is good, and the nurse says, he's okay. Do we want okay doctors?
Yeah, we're striving for better than okay, and I think that we've got young people in this state that are outstanding. And part of it is not just, as you point out, the selection process, say, to get in, but you can have really talented folks, and if they know, well, I just need to make the minimum score and move on, there's really no incentive to push yourself and to strive to be the best that you can be. And so it's not entirely a competition, which is the way I think some people maybe think of it, as a competitiveness amongst students, but it's rather you're competing against yourself because you want to perform at your highest level and you want to achieve a mastery of that material, which prepares you then for further learning and for further training and further excellence.
Right, and I think the last thing I wanted to ask you is, I know you and I have tried very hard to expand the number of GME spots in this state, as have many of our colleagues. Yeah. And so again, you know, we think about performance measurements in medical school and grading students as they go through the process. These residency programs are looking for objective measures to figure out who's going to be successful. Your training program was 7 years long after medical school, is that correct?
6 years in,
6 years.
In my case. And,
yeah.
You know, and I think you make a really great point, which is that, you know, really, if you don't have any objective way of assessing performance, if everything is pass-fail, you don't report national board scores, then what you've created is a scenario where not only is it not possible for a residency program to objectively assess the applicants, but then out of necessity, it pushes it down to, you know, what I hate to say is a little bit more of a good old boy network, where the only way the faculty can really find out about these applicants is by calling friends and other faculty, and now you're plugging into the grapevine, so to speak, because you don't have any objective standardized measures that you can use to assess the applicants to your program.
Yeah, and how easy would it be for a residency program? I don't know if you had this experience in residency where somebody gives up after 18 months or can't cut it or you know, just doesn't make the grade. How easy is it for a program to replace that person?
Yeah, it's really, depending on the program, it could be difficult for the program. And, you know, one thing that I do think speaks to that experience is that the clinical rotations, for example, are...
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against House
Mr.
Bill
Speaker?
50? Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, I move to extend time.
The motion requires unanimous consent, and there is objection. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against House Bill 5294? Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5294. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alcott voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 82 ayes, 48 nays, House Bill 5294 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4870. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4870 by A. Davis of Dallas, relating to a relative and kinship care grant program administered by the Office of Court Administration of the Texas Judicial System.
Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4870 until 9 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4763. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4763 by Olcott, relating to reports by certain public institutions of higher education on fraud, waste, and abuse involving state resources.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott to explain the bill.
Get ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, simple bill, Doge-like bill, help us cut
Mr. Raymond,
fraud,
for what
waste,
purpose?
and abuse.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Raymond, for what
I
purpose?
highlight the word abuse.
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Hold on. I'm wearing this because I'm trying not to catch rhinovirus. Thankfully, we're 50 feet apart, so I think I'm okay to take it off for now. But
You do know this isn't my first bill, Mr. Raymond, or do you not?
I know it, but there's some more masks, members, if you want to not catch rhinovirus. They're in the members' lounge. But let me ask you something. Speaking of, on your bill, I want to make clear. So this bill relates to reports by certain public institutions of higher education on fraud, waste, and abuse involving state resources. Is that right?
That's correct.
and it also
And
would-
universities.
At universities, and it would also offer free classes on how you too can be a rhino. Is that right?
I'm sorry, Mr. Raymond, I don't see that in the legislation.
You don't know your bill, do you? Section 3 of your bill, free classes, how you too can be a rhino.
But
Mr.
did you
Speaker,
miss
I
the,
object- I
did you
object
miss
to
the
this
property
bill.
tax
I
cuts in the
object
bill?
to this bill. We've got enough rhinos in this place.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4763. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Well voted. There being 108 ayes, 17 nays, House Bill 4763 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5639. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5639 by Garcia of Bear, relating to a veteran housing program established by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is the bill that we heard yesterday that codifies the veteran housing program TDCJ currently has in place to ensure that veterans continued benefit from living alongside their peers. There is no fiscal implication to this bill as it will be absorbed by using existing resources. I wanted to say a special thank you to my joint authors and my brothers in arms, Colonel Terry Wilson and Major Tony Tinderholt. I salute you and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5639. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. You've all voted. There being 93 ayes, 36 nays, House Bill 5639 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4112. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4112 by Landgraf, relating to the storage or disposal of high-level radioactive waste.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that clarifies that future reactors will be able to store their waste on site instead of doing anything that would violate the ban that we have on the transport, storage, or disposal of high-level radioactive waste in the state, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4112. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 131 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 4112 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1677. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1677 by Canales, relating to the investigation of municipal firefighters and certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for Texas firefighters to afford legal protection against investigative procedures. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1677. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 118 ayes, 13 nays, House Bill 1677 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5014. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5014 by Isaac, relating to the rights of Special Forces veterans who hold a license to carry a handgun.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill empowers Special Forces veterans to ensure they have the tools they need to continue to combat sex trafficking. I want to thank the Special Forces veterans that met with Representative Wu this morning to address any of his concerns. Let's come together and end sex trafficking. Liberation over regulation. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5014. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 112 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 5014 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3848. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3848 by Hernandez, relating to the electronic submission of inspection reports and filing fees for the inspection of elevators, escalators, and related equipment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would allow elevator and escalator inspection forms and other relevant documents to be considered filed with TDLR based on the date of electronic submission.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Phelan.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would allow buildings of 4 stories or less to be inspected every 5 years instead of annually. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Phelan sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 121 ayes, 10 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3848. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all voted? There being 116 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 3848 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3709. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3709 by De Ayala relating to the partial count of electronic voting system ballots.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the election audit improvement bill from yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3709. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 125 ayes, 6 nays, House Bill 3709 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3177. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3177 by Anchia relating to the peace officer status of designated investigators of a municipal office of Inspector General.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill. For a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3177 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3057. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3057 by Landgraf relating to network standards for the chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that expands cancer treatment into rural Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3057. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 109 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 3057 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4176. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4176 by LaHood relating to the investigation of certain motor vehicle collisions.
Chair recognizes Mr. LaHood to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, let's help officers and put retired officers back to work. With passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4176. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Have all voted? There being 125 ayes, 5 nays, House Bill 4176 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4202. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4202 by Swanson relating to proof of identity of a person making an acknowledgement of a written instrument.
Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill makes it simpler for our U.S.
Ms.
service
Gervin
members.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady
Will the lady
yield
yield
for questions?
for questions?
Yes, I will.
The lady yields.
I did explain this really thoroughly last night. I bet you were here and heard it.
I didn't. Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you so much, classmate, for willing to answer my question.
You know I love you. I just would like to hurry so bills aren't dying.
I know, but what I would like to do is learn about the bills. So that we don't waste any more time, when we talk about a written instrument, would you define that, please?
A written instrument, I probably have it here as a legal definition.
I thought you explained it well enough to know it. Classmate.
Let's see. I do have quite a bit of stuff I can read to you here.
Yeah, won't you read it all?
What? Yes. Okay, I move passage. Thank you.
Hold on. I thought you just wanted to answer questions. Now that was rude, Representative.
Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against House Bill 4202? Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear against the bill?
No.
No. For the bill? For the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Valerie Swanson for allowing me to be a joint author on this bill, as it makes an
Mr. Speaker.
opportunity.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what
Will the
purpose?
gentlelady ask a question since the other rep wasn't willing to?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields.
Talk to me.
Yes, ma'am. So what this bill basically does is a lot of our veterans aren't from Texas that are served here in Military City, USA. Actually, myself, when I got stationed in Texas in 2001, I came from Germany. I didn't have an American driver's license, and the driver's license that I did have was from Tennessee, and it had long expired. But I did have a German driver's license, and that didn't work when I got pulled over on the I-35 going 100 miles an hour when I got here. But what Rep. Swanson's bill allows for is our service members who come here and they do not have a valid driver's license. It allows for notaries to be able to take an application for them to submit it for their driver's license.
That's awesome, Representative. Thank you for explaining. Teachable moments are so important in this format. Thank you.
Thank you. I move passage for Ms. Valerie.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to close on the bill.
Thank you. Is it on? Let's help our service members get notaries, and I move passage. Thank you.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4202. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all voted? There being 129 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 4202 is finally passed. Please excuse Ms. Bowers because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Perez of El Paso. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3658. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3658 by Morgan, relating to continuing education programs, contents and format relating to building codes for insurance adjusters.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a continuing education requirement. Public adjusters already have to take 24 hours every 2 years. This just makes sure that one of the 24 hours is actually in buildings, which is what they adjust. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3658. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 111 ayes, 17 nays, House Bill 3658 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Smithy because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Dean. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 21. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 21 by Gates, relating to housing finance corporations, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 21 provides reform for housing finance corporations. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 21. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 113 ayes, 15 nays, House Bill 21 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2180. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2180 by Cunningham, relating to a waiver of the preservation of evidence and the return of a seized weapon in a criminal case.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill for the waiver of preservation of evidence. I want to thank State Representative John Jones for working with me on an amendment to further clarify destruction orders. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2180. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 111 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 2180 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 49. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 49 by Darby, relating to fluid oil and gas waste and products and byproducts of that waste.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an important piece of legislation leading to beneficial reuse of water for Texas and oil and gas operations, and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 49. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 109 ayes, 21 nays, House Bill 49 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 216. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 216 by Harris Davila relating to itemized billing for healthcare services and supplies provided by healthcare providers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 216 is an update to our itemized billing laws in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 216. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 130 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 216 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 346. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 346 by Harris Davila relating to support for new businesses.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 346 helps new Texas-based businesses by removing costly startup fees and providing other resources. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 346. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all voted? There being 128 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 346 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 573. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 573 by Wale relating to a request by a member of the legislature for an unannounced inspection of a concrete batch plant by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wale to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 573 creates a system for TCEQ to prioritize responding to requests for an inspection of a concrete batch plant if two things are met: that they're an affected person doing it in writing, and that that the person affected is a state legislator. Thanks.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 573. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Villalobos voting aye. Have all voted? There being 94 ayes, 37 nays, House Bill 573 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 565. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 565 by Tepper relating to a requirement that the ballot for an election to amend the state constitution include an estimate of the cost to that state of the proposed amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He described it pretty well. We're going to go ahead and put the fiscal impact of every ballot measure on the November constitutional ballot. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 565. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 123 ayes, 5 nays, House Bill 565 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 954. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 954 by Spiller relating to the authority of a county to cancel subdivisions in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of a municipality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 954 is a simple clarification that supports local government efficiency, reduces jurisdictional uncertainty relative to ETJs. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 954. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 123 ayes, 6 nays, House Bill 954 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2686. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2686 by Dean relating to the registration of frac tanks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, streamlining the registration. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2686. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 117 ayes, 12 nays, House Bill 2686 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1441. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1441 by Plessa relating to the model training curriculum for school district peace officers and school resource officers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Plessa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1441 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1650. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1650 by Canales relating to a special bill, a review to reform a final judgment of forfeiture of a bail bond.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1650 extends the time period in which a bill of review can be filed from 2 to 4 years. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1650. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Toth voting nay. Have all voted? There being 102 ayes, 29 nays, House Bill 1650 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3161. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3161 by Villalobos relating to member contributions to the Texas Municipal Retirement System.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
This bill allows our municipalities to give the option for good retirement for our police officers. And I'd like to thank Representative Ashby for standing strong with me for our cops. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3161. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 128 ayes, zero nays, House Bill 3161 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2876. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2876 by Gerdes relating to the amendment of an existing comprehensive development agreement for a portion of State Highway 130 to facilitate non-toll transportation projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2876 seeks to facilitate non-toll transportation projects in certain counties. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2876. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 76 ayes, 45 nays, House Bill 2876 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2007. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2007 by Hagenview relating to the voluntary disclosure by an applicant for registration of a motor vehicle of the applicant's military status.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan to explain the bill.
Thank you, thank you, Speaker, members. This bill is the simple bill. If you're an active duty military, there's a checkbox, I'll be at DMV, that allows them to know if you are, so that if your vehicle's towed or something, they don't destroy your vehicle while you're over fighting wars for us. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2007. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 130 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2007 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2122. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2122 by Zaffarini relating to imposition of application fees for certain permits and permit amendments for the disposal of oil and gas waste.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is simply fees and permits for oil and gas waste disposal. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2122. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Show Mr. Vasuit voting nay. There being 102 ayes, 101 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 2122 is finally passed.
Chair lays out on third reading SB 1841. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1841 by Johnson relating to the confidentiality of certain information collected by certain local governments and airport governing boards.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1841 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2371. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2371 by Nichols relating to skimmers and electronic terminals authorizing a civil penalty creating criminal offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2371 just expands the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center's authority over skimmers, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2371. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 11 nays, SB 2371 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 266. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 266 by Perry relating to certain tax and fee collection procedures and taxpayer suits.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock.
Mr. Speaker, members, what this does is get your own, skip SOA and cost less and less time in court. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 266. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Craddock voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, SB 266 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1502. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1502 by Betancourt relating to the authority of a governing body of a school district to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the district's voter approval tax rate.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the taxpayer protection bill that says if voters vote down a tax increase, a school district must respect that decision and cannot circumvent them and increase taxes in another way. Thank you and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1502. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 27 nays, SB 1502 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1023. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1023 by Betancourt relating to the calculation of certain ad valorem tax rates.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair.
This bill just allows voters to access the underlying data from which a tax rate was set, and I do have just a simple perfecting amendment that reduces, well, I'll let him lay out the amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Troxclair.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair.
The way that it was originally drafted, we would have had 41 different hyperlinks. This brings the bill in line with the Senate bill, which allows just one hyperlink, so to cut down on the administrative burden of our tax appraisal districts. Move adoption.
Ms. Troxclair sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes and 13 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1023. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes and 27 nays, SB 1023 is finally passed. Please excuse Ms. Allen because of important business on the motion of Representative Gerwin Hawkins. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 2774. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2774 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the classification of certain entities as primarily engaged in retail trade for purposes of the franchise tax.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply concerns franchise taxes for uniform and linen processing industry, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2774. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2774 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 771. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 771 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to a credit or refund for diesel fuel, taxes paid on diesel fuel used in this state by auxiliary power units or power takeoff equipment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this Senate bill reinstates the refund for diesel fuel that is used in auxiliary power units and PTO equipment that is not used to power a vehicle down a public roadway. We already do this for gas-powered APOs and PTO equipment. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 771. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 0 nays, SB 771 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 314. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 314 by Hughes relating to prohibiting certain food additives from being included in free or reduced price meals provided by school districts.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris-Davila. Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
For
Who's
questions.
the Senate author of this bill?
Brian Hughes.
Did you used to work for him?
Yes, I did.
Do you think my staff would ever carry a bill for me?
I would hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a
Yes.
quick question?
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't here yesterday. What are we actually prohibiting, or which actual products are being removed with this bill?
There's a list of 17 additives that we're taking out of school lunches.
So it would be like the red dyes,
Yep.
things of that sort. Okay, that's what I want to check. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, members. SB 314 is our Healthy School Lunches bill, and this, as you heard earlier, bans dangerous additives from our Texas school lunches. And members, this is a huge step forward for cleaner food for our kids and healthier futures for them as well. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 314. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Harris Davila voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes and 0 nays, SB 314 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Harris, Mr. Tepper, Mr. Gerdes, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Leach, and Ms. Lopez of Cameron to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on a motion of Mr. Guerin. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 688. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 688 by Hughes, relating to the date of the meeting of presidential electors of this state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
Electoral college date. Move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 688. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. There being 125 ayes and 0 nays, SB 688 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1851. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1851 by Nichols, relating to the penalty for noncompliance with certain audit requirements by a municipality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is for Chairman Harris' bill. This is about audits. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1851. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes and 31 nays, SB 1851 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 455. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 455 by Middleton, relating to arbitration provisions in surplus lines insurance contracts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that 104 of you have signed on to. It's if you sell an insurance policy in Texas, then you should arbitrate in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 455. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 0 nays, SB 455 is finally passed. Please excuse Ms. Leo Wilson and Mr. Spiller to attend a meeting of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs on the motion of Mr. Patterson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1418. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1418 by Campbell, relating to the terminology used to refer to certain assessment instruments administered to public school students.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 14 just updates the education code to recognize the changes that have been made in our benchmark assessments and end-of-course exams for our students. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1418. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1418 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 1555. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1555 by Nichols, relating to a grant program to fund certain railroad grade separation projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is that bill that they heard in the Senate, and then we heard it in committee in the House, and then we heard it in calendars, and then we heard on the floor yesterday about railroad crossings, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1555. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes and 17 nays, SB 1555 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1729. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1729 by Miles relating to the registration and inspection of vehicles.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the rental car cleanup bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1729. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1729 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 761. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 761 by Johnson relating to rights of crime victims and the enforcement of those rights, authorizing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the crime victims bill. We want to keep them in the loop when the district attorney is going to dispose of the cases. At least they'll have adequate knowledge of knowing when that's going to happen and if they want to go and have a say. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 761. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 0 nays, SB 761 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 4373. The Senate companion is over ineligible, so the chair lays out on second reading SB 2419. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2419 by Paxton relating to the authority of a special district to exercise certain powers and duties following municipal disannexation of certain areas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Speaker, members, SB 2419 clarifies that when a special district is converted into a limited district through a strategic partnership agreement, it retains its power and duties both after annexation or disannexation. This simply ensures continued essential services. Move passage.
Sure. Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2419. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2419 is passed to third reading. Mr. Dean moves to lay HB 4373 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Please excuse Ms. Zwiener to attend her graduation from the University of Texas School of Law on the motion of Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out HB 2494 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2494 by Craddock relating to disannexation of certain areas of a municipality for failure to provide services.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill we've been delaying, and I want to delay it again because we still haven't got one of the pieces back. So it's House Bill 2494, and I want to delay it until 9 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Hey, I'm pretty sure he said April. Are you saying that?
The chair lays out HB 5394 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5394 by Rose relating to prohibiting child placing agencies from imposing certain requirements on relative and designated caregivers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration on HB 5394 until 2:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out HB 4506 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4506 by Bonin relating to electronic delivery of notice for certain municipal zoning changes.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation reduces costs to municipalities and zoning commissions by allowing them to deliver electronic notices of public hearings regarding any proposed adoption or change to a zoning regulation or boundary. This is voluntary for both the municipality and for the property owner. The municipalities must create an online portal on their official website where recipients may elect to receive this notice electronically and manage their preferences for receiving this notice either by text or email, and we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Chairman Bonin for this bill. It really is a great cost-saving measure for our cities and our municipalities. And I brought this amendment to him just to ensure that we don't miss anyone, that if we go electronic, that there is a sort of a return receipt, if you will, to acknowledge, or an acknowledgement from that resident that, yes, I did receive notice, and if that receipt isn't received by the municipality, then they will mail to them their notification. Move adoption. And it is acceptable to offer.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. Vote aye, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 4506. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 0 nays, HB 4506 is passed to engrossment. Backup members, there being HB 4506 is finally passed. Backup members, HB 4506 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out HB 1646 as a matter of postponed business. On second reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1646 by Lujan relating to the amount of an expenditure that may be paid by an emergency services district employee without board approval.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1646 amends the Health and Safety Code to raise the threshold for approval of funds expended by emergency service districts to $50,000. Under this bill, each local ESD governing body can adopt a threshold that fits their financial needs. This bill streamlines financial processes for our local ESDs. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1646. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 78 ayes and 41 nays, HB 1646 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HB 3892 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3892 by Bella Montgomery relating to county regulation of subdivision setbacks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3892 until 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out the chair lays out HB 2588 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2588 by Hull relating to cottage food production operations.
The chair recognizes. Oh.
Backup members, House Bill 2588 is not eligible until 5 p.m. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 144. The clerk will read the bill.
HJR number 144 by Morales of Maverick, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the creation of a regional mobility authority by local law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 144 until 2 p.m. Monday, May 10th, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 218. The clerk will read the bill.
HJR number
Resolution.
218 by Y. Davis of Dallas, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the use of money from the Texas Energy Fund for energy efficiency projects conducted to benefit retail electric customers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 218 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3185. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3185 by Metcalf, relating to investigations of certain cyber crimes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3185 gives Texas prosecutors a faster, more effective tool to investigate cyber crimes. I do have one amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
Trying to get it up. We have a barcode issue. It's just all coming down, isn't it?
Y'all got it.
Good? Okay. Amendment by Metcalf.
Mr. Metcalf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this clarifies information may be collected through a court order or warrant. I move adoption.
Mr. Metcalf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Curry voting aye. We've all voted. There being 113 ayes, 7 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage. We'll ring this bell.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3185. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. We've all voted. There being 103 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 3185 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3388. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3388 by Paul, relating to group property and casualty insurance policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I bring to you today a good bill to try to help deal with property and casualty insurance that's skyrocketing. I know every one of y'all probably have been called or in your own homes have seen property rates skyrise and go up. In my district, we've been having 50, 100% increases in taxes or in insurance costs, and we got to try to do what we can to help solve that. This bill will give us a tool in the toolbox to solve those situations. This will allow houses and organizations such as church, HOAs, maybe your neighbors on your street, to combine and create a group and be able to buy group insurance so that you can get a group rate and lower that insurance. I think this is great basic insurance changes that will be able to help all of us. They already do this in business and business insurance, so this is just making sure that we can do it on your homes. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3388. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all voted? There being 119 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 3388 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2761. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2761 by Johnson, relating to the prosecution of the offenses of trafficking of persons and continuous trafficking of persons.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, I know it's a long day, but I really need to tell you about this particular bill and why I'm here. You all, most of you know that I was your chief human trafficking prosecutor in Harris County for some time, and I'm going to tell you about one of the worst cases that I have seen. A father drugged and sold his 4-year-old daughter to a police officer. He was prosecuted. He effectively got 60 years in prison. His case was appealed, and at the Court of Appeals level, they made a determination that because the child was too young to consent, and basing that on the opinion in Ray BW, which is another case that I handled for the child, that because she couldn't consent and because the officer didn't actually physically assault her and she didn't perform the sex act she was sold to for money, that he couldn't be convicted of the crime. And I have to tell you, I truly believed that after the Court of Appeals, this case would go to the Court of Criminal Appeals, and I thought, well, they'll fix it. Well, they didn't. They have now said that because the child was too young to consent and didn't perform, that somehow as prosecutors, we need kids to be sexually assaulted to go after their perpetrators. That is flat out awful public policy and dangerous for kids. So while this bill can't do anything about that case and it can't reach back in time, it can guarantee from here on out that Texas law says that a child who is trafficked or a disabled individual, which Ms. T has done so much work on, that it is not a defense to a prosecution described by this subchapter that the trafficked child or disabled individual lacks the culpable mental state to engage in the act of prostitution or did not complete the act of prostitution. There is an amendment on this bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying this amendment on behalf of Representative Little. This simply states that we're adding this to Section 4305 Penal Code offenses as well. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Little sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted? There being 124 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to close on the bill.
One, I want to thank all of the joint authors on this bill. Ms. T, I want to thank Representative Mitch Little, who filed the amendment last night, and we were prepared to do this last night, but we didn't get there. I want to thank Chairman Cook, and I also want to thank Representative Linda Garcia for participating on it. This is a necessary thing that we get passed and handled before we get out of here this session. There are times, like Representative Wharton, you said to me the other day, something happened that made you feel like you knew why you were here right now. For me personally, it is this bill, and I appreciate your support on it to getting this fixed to truly protect kids from trafficking and exploitation. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2761. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 126 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2761 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3233 by Harris, relating to patient data maintained by pharmacy benefit managers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, this is a great insurance bill relating to patient data maintained by pharmacy benefit managers. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2333. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have Who've all voted? Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Who've all voted? There being 127 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3233 is passed to engrossment.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1186. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1186 by Craddock, relating to the entitlement of certain municipalities to receive tax revenue from certain establishments located near a hotel and convention center project.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1186 until 12 o'clock Sunday, May the 11th.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5506. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 842. Back up, members. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1534. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1534 by Compost, relating to procedures in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Ms. Compost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the 87th legislature passed legislation that instructs DFPS to notify individuals of their right to record interviews with the department investigators, their right to request an administrative review of department findings, and their full rights under the Texas Family Code. This bill requires the court to confirm that the individual was notified by DFPS of their rights. The court's involvement ensures all parties involved have a clear understanding of investigation duties and family rights. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Compost voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 1534 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out. Members, next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5506. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 842. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 842 by Schwartner, relating to immunity for ringside positions assigned to combative sport events.
Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 842 provides immunity from civil liability to ringside physicians who are assigned to combative sports events. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 842 is passed to third reading. Mr. Phelan moves to lay House Bill 5506 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5129. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5129 by Noble, relating to the security of certain personal identifying information submitted to or retained by a state agency.
Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Bell and I one time were brainstorming when I told him about a constituent who had had her cell phone number and her email address given out by one of our state agencies. She'd had to turn that in order to be licensed by our state. So this bill, known as the Texas Right to Privacy Act, will assure that all personal information, phone numbers, email addresses of Texans who hold Texas occupational license are protected by our state agencies and will not be given out to others. I do have two necessary perfecting amendments.
The following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Noble.
Ms. Noble.
Members, this amendment addresses some concerns from state agencies. Move adoption.
Ms. Noble sends an amendment. It's said to the author. A record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Noble.
Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, this amendment was brought to me by Chairman Capriglione and Chairman Hunter to make sure that this bill doesn't conflict with a previously passed legislation this session. Move adoption.
Ms. Noble sends an amendment. It's said to the author.
Yeah.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose? Nope.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, does the lady yield for a question?
Does the lady yield for question?
I do.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative Noble. So because the floor amendment system is pausing, delaying, and we can't actually see the amendment you just added. Can you please explain it in a little bit more detail? I'm sorry, the amendment we're about to add.
The amendment we're about to add, which adds on page 1, has the meaning assigned by section 72.001 Business and Commerce Code, and on page 2 it adds it strikes a state statute other than chapter 552. This is just to keep it from and substitutes another law of this state. This makes sure that we don't compete with another bill that we pass this session.
Legal language cleanup. Is that what you would call it?
That's exactly it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Move passage. Oh, wait, we move adoption because we're still working on that, right?
All right, Ms. Noble sends up an amendment. It's sent to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Noble on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Ring the bell. Have all members voted? 126 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 5129 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 5394 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5394 by Rose, relating to prohibiting child placing agencies from imposing certain requirements on relative and designated caregivers.
Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5394. Members, the Health and Human Services Commission and the Department of Family and Protective Services are currently developing licensing rules to make it easier for kinship caregivers to qualify for full foster care payments. And so this bill just ensures the new kinship rules are implemented as intended. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes and 8 nays. House Bill 5394 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3619. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3619 by Dean, relating to the rights and liabilities of the owner of the surface estate of the tract of land on which a well to be plugged or replugged by the Railroad Commission of Texas is located.
Mr. Dean.
Members, Mr. Speaker, we have a huge amount of orphan wells or wells that are being plugged. One of the big issues that we have is when an operator that has been contracted with the Railroad Commission goes on to private property in order to plug the well, the landowner has no immunity, whereas the state does. And basically, this bill just says that when that operator goes, as long as there's been no down power lines or anything that the landowner has done to cause a potential liability for the operator, then that landowner has immunity as well. In East Texas, I have little people with 2-3 acres, and they've got maybe 4 or 5 wells that are probably 50, 60 years old. Well, they've gotten no money from that. They had no mineral rights, but yet they have liability if a contractor comes onto their property and somebody gets a finger cut and it goes to trial. They have no immunity from liability like the Railroad Commission does, like the state does. So this basically corrects that. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 130 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3619 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 778. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1257. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1257 by Hughes, relating to required health benefit plan coverage for gender transition adverse effects and reversals.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, good afternoon. It's my honor to lay Senate Bill 1257 out for you. Members, I know that when we discuss issues like this, that emotions can sometimes run hot, and strong opinions and thoughts on both sides, and I just want you to have my commitment that I'm going to treat this conversation with the care and caution that I believe it deserves. This bill is very simple and straightforward, and so I'm going to keep my layout very short. I know there's going to be questions and a few amendments, but I just want to very briefly and succinctly and directly tell you what this bill does. Members, this bill seeks to ensure adequate health care coverage and assistance to individuals dealing with adverse effects of transitioning, or those individuals who have decided to detransition. Detransitioners is a growing group of growing population of not only Texans, but people all across the country who have at one point in their lives decided to undergo transition procedures, and who later in life, sometimes it can be a year later, 5 years later, sometimes 20 years later, can decide to detransition. And what this bill does is very directly say that if an insurance company provides coverage, which most do, provides coverage for transitioning services, that they also would be required under Texas law to provide coverage for detransition services. I said at the committee hearing, and I'm going to say it again here, the best way that I can describe this, and I'm not being flippant about it, but it truly is the illustration that I think best describes this, that if you take somebody to the dance and they want to go home, then you have to take them home. And that's what this bill does, is if an insurance company is paying thousands and thousands of dollars to pay for services for someone to transition, which they have the right to do, and Texas law allows that right. Certainly not for minors, we fixed that. But for adults, if an adult decides to go through a procedure or a treatment and an insurance company pays for it and covers it, fine. Fine. We might disagree about whether that's right or wrong, but that's beyond the scope of this bill. Insurance company wants to provide that coverage, fine. All this bill does is say that if you do that, insurance company, you also have to provide coverage if that person wants to come home from the dance and if at some point in the future they decide to detransition. The bill will require any health benefit plan that provides coverage for gender transition procedures and treatment to also provide the following. As I've mentioned, coverage for any adverse effects, including both short and long-term effects, reversals of any procedures where that is possible, any testing or screening necessary to monitor an enrollee's health, regardless of what sex or gender identity is listed on their health record, and finally, to provide coverage for any procedures, treatments, or therapies to manage, reconstruct, or recover from any previous procedures or treatments. In closing, members, I sincerely hope that you'll hear not only my voice and the words that I'm saying, but that you'll understand the heart of not only the bill author, but the heart of the supporters of this bill. The reason I'm asking you to support this bill is because at its core, this is compassionate. This is truly compassionate. This bill is meant to protect Texans, not to harm them. Texans who receive coverage for gender transition treatments should be given the same coverage to treat any effects resulting from those original transition treatments if they make the choice later in life to reverse them. We've heard some heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching testimony from individuals who at one point in their life wanted to transition and underwent all the procedures and the therapies and the treatments that you can imagine that we've read about, and then later in life want to go back. And they're left with hundreds, in some cases hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in expenses that they themselves cannot afford. And there is very little to no coverage for them. This bill seeks to prevent that and to cure it and to fix it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take questions.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Leach, and you know, I'm a member of the Insurance Committee, as you remember when you laid out your bill, and I made it very clear, right, that nobody wants to deny health coverage to anyone, right? I mean, this is not if there's a person who decides to detransition, whether it's by choice or whether it's because they really have no other option, right? Especially like it's more senior citizens who are trans that run into this issue. Of course, we want folks to be able to get, you know, health care, right? The issue that concerns me and that I brought up in committee is the fact that the potential of this bill to increase insurance costs, right? And the insurance committee, that, you know, the chairman there has made that this is one of our goals this session, right? Is Mr. Speaker, it's hard for me to even hear myself back here. Thank you.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
And so that's one of my primary concerns, is that it's going to have an impact on everybody else, right? Because now insurance companies are going to have to cover these other procedures that may or may have not been originally covered or paid for by an enrollee. In the committee sub that's currently before us, added language from your original bill that added language that said, even if an insurance company has ever offered gender affirming care, even if they don't presently, they have to now cover these procedures or what have you now, even if they don't offer it anymore. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, and if you want to refer to a specific provision of the bill, I'm happy to walk through it. But what you just said is, in so many words, correct.
So let me see, and I'm going to point to some language here. Can you explain to me this? It's on page 3, on line 26. That paragraph that says, "This chapter applies to coverage under a group health benefit plan provided to a resident of this state, regardless whether the group policy, agreement, or contract is delivered, issued for delivery, or renewed in this state." Can you explain? I mean, that's confusing to me. Can you explain exactly
Sure.
what that means?
Yeah, let me help try to make sense of it for you. So this, you're on page 3, line 26. This is section C. So basically, what this covers is a situation in which you can have someone move from another state into this state, but they're still covered under the same insurance company, or they're transferred from company to company or a different department in their company. This simply ensures that whether that person had an insurance contract that was entered into outside the state of Texas or not, that if their contract with the insurance carrier allows for transition coverage and provides for transition coverage, then they also have to provide for the detransition coverage as well. It's simply it doesn't really matter, I guess, where the location is.
So is that, do we do that in other areas of healthcare coverage in the state?
I'm not advised.
So this would be where somebody, like you said, let me just make sure I understand, because it's a little bit hard to hear. But so you're saying this is someone who received these services or procedures in another state, and now they've moved here to Texas, maybe because they want to take advantage of this if it becomes law. Then they're going to be allowed to come here and get this coverage with their insurance, and now their insurance company is going to be required to provide that?
Representative Gonzalez, I'm going to be really careful and committed to keeping
Sure.
our dialogue on the bill itself. I want to remind
That is the bill.
I want to remind you and the members who are listening that an insurance contract it's a private contract between an individual and an insurance carrier, often through an employer.
Mm-hmm.
And all we're saying is that if the insurance company says, you know what, we're going to provide coverage for a gender transition treatment, then they also have to, whether it's at that time or later or in that place or another place, they also have to provide coverage for detransition coverage. Now, if an insurance carrier says, we want out of this altogether, we're not going to provide coverage for transition or detransition, then this bill doesn't affect that. They can still do that.
I mean, well, the language in here says that they will forever, I mean, even if they've ever offered it, they're going to always they have to pay for these services. And even in the way that I read it is that even if the person wasn't enrolled under with that insurance, I mean, look, if a person, let's say I'm enrolled with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I decide to get some.
So, Representative Gonzalez, if I could stop you, I want to hear your question. I want to be careful not to name specific insurance carriers.
I'm sorry.
So let's just say Company A.
Company A. Let's say I have Company A, and Company A, I get, I don't know. I mean, I know there's that's another question I'll ask. But let's say I get, some kind of treatment of my transition treatment, and then, or let's say that my insurance did not cover it, and I paid for it out of pocket. Right? And then I get health insurance later, and I decide that I want to detransition, right? Or if maybe, let's say I had some kind of adverse effect, and now I have health insurance, and let's say that my health insurance covers gender affirming care, right? Is that insurance company going to have to pay for that, even though they didn't pay for me to get it in the first place? That concerns me if they do, because the way that I read it, they will.
I think that the language of the insurance contract matters in that case. What you've just described is a hypothetical. The key words of the hypothetical you just mentioned were you paid out of pocket. Okay, these are the words you just mentioned. You paid out of pocket, not you, but the example you used, out of pocket for a transition coverage. And then later are enrolled in an insurance plan where they provide detransition coverage. My argument as an attorney would be that, yes, they have to provide detransition coverage to you, but if you were insured at the time of, track with me here, if at the time of a transition procedure you had an insurance company that did not cover transition procedures and you decided to pay out of pocket, then at a later time, that same insurance company would not be required to cover detransition coverage. This is truly about, again, it's very, very simple. Insurance company A, if they provide gender transition treatment, they also have to provide detransition treatment. They cannot, again, take you to the dance and not be willing to take you home.
So that would be regardless of whether you change insurance companies from, at starting point to end point.
Yeah, I mean, people do that all the time, and those are, I don't have any specific examples right now, but there are many examples in which one insurance company might offer better coverage or coverage for something that another insurance company might not offer. And those are all private discussions that I believe that the government should largely stay out of. That's probably a separate conversation for another time. But if an insurance company decides that we think it's good for our insurance company to cover transition, then again, under the law, if this bill passes, they would also have to provide that detransition coverage.
Even if that insurance company doesn't offer the same services. So let's say, like you said, insurance one offers only this I don't know. I mean, this specific type of treatment or procedure, let's say, and then let's say this other insurance offers less, right? Or they have one that offered less, and they choose to get an insurance that maybe offers more. That insurance company, are they going to have to pay for the detransition care, even though they don't currently offer that same particular treatment or procedure, just because this person had that treatment or procedure under a different insurance? Does that make sense?
Not, to be honest, not really. I think there's a million hypotheticals that we could discuss about coverage A versus coverage B, moving insurance companies, getting better coverage. I mean, I believe in a free market where an individual should be able to shop more, and that insurance companies should be able to compete, and that we should have more options. And that's probably another conversation for another time, and I hope that in this body we can have it at some point. But that is beyond the scope of this bill in front of us now.
I just don't think that it's the responsibility of an insurance company to have to pay for services that don't even offer their current insurance at that point. Because now you're adding these mandates on these insurance companies to have to cover these services that maybe they don't even offer to their insureds at the moment.
It's pretty sad to hear. It was pretty sad to hear the heartbreaking, gut-wrenching stories of an individual. Of an individual where their insurance company says we're going to provide, in some cases, $500,000 of coverage for you to get all these gender transition treatments and in some cases surgeries and procedures that in most cases irreparably change the structure of their body and their chemistry. And then they come back a few years later and say, wait, I want to go back home. And insurance company says, tough. We're not paying for it.
And I don't believe we heard testimony to that effect.
We did. We absolutely did.
There was one young lady that was the only one that was from Texas who actually.
Well, it doesn't matter to me where they're
was
from.
already 22, right? And I don't believe that was even covered under insurance. They sued the doctor. That's another remedy. A person, if it's something that, let's say it's a botched surgery or something like that, I mean, you have the option of suing the person who did the treatment on you if you have an adverse effect.
I'm not trying to well, I'd like to, but with this bill in front of us, I'm not trying to change your heart and your mind on this, Representative Gonzalez. I'm going to stick to what the bill does. I believe that it's the right thing for us for the public policy of this state to be telling our insurance companies that if you're going to do this, you got to do this. I think that's okay for us to do in this instance. And if you disagree, I sincerely respect your right to disagree.
Again, like I said, I mean, this is not about. The issue is not about that these folks decided to detransition. I respect people's decisions.
Well, it really is
right?
because in
it's
many
not,
cases...
This is about insurance coverage. This is about the fact that this will increase insurance costs because this is creating mandates. And I thought that the goal in our insurance committee is to decrease those premiums because people already can't afford their bills already, Mr. Leach. And so that's what I'm trying to get to. And
Sure.
If you think otherwise, then, I mean, I'm talking about insurance coverage here.
That's exactly
And I
right.
want these folks to be able to get the care that they need. I'm not saying that I don't, but it shouldn't be on the backs of everybody else.
It's not. I think that's probably a misleading misstatement. But I'm not going to argue with you.
Look,
I'm not. I trust that your heart is in the right place on this, and we just simply disagree. I think that you said that the care should be available to them, but if it costs a few $100,000 for them to have a detransition procedure or treatment or therapy, and they cannot afford it, then I'm sorry, but they can't. That is not a possibility for them.
I mean, because look, right here I'm looking at the bill analysis. It says, this bill requires the health benefit plan to also provide such coverage to any enrollee who has undergone a gender transition procedure or treatment, regardless of whether the enrollee was enrolled in the plan at the time of the procedure or treatment. I mean, look, I think it's fair that if a person receives any kind of coverage or treatment while they're insured with Insurance A, and they have an adverse effect, that insurance company should cover that. But if the person was not an enrollee under their plan, why should this other insurance have to pay for care that wasn't even provided while they were insured with them?
That happens all the time, as you know, as a member of the insurance company. That happens for any number of procedures and treatments.
Okay, so then why not extend it to other procedures then? Why just this?
I think I saw you, I could be wrong whether it was today or yesterday, but I think I saw you vote for an insurance mandate earlier today or yesterday, which you have every right to do. There's some insurance mandates I vote for, there's many that I vote against. I believe that in this case, an insurance mandate for these type procedures is good and right and prudent and necessary for this growing population of Texans.
Mm-hmm. So you don't believe that this will increase insurance costs by adding these mandates when these insurance companies do what? Okay, sorry, scratch that. Do you know what kind of gender transition care is currently is provided under insurance? Do you know what type of care that is considered gender transition care is currently provided under insurance plans?
I know, yes, I do. I'm not sure I could speak to them with the level of sophistication and experience that someone like Dr. Oliverson or Dr. Bonin or Representative Howard could speak to them. But yes, I'm generally aware of what goes into transition treatments and what that includes.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Motion to extend time, please.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
So generally, what would that be? I mean, what would that be? I mean, because I'm not too familiar with, what that is under an insurance plan.
Sure. So it can, in some cases, include hormone therapies. It can include medical interventions. It can include surgeries, which I don't think we need to go into detail about what that means, but there's children in the chamber, and I want to
My understanding
respect
is
that. But look, I think we all know what is included in gender transition treatments and surgeries, and
because my understanding is that those types of like surgeries that you speak of, folks have to pay out of pocket because they're considered a cosmetic, unless it's tied to something medically related.
That is not
unless they
accurate.
find that you're having some kind of other pain and they have to, but it's not based on being somebody who is transitioning or somebody who's transgender. It's based on a medical condition.
so with all due respect, that is not accurate. There are
Okay.
two major insurance companies in this state, one of whom just in September of 2024 set forward a medical policy entitled Gender Assignment Surgery and Gender Reassignment Surgery with related services. Another insurance company just this past year in January of 2025, a few months ago, issued a new policy called Gender Dysphoria Treatment. There's many examples of insurance companies that are, in fact, most of them are. This is under guidance directly from the Affordable Care Act, where most insurance companies here in Texas and across the country are providing gender transition treatment coverage.
Thank you. I'm going to let some of my other colleagues ask questions. Thank you.
Mr.
Call here
Speaker,
for what purpose?
will the chairman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Chair Leach, I appreciate the analogies that you gave because you said in terms of coverage, it is contract specific, and if you came to the dance, they got to take you home. So just want to provide clarification. If the insurance company A provided coverage for John Doe for transitioning, are they required to provide detransitioning services or care for John Doe if that is what they decide? I want to make sure, I'm trying to figure out if is it person specific or is it procedure specific?
Yeah, the answer is unequivocally yes. What you just described is the purpose and the heart of the bill, if I understood you correctly.
Yes, okay. So then that's why you're trying to say that it's a limited provision, your bill is limited, because if that person did transition, and I'm not trying to help you with your bill because I oppose your bill, but I just want to provide clarity for our intent, for your intent. So if the person did get transitioning care and they decide not to, they want to detransition, that same insurance company must cover that care.
You're saying that if insurance company A provides John Doe gender transition coverage and John Doe later decides to detransition, is your question, does insurance company A have to cover the detransition coverage?
Yes.
That's what the bill does.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so that's our foundation.
Well, that's all the bill does.
Okay, so if John Doe changes to company B and then decides to detransition, but company A is the one who provided the care, does company B have to cover that detransitioning care?
Does company B cover transition care?
They do, but they didn't cover John Doe's.
So then, yes, they do.
Okay, all right, so then it is care specific then, not person specific.
Well, let me put it this way. If an insurance company does not want to cover detransition coverage, then they should not and cannot, under this law, provide coverage for gender transition treatment. Does that make?
Okay, so you're saying.
So if company A does not, or company B, whatever the company is, does not want to, for whatever reason, business reasons, not cover detransition treatment, then they cannot cover transition treatment.
Okay.
And they're fine.
And so would it apply for existing, those who did have coverage and they transition now, before the effective date of this bill? Would they be required to provide detransitioning care before, even though?
So at a point in time, an insurance contract is just that. It is a contract. If they, at any point in time, whether it's now or when the contract was entered into, provide gender transition coverage, when this law goes into effect, they also have to provide detransition coverage.
Okay, so
in other words, they cannot deny someone who wants to undergo a detransition treatment or procedure, they cannot deny coverage of that which they currently under Texas law can, and they do regularly.
Okay, so if they did provide it, like, say for instance, they provided that care, so then if your bill says that they have to provide detransitioning care, does that require insurance carriers to have an adequate network of providers to provide that care?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, and then in terms of someone who did transition in Texas and the insurance company covered it, say they move out of state with the same insurance company, is that insurance company required to cover the detransitioning care in that other state?
Yes.
All right. So if the person has, since we've been here, you and I came in together, and if the person, we've had 2 different insurance companies since we've been here. If you change insurance companies,
Go ahead.
okay, sorry, that's okay. If you change insurance companies, if the second insurance company has that as a coverage, you're saying that they would have to provide that care to you, even though they didn't provide it to you before?
Correct.
Okay.
It's similar to existing precondition coverage.
Now,
pre-existing condition coverage.
Now, there's certain carriers that are in different states, and they have different contracts for different states, but they're the same, big umbrella company. I know you don't want us to say names, but if you have an insurance coverage, and the person is currently out of state, and now that company, that same insurance company in Texas, is going to start covering transitioning and detransitioning care. But I live in another state, and I have insurance under that same brand in that other state, and I move to Texas, or I come to Texas because I want to get that procedure. Would that be covered?
No, so if there's an umbrella insurance company that's operating in more than one state, which most of them do, they're operating in all 50 states, they're abiding by the laws and the statutes and the regulations, and in some cases mandate coverage for conditions that other states might not. So if you live in Colorado and you are working for an employer in Colorado and you have an insurance coverage contract in Colorado and their mandates are different than we have in Texas, then we can't and we shouldn't try to change or enforce this law under Colorado statute. This would simply apply to insurance contracts that are entered into here in the state of Texas. Now, my hope would be that other states would follow our suit after we pass this, but in your situation, no, that would not be applicable.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Council, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
May I also ask, Mr. Speaker, is there any way I can find out how much time we actually have left? Okay. Thank you, Chairman Leach. You and I have spent a lot of time talking about this issue. We've spent a lot of time over the last couple of sessions talking about it, and I want to quickly, because of a shortness on time, get through a couple of points. Gender-affirming care is a common thing that is done in society. For example, men that chew gum to help strengthen their jawline, that take low T enhancements and testosterone, that do Rogaine or anything like that. And that is something that we actually would consider gender-affirming care, correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
the
so-
answer. I'm going to take you at your word.
No, and that's the thing. Same thing. Viagra, it is gender-affirming care.
Yeah, look, I don't know if Mike Schofield decides to take Rogaine to grow his hair back, I don't know if I would say you're undergoing gender-affirming care.
It is gender-affirming care, and that's why I want to draw the distinction.
Okay.
What your bill says is that it's not for the purposes of transitioning. If Mike Schofield wants to change gender,
let's not use that's weird. Let's not use Mike
That's
Schofield.
fine.
I'm sorry for leading us there.
I was running with it. I mean,
Okay.
you started it.
You're right. I did,
Let's
and
go.
you're right. I took us to the
okay.
dance. Let me take us back home.
All right. So,
The gentleman's time has expired.
may I ask for an extension of time?
It is the second extension. Any objections? There is objection. Quasi-unanimous consent. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
Chair has Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just an amendment to clean up a little bit of the language in the bill, replacing the word sequela, which is a more medical term related to the after effects of a disease or a condition versus just using the broad terms of all services. So thank you so much to members in the chamber who helped get this language together, and I hope that is acceptable by the author.
Mr. Leach, in opposition?
Yeah, with all due respect to my my friend Mr. Jones from Dallas, I have not had time to review this and discuss this with experts and stakeholders. Remember, I'd ask that you stick with me. We've got a good bill that we've worked really hard on for now a few years, and I'd like to get it to the governor's desk within the next few days, and I'd ask you to oppose this amendment with me.
Mr. Jones. Oh. Mr. Jones sends up an amendment. Record vote. Clerk. Oh.
Does he get?
Mr. Jones, do you want to close? Mr. Jones to close. Mr. Roof, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Roof, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Jones, I heard that Mr. Leach is not familiar with this, does not fully understand what it does. Can you explain what your amendment does?
Absolutely. So if you go to page 4 on the bill, and it talks about required services, starting on line 10, it talks about all possible adverse consequences related to the enrollee's gender transition procedure or treatment, including any short or long-term side effects of the procedure or treatment. A lot of that language sounds very repetitive. And so what I wanted to do and have reached out to members on the floor, both from the insurance industry as well as from the medical industry, to help with language, just to clean this bill up just a little bit. I think that most of the people who are unfortunately having to speak against this bill are speaking against it because it is very broad. And so what I wanted to do was to be able to offer an amendment that would just help clean this language up just a bit.
It would narrow it down.
Yes, and narrow it down. And so this language did exactly that, so to keep the intent of the bill, but just to clean it up a little bit more for understanding and interpretation.
Absolutely. And I understand that Mr. Leach had not seen this amendment before, but we don't see a lot of amendments before they come to the floor, correct?
We don't. I hope that this is simple enough that the author can see the benefit of it, as well as talk to his advisors
Does
about
this
that.
amendment gut the bill or significantly change the bill, or does it just clarify?
I think the term that we use in this body is perfecting amendment. It is
Yeah.
a perfecting amendment, sir.
So this provides more legal certainty based on taking ambiguous language and cleaning it up and making it more certain.
That's correct. Isn't that what we want to do with all our legislation?
And so it's not expand anything, it's actually narrow things down, which is what good legislation is supposed to do.
Absolutely.
Thank
That's
you.
exactly what we're doing. I move passage.
Sends up an amendment. Mr. Leach is in opposition. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Collier voting aye, Mr. Leach voting nay, Mr. Alverson voting nay, Ms. Fairley voting nay, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye,
Garcia Bear.
Mr. Hunter voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 45 ayes and 81 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment does, it would amend section 1373.002, subsection C, to only include care provided in Texas. So right now, the concern is that people would move here and try to attempt to get care detransitioning care because we are mandating it under this bill. And if that's the case, then you could, I mean, we do have a lot of people moving to Texas, but not for this reason. And so if the person moves to Texas and that insurance carrier that they have does provide this coverage, then they would be required to cover them for the detransitioning care, and that could increase costs. And of course, we know how that works. It would be spread across the board, and we all would be required to cover that. So the concern is, since we did find out and confirm that insurance companies would have to cover detransitioning care regardless if they paid for the transitioning care. If they offer transitioning care, they would be required to cover detransitioning care. And so if somebody moves here, or if somebody goes out of state and they have that coverage, then the state of Texas, these covered insurance carriers are going to be required to cover it. And that's going to increase premiums for all of us. And again, the adequate network, concerned about finding providers in other states. If somebody moves to a state that is, say, for instance, Wyoming, where it may be more rural, but that insurance company here would be required to cover detransitioning care for that person because they're out of state. Maybe they're traveling, and if they want the care there, then the insurance company would be required to cover it there. So this bill would say, or this amendment rather, just says that the insurance carrier only has to cover care in Texas, which is where this mandate is coming from. And with that,
Mr. Speaker,
does the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Generally yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Collier, thank you so much for mentioning this. As we know, over the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of Texans that have had to travel out of state for health care and move and whatnot to make sure that their coverage is being handled. What kind of an impact do you think that this is going to have on Texans' insurance premiums?
Well, that's a very great question, and it's very concerning for all of us. We've seen this happen for those who live in coastal areas where they have flooding, when there's a hurricane. And as all Texans, we're expected to share in the expense and help cover the high cost of providing that coverage. Even the state of Texas does that with the windstorm coverage. So in this particular case, for this bill, if they have detransitioning care that is going to have to be provided, insurance companies are going to have to scramble to find providers, negotiate contracts, which may not be negotiable because they may be very high cost, and then also they'll have to find providers out of state. If they are required, if the person's traveling and they decide that they want to stay a couple of weeks and months in Wyoming or another state, that insurance company is going to be required to cover that cost because the mandate says they have to provide detransitioning care. And, what detransitioning care means is up to interpretation. So it could be as little as, I heard the comment about hair loss or hair treatment, or it could be a full surgical procedure. And these insurance companies are going to be, and I'm not here trying to defend these insurance companies, but what I'm saying is it's going to be expensive, and this cost is going to be something that we're all going to be required to pick up.
Thank you, Representative. This is a good amendment. Thank you.
And thank you. And members, I want you to know, I did speak with Chair Leach about my amendment before, and I know he's going to oppose it, but I do appreciate him actually listening because he heard me out. And I do appreciate that. And that was important that he heard me out on my concerns about this bill. And I appreciate his thoughtful consideration because I truly do believe he gave it thoughtful consideration. But nevertheless, I still would like to present this amendment, and I ask that you vote in favor. So I move adoption.
Mr. Leach, in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great respect for my friend and classmate, Representative Collier, but I'm going to have to oppose this amendment. As I said, I want to try to really stay laser focused on what this bill does and not complicate it, because it truly is very, very simple. And this bill does complicate it in a way that's not necessary, and frankly, I think, again, with all due respect, not relevant to the bill. And so I'm going to ask that you stick with me and oppose the amendment.
Ms. Collier in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman. I do believe it is relevant because these are costs and services that are mandated to be covered under this bill. And so one way that we can reduce costs and save taxpayers money is by limiting the location of services to Texas. And with that, I move adoption.
Ms. Collier sends an amendment. Mr. Leach is in opposition. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting nay, Ms. Collier voting aye, Mr. Alverson voting nay, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 45 ayes and 79 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
Chair guys, Ms. Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So, just like earlier today, my intent here is to expand Representative Leach's bill. If you were listening to the exchange between Representative Collier and Representative Leach, this bill is limited to insurance companies that pay for transitioning services. So they would only have to pay for the detransitioning services or procedures if they had paid for transitioning procedures. And this amendment expands it to all insurance companies. If detransitioning is medically indicated and a good idea, then all insurance companies should be required to do it.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield?
Does generally yield for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hinojosa, thank you for explaining your amendment, but could you just tell us why your amendment is important?
Yes. So Representative Leach's bill requires insurance companies to cover detransitioning care, but only for those insurance companies that provide transitioning care. And so what this amendment does is say, no, it should be all insurance companies. If it is medically indicated, then why not require all insurance companies to do it? Otherwise, it feels like a punishment, and it limits care that is medically necessary if it is indeed medically necessary. Right. And so the point of this amendment is to say we're not going to discriminate amongst different insurance companies. If this is a good idea, then it's a good idea for everybody.
Thank you for sharing that. And so how does the current text of the bill give insurance providers a choice?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
I say, how does the current text of the bill give insurance providers a choice?
Well, I don't, my reading of it is that they don't have a choice. In the earlier conversation between Representative Collier and Representative Leach, my understanding of this bill is if a covered person by the insurance company transitions, then the insurance company that transitioned them, no, I'm sorry, scratch that. If they have paid for transition care, then they have to pay for detransition care. It's not specific to the person, it's specific to the procedure, was my understanding of that exchange. But regardless, insurance companies, when we in this body, my understanding is when we pass insurance mandates, we do it for everybody. We don't discriminate against certain insurance companies. And so by the same token, I think for this bill, if we're going to require it for some, we should require it for all if that's what is medically indicated or necessary.
Thank you, and I appreciate you sharing that information. It will be so wonderful. I know everyone have their decisions already made, but it would be great if people would actually listen to the debate and try to learn a little bit more. And they, we may be saying something they may want to change their mind if they would not just be based on their scorecards. But thank you for explaining it to me.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure, Representative Rose. I move adoption.
Mr. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for a
Shield
question?
for questions?
I do.
Yes.
Your amendment includes all insurance plans, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So, according to the author of the bill, it's your understanding there are individuals who are expressing that they want to detransition, and that's the purpose. And this includes anybody who was part of that process and has any insurance coverage.
Well, so my understanding of the exchange between the chairman and Representative Collier is it's not specific to the person, it's specific to the procedure. So it's not, if patient A transitioned, and I'm going to get that wrong. Anyway, it is right. It's not about detransitioning the person you transitioned. It's about if you provide the service, then you should provide the detransitioning service.
Okay, so that's what this amendment does.
Correct.
And so essentially it opens it up so that anybody who yesterday or tomorrow or whatever decides, it allows people to explore that if they want to, because apparently, according to the author, this is something that people want to do. It really opens the door, and this is a great opportunity for anybody who's thinking, I want to transition, and in a few years, if they change their mind, this will allow them to have that exploration so that it'll be open to anybody who decides that they want to participate in the transitioning and detransitioning. It'll require all insurance companies to really pay for that, those people. There may be individuals who want to explore that, and this allows the opportunity for individuals, opening it up to anybody who decides, you know what, I want to explore this, and then in a few years.
Right, correct. And the thing about insurance coverage is oftentimes people are put on different plans, and it's not our choice, right? Depending on your employer, if you have a new employer, or if your employer negotiates a better deal with a different insurance company, you don't have a lot of say in who your insurance provider is. And so why should some have access to that care and paid for by insurance companies and others not?
Right, and not that it is happening, but this now allows it to happen where somebody can wake up and say in a few years, I want to try this now, but in a few years under Representative Leach's bill, I can always change my mind, and because of his bill, it'll allow me to get the coverage I need to change my mind at any time that I want. And so although we're doing it right now, it's medically necessary. Under his bill, it may not be medically necessary, but it'll allow that coverage for anybody to make that transition if they just want to explore that without it being necessarily medically necessary. So thank you so much. I appreciate your amendment.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker,
Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Shield for questions?
I do.
Shields for questions.
So I appreciate this amendment because now it would allow all insurance companies to provide the care. Is one of your concerns similar to mine that now no insurance carrier will provide transitioning care coverage?
Right. This could have the effect of this bill, as it's currently written, if it's not expanded, could also have the effect of limiting access to transitioning care that is medically necessary, because insurance providers may then not want to be have that extra
Obligation.
liability, right? And so this just is a blanket. Everybody, if it's good for some, it's good for all. Everybody provides the detransitioning care.
And it's just
or the detransitioning coverage.
and just making it equal for everybody, because this body does provide mandates of coverage across the board for all insurance carriers in certain circumstances, right?
That's correct.
So we've done this before. So what you're asking the bill author to do is nothing new. We've done this on other areas, in other areas.
Right. I believe this is the standard approach to mandates for insurance companies.
Exactly. And so the person who is seeking to have coverage, when they have transitioning care, it's not something someone wakes up. They've gone through years, hours, countless hours of care and a thought process when they undergo that procedure. And so finding the correct provider that's capable of handling that type of procedure, it takes a lot of work, right?
I think so. Now, these are such personal decisions. You know, I don't know people's circumstances, who's transitioned, what procedures, what they've gone through, right? But if you're making these big kinds of changes with your body, with your life, then I would think these aren't overnight decisions. And if it's medically necessary, then it should be covered either way.
Right. And the other issue deals with the network adequacy. So if the provider, so if the insurance carrier says that, no, we're going to say that we cover this provider who you may not have some type of relationship with, then that can be concerning for the person.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption. Mr. Leach in opposition.
I oppose this amendment and ask that you do so as well.
Ms. Hinojosa to close.
If it's medically necessary, then it should be required for all insurance companies to cover. We shouldn't discriminate amongst insurance companies. They should all have the same requirements.
Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. Mr. Leach is in opposition. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Alverson voting nay. Voting nay. Dr. Alverson voting nay, Ms. Fairley voting nay. Okay. Have all members voted? There being 43 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Charlie. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment. Ms. Howard.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment further clarifies some of what we've been talking about in terms of narrowing the application of the bill. It ensures that coverage obligations for reversal or follow-up care only apply if the original gender transition procedure took place in Texas, keeping the scope strictly local. What this would do is prevent insurers from being required to cover consequences of procedures that are conducted entirely out of our state, which may have followed very different medical or regulatory standards. Without this amendment, the bill could open the door to retroactive claims from individuals who received care elsewhere and who may have only recently moved to Texas, creating long-term cost and enforcement uncertainties. This amendment helps avoid unintended consequences by tying insurer responsibility to procedures they had jurisdiction over, rather than creating broad, undefined liability. In the context of a bill that raises many concerns, this amendment adds a key check, which is limiting the burden on the Texas systems and focusing the policy where our law actually has reach. Move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Would you yield, Ms. Howard?
Of course.
She will.
And
Go
can we
ahead,
get a little
please.
bit of order? It's hard for me to hear Ms. Howard while she's up there.
Members, would you please take your conversations outside the rail?
Thank you. So I know it was a little bit hard to hear you from back here, but how do you think how does this affect people who have had procedures out of state and now live in Texas?
Well, my understanding here, and I'm not an insurance person, but my understanding here is that you could have a transition procedure in another state and determine that you wanted to detransition, come to Texas and have that detransition procedure done here, even if you didn't have your original procedure in Texas, and our insurance companies would then have to bear the cost of that and may have a totally different regulatory scheme, totally different medical intervention procedures. I mean, the scope could be totally different.
And so do you think that if without this amendment added onto this bill, it could impose coverage obligations for out-of-state procedures, right? Raising enforcement questions and exposing Texas insurers to uncertain liabilities. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. And, I find it interesting, too, this whole concept of mandating. I know we have talked about that many times in this legislative body with a lot of other health-related issues. And, in fact, we've already passed legislation out of the House this session trying to study the impact on the costs of having mandates. And this is just one more mandate we're looking at that could have huge implications, especially if it's from people coming from out of state who didn't even have the procedure done here.
And again, and I know you mentioned that you're not like a whiz at insurance, but do you know of any situation where health insurance coverage would do that?
I do not, but again, I have to say that this is not an area that I know in depth, so I would have to say I'm not advised.
And do you think that because it allows this under the current form of the bill, do you think that would cause insurance premiums to rise or to go up?
Absolutely. And again, we spend a lot of time in this body talking about ways to curb increases in cost, to curb the cost of premiums, which are really impacting the day-to-day lives of Texans. So absolutely it would.
I mean, insurance is already pretty expensive.
Absolutely.
For folks. And I believe that Texas is one of the least insured states in
Absolutely, that's a fact. We have the lowest rate of coverage here in our state, the lowest rate and the lowest number. So we already have huge challenges with providing health care to Texans.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your amendment.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Dean, in opposition.
Members, just, listening to the debate, I've heard the term mandate brought up several times. This is not a mandate. This is the insurance company making their own decisions. And, you know, my good friend Jessica, I know her passion in Gonzales and working on these situations, on this issue. But I just want to make sure we understand, we're not talking about mandates here. Mandates are when the state puts in place something like doctors and et cetera that patient care people have to follow. This is basically just saying that the insurance company, if you take on that risk to begin with, when someone goes through transition, then you have to cover them if they decide to, you know, detransition.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gonzalez, for what
I just want to
purpose?
finish. I want to be
course.
clear
Mr. Dean,
because
would you yield?
not at this time.
Not at this time, man.
Because mandates are a big part of our insurance committee, and we've been very vigilant on watching that. But however, I personally don't think this is in light of the type mandates that we've been working against, like 138 that Representative Howard brought up just a few minutes ago. And we'll have another one coming soon. But I don't particularly look at this as in the same light of mandates that we've been working on as a committee. Happy to answer your question.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
And a representative, does the gentleman
It's
yield?
me.
Would you yield?
Sorry, I was just like,
Mr. Dean will yield, Ms. Gonzalez.
I hear you. I completely respect your leadership. I know you've been very clear as chairman of the committee to not put any mandates, but I think the difficulty here is that you are saying if you do this, the state is now mandating that you do this.
Okay, let me stop you. The insurance company doesn't have to take those policies to begin with. So there's no mandate by the state. The insurance company made a contract with their patient to cover these particular services. The state's not mandating to the insurance company that they have to do that.
But you are mandating they have to do something. You are mandating they have to do something. And so I understand you don't want to use the word mandate, but I think that this is tomato in the fact that if they're making an insurance company do something which then we know will have an impact on the larger insurance industry as a whole. And let me just go a step further. What Representative Howard is trying to do is make sure that the scope is limited to only in the state. So if you do something, let's say in California, the insurance company, where the same mandates didn't exist, we wouldn't be impacted.
Okay, tomato. Being from around New Orleans, I love a good Bloody Mary, so I love that analogy. But I respectfully disagree that your analogy is incorrect. The insurance company does not have to do this. So no one's mandating to them at all. It's up to them when they enter into a contract as a provider with a client or with a consumer. They decide what they're going to do and what they're not going to do.
But your argument would be stronger if we were to adopt Representative Howard's amendment, because she's saying that it has to be in the state. So again, if somebody from California gets has gender affirming care and then comes here, then we are mandating that even though you were somewhere else, now that because you live here, we are making you do something.
Okay, yes, ma'am, and what else?
I just want to make sure that we are being a little bit clear on the mandates, but I know there's people behind me who have some questions.
I just want to be clear on the mandate discussion. And I respectfully disagree with the analogy, and I think most of the members of our committee would as well, on the mandates and types of mandates that we're focused on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Christian, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for just a quick question?
Mr. Manuel, I did it again. Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman, I didn't even hear it. Would the gentleman yield for just a quick question, Mr. Dean?
I'll surely yield to Mr. Christian Manuel,
fellow,
or better known as Manuel, where you're from.
question I have with this is, okay, I get it's for transitioning. So going outside of the scope of this, if someone has a facelift, if someone gets hair transplant, if someone gets a BBL, a Brazilian butt lift, if someone gets vaginoplasty surgery, anything of that is cosmetic, if they get breast implants. So would they now be covered under this since because that is a transition.
Would that, excuse me, Christian, would they be covered under the bill that, okay.
If I want to go get a BBL tomorrow and I decide I don't want one after a year,
yes, sir.
am I now covered since I have transitioned one part of my body to another? That's what I'm trying to get.
Okay,
Because
if it's okay, I'm not advised. I'm talking about the
with the amendment and
but I
everything-
will definitely ask the bill author to cover that
my
part.
biggest question, because I've transitioned now from what I have to a BBL. And does that mean now that this is covered? Yeah, I know it sounds like a joke, but a BBL, a Brazilian butt lift, it is something that I have transitioned to. If I get breast implants and I want to get rid of them, is the insurance now required to cover that because I have transitioned?
Well, the way I read the legislation in that specific instance you just talked about, if the provider, the insurance company originally paid for that implant, in the implant something happens, the person that received the implant now says, hey, I've got a medical condition, I need to remove and detransition, that whoever the insurance company that provided the insurance for that has to provide the insurance for that detransition as well.
So they would have to pay for my detransition if I no longer wanted one of those surgeries?
No, I don't think that's correct. I think, again, if the insurance company paid for a breast implant, okay, and it goes bad or there's an issue with it, and you want to have surgery to correct that or detransition from that, they have to pay for that as well.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get clarification on. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. You're correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia against the amendment. In favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to follow my Acadian brother, Representative Dean, on the front mic. I know everybody perked up on the last line of questioning, but I want to sort of refocus us on what this amendment does. This amendment is very, very simple. It limits the bill coverage to apply only if the original procedure was performed in Texas. If you went and you had a procedure somewhere else, and then you come back and you detransition the procedure in Texas, Texas taxpayers and in the insurance pool should not be picking up the cost of that, because it will be absorbed and socialized among all Texans. Under this amendment, it's very simple. Those individuals would have a more narrow scope that reflects concerns about creating extraterritorial insurance obligations, member. If the body chooses to move forward with this legislation, it's really important from a business perspective to add clear jurisdictional limits. This is responsible. It does not fix every issue with the bill, but it does address this critical and central area of concern.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a
Would
question?
you yield, Mr. Anchia?
I do.
He would.
Representative Anchia, without this amendment, would this potentially force insurers to cover procedures that they didn't even approve in the beginning to begin with?
Yes, regrettably, an insurer would be forced to provide this coverage in Texas, even if the original procedure occurred out of state and they had no visibility into the risks associated with the procedure, the occurrence of the procedure, scale of the procedure. So it might have legal and financial implications that the legislature has not fully considered.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you, members. I hope you support Representative Donna, not Charlie Howard, amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with all due respect to Representative
Mr.
Donna
Speaker?
Howard.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
Will you yield, Mr. Leach?
Representative
will.
Leach, just out of curiosity, we've heard testimony that if we don't accept this amendment, then we would be forcing insurers to cover procedures that they didn't authorize in the first place. Can you kind of explain a little bit why this amendment wouldn't be acceptable?
Yeah, I think, with all due respect, Representative, I think that's being intentionally used to confuse folks as to what this bill does. This bill is not forcing any insurance coverage, any insurance company to cover detransition treatments unless they cover transition treatments. If they want to get out of the business altogether, they can do that under this bill. They're not forced to provide any of these services. We respect the free market, and they still have the right, even when this bill passes into law, to do that.
Would you recognize that these safeguards and the rails that are being put around this piece of the legislation would be important, critical, perhaps?
We have spent a lot of time, many months, if not years, crafting this piece of legislation. It is where it is. The Senate bill is over and in front of this body now because of the work of a lot of really smart, caring people all across this country who've worked with the detransition community to provide answers to some of the challenges that they're facing. And so I'm confident that the bill as drafted takes care of some of the concerns, most of, if not all of the concerns that have been addressed today. And I'm very confident that this piece of legislation checks all the boxes that we wanted to in terms of protecting the rights of insurance companies to cover what they want, but also protecting the needs of detransitioners who right now do not have coverage for necessary treatments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Gentleman, yield.
Would you yield, Mr. Leach?
Yes.
He will. Thank you.
I heard you say just now, and I've heard you say it a couple times, so you said, well, if they want to get out of this business of offering this coverage, and they can't. You're, okay, fair. But in the committee, in the committee sub, now it added language that said, even if you've ever offered gender-affirming care. So really, so you're saying that you can get out of it, but then by getting out of it, you're still going to be liable to cover procedures, even, let's say not very many folks use that coverage under this particular insurance. Now they're going to have to cover it for other folks that were potentially covered under a different insurance. Like that just isn't, that doesn't
Yeah,
really
in
jive with
a
what you're
roundabout
saying.
way, Representative Gonzalez, you are making my point for me. I would ask those who are opposed to this bill in its current form why you don't believe that detransitioners should be provided coverage for their treatments that they deem medically necessary. If an insurance company says we are going to cover your transition treatment, why would we say that, well, you could do that, but you don't have to provide coverage for any adverse effects of that treatment? In what world are my colleagues in the House considering that to be fair and reasonable for these patients, this growing population of Texans who need this coverage and cannot afford it?
I just don't, look,
And some of whom are in the gallery here today,
No,
who right now cannot afford to go back home from the dance on their own. And that's what this bill is meant to do.
well, look, my point here
If you want to tell them, if you want to vote and tell them that they have to come out of pocket $300,000 to go back home from the dance.
And that's not what I've said from the very beginning, that I am not saying that these folks do not deserve to have
How
this
do they
coverage.
afford it?
But why should the insurance company bear the burden?
Because the insurance company took them to the dance.
So
You want to
even
leave them at the
even
dance,
if
fine.
Even if that company didn't, even if that insurance company don't even do these procedures or offer these particular services, it
No,
changes
that's not
across
accurate.
from insurance to insurance. Coverage changes across across from insurance to insurance.
That's
You
a
can
misstatement
You
of
can
the-
get different packages like bronze, silver, or however they advertise them, right? One will offer more coverage than the other, and so how is that? I just don't know how you can justify that, Mr. Leach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Would the author answer a couple of questions?
Mr. Leach, would you yield?
Yeah.
So regarding some of the points you just made, you've talked a lot about insurance companies providing care if they have historically provided transition services to anyone.
Coverage.
Coverage, I apologize. And so wouldn't this be considered a pre-existing condition, or how does it align as a pre-existing condition now? Because it feels like that's what it's giving.
Yeah, so Representative Jones, I have asked that question. I've been wrestling with that. I don't want to call this a condition. I think that's unfair to label someone who's undergone gender treatment or surgery a condition. But your point is well taken in that, yes, if someone does have, I know there's a lot of folks in this room who care about coverage for pre-existing conditions, and that is, yes, legally speaking and contractually speaking, essentially what this bill will do.
So when we look at most people's insurance, and I didn't go be smart and look up the statistics, but it's pretty high, the number of people who access care from their employer. And if a person does not have access to whatever the one or two providers are that's going to be applicable under this, how do they get that care? How do they align with this? It feels like if we're going to put this on one, we should put this on any health provider. If someone needs that service, that they can come in and get these needed transition services. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that's just beyond the scope of this bill, Representative Jones. I'm happy and eager to engage in a conversation about how we make insurance more competitive and affordable, and access to care better, and care in and of itself more quality. I would love to have that conversation, but that's beyond the scope of this bill in front of us now.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, I'd ask that you oppose this amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I am trying to understand this myself. It is, I think, a bit confusing and complicated, but absolutely I agree that if someone has made the choice to transition and they then want to make the choice to detransition, they should be able to do that. That's not what I think this is about. What this is about is who's going to be paying for this. These are choices that are being made. And what we're doing here is trying to limit the scope, keep the costs from increasing. If a person decides to, if an insurance company decides to provide transition coverage, then my understanding from what I think this legislation is saying is that it's mandating that they must cover detransition services. That's my understanding, unless I get told otherwise. And so if you have someone who has gotten coverage in another state, or whether or not they have gotten coverage or not in another state, to have transition procedures done, and then they come to Texas and they acquire an insurance plan that does also provide for transition procedures, then they would then be able to get the detransition coverage in our state, regardless of what the arrangement had been in the other state, regardless of anything that had happened in the other state. We would be forced in Texas, the insurance companies in Texas would be forced to cover that. That is a mandate, having them do that. So this is just trying to have some kind of limitation on that scope, with the ultimate goal being to protect rising costs of premiums here in our state, and I move adoption.
The vote occurs on the Howard Amendment. Vote yes if you're in favor of the amendment. Vote no. A record vote has been requested. A record vote has been granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Lozano voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 46 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
Mr. Wu, I'd already called up the amendment. And now, Ms. Gonzalez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. This amendment seeks to ensure that insurance providers cannot use this bill to cut off essential and life-saving mental health care for transgender Texans, or any Texan rather. But so that was one of the concerns, and I did speak to the author prior to doing the committee sub, that this was a concern that because the definition of gender affirming, I don't have the bill right in front of me, includes counseling and therapy, that ultimately this could be, any trans person could potentially be denied just mental health care just because they're simply trans, not necessarily because they're detransitioning. And so, you know, I did speak with the author to even just consider striking this language, or just making sure that this bill does not intend to deny folks from these services because they're very important for all Texans actually who need it. So I was hoping that he would take this amendment. He did not, and so I hope that you will vote for this amendment.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield?
Ms.
for
Gonzalez,
two
would you
questions?
yield?
I do.
You will, Mr. Manuel.
Thank you so much. I want to clarify, this amendment is basically kind of like saying, if my understanding is correct, that if you have basically almost treating it like a pre-existing condition, or am I technically wrong with that?
Well, I mean, this amendment, it just ensures that no health care benefit plan strips anyone away from their mental health coverage because of how this bill is written, because of the definition that it includes counseling and therapy.
Okay, and so does it stop anyone from detransitioning at all?
No, it does not. It does not affect that at all.
And the reason I asked it is because I don't know if you know that I have a transgender aunt who I was raised with. And so the procedures that people are saying happen overnight don't happen overnight. They happen over a period of years and years and years of therapy, family planning, making sure you're going to the doctor. You have to let them know that if you have children, that you've spoken with them. And my aunt transitioned in the late 80s, early 90s. And so I just wanted to make sure of that if someone did want to do it, because I know we often talk about people who need to detransition and wondering about that. Why is mental health coverage so important to make sure that this is something that we're saving for people who are in this situation under your amendment?
Sure. Look, I mean, one of the concerns when this bill came before in the insurance committee was that by having these additional, I guess, mandates, and I know that some folks disagree on using that terminology, but to me it's a mandate, that moving forward, that an insurance company is not going to want to, or not going to be open to offering gender affirming care, or they're going to eliminate it altogether, right? Because of that potential liability of them offering them right now. That could include, mental health care for a person. And so if it's a trans person who is not detransitioning, right, just because they are trans,
right,
they could be denied these services because of the way that it's, because of the definition that it includes that terminology in there. And so I just, offered this amendment just to simply say, hey, this is not meant to do that, and it will not affect those services that are currently being offered to a person.
So this is just making sure that we're making sure everyone is getting mental health, whether they want to transition or detransition.
Exactly. It says whether that enrollee has ever gone a gender transition care or not, right? I mean, it just makes sure that people are not cut off from that treatment just because they're trans. Thank you. I move passage. I move adoption.
Mr. Leach against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has been written with great care and compassion. This amendment is not necessary, and I oppose it.
Ms. Gonzalez to close on the amendment.
Members, I think I explained my concern, pretty clearly, and I don't see why the author would not want to accept this amendment that just says that it will not affect anybody's coverage for mental health care or counseling, and so I hope that you consider
The
voting for
question
this
occurs
amendment.
on the amendment. Vote aye if you're in favor of the amendment. Vote nay if you are opposed. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 45 ayes, 83 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 778, SB 1257, under Rule 8, Section 1A of House Rules on the grounds, Rule 8, Section 1A, on the ground that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Bring your point of order forward, please, ma'am. And I have to do that. The point of order has been withdrawn. Please excuse Mr. Anchia because of important business in the district on a motion of Mr. Turner. Are there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment seeks to limit the bill only to medical treatment for gender dysphoria. Last session, the author introduced a similar bill that was limited to medical care and did not adversely impact mental health care in any kind of way. As currently written, however, this bill would force any insurance provider that covers gender-affirming mental health care for transgender Texans to pay for all possible adverse consequences of that care. This creates unforeseeable and limitless liability for insurance providers if they cover mental health care for transgender people, so that they will be pushed to deny and strip away that important mental health service. Members, we cannot in good conscience push insurance companies to strip away mental health care for any person in our state, let alone transgender youth. We know that in 2024, 46% of transgender and non-binary young people across the country seriously consider attempting suicide, and 50% of LGBTQA young people who warranted mental health care were unable to get it. 90% of LGBTQ youth said that their mental health was negatively impacted by politics, and half reporting being bullied last year. I urge you to adopt this amendment that exempts mental health care from this bill. I move adoption.
Mr. Leach in opposition.
This amendment is not necessary. The bill is compassionate to its core, and I oppose the amendment.
Mr. Jones to close.
Mr. Speaker, I close.
Mr. Jones sends an amendment. It's not acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting nay. Mr. Alverson voting nay. Schaffner voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 42 ayes and 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Please excuse Ms. Thompson because of business in the district. On motion of Ms. Romero, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
Will the author here for a question?
We're on amendments right now, about to have another amendment.
Yes, sir.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Amendments withdrawn. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill?
Mr. Speaker.
Oh.
Will the,
Ms. Johnson first in opposition.
yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker and members, we all know that we have disagreements about the right of trans individuals to exist in this state. But I want to remind you that every session I've been here, you've promised it's just been about kids. You've promised that it's just been about taking care and or protecting children. The reality of this particular bill is you are eliminating trans care in Texas for adults. Because I have heard twice today that it is up to Company A, that if Company A wants to start providing that care, then they have to be able to provide detransitioning later into the future. I have heard the speaker say if they want to get out, they can get out. And I would submit to you that that is the point. The point is to tell insurance companies not to cover trans individuals. You may not agree with individuals and their choices, but we always say that we are a nation in a state of freedom. And this bill acknowledges Things that I would bet probably some of y'all in this room do. You do gender affirming care. Some of you have probably been to a low T center. Some of you have probably gotten a prescription for Viagra. Some of you may have done a breast enhancement. Some of you may have chewed the gum that makes your jawline look stronger. And some of you may have gotten Rogaine to make your hair look thicker. Or some of you may have done electrolysis to make your hair not be in positions you don't want it to be. And guess what? That literally is gender affirming care. It is gender affirming care. Look, don't pretend it's not. It is. Ask someone. It is. What this bill says is that you can do that if you're straight. You can do it if you're gay or lesbian, but you can't do it if you're transitioning. I'm all for insurance coverage. I'd love to take a vote right now on Medicaid expansion. I'd love to say that insurance companies have to provide health care. We don't go there. We don't do that as a state. And so the reality is this bill, however you couch it, is about eliminating the existence of trans individuals in Texas. And now you just didn't have the courage to say you really don't care about the adults either. And so stop pretending what this is. Stop pretending that you're for freedom. Stop pretending that this is about kids. Please vote against this bill.
Leach to close.
Please vote for this bill.
Mr. Leach,
Passage.
hold on a second. I'm sorry. Ms. Gonzalez in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, look, during the first hearing of an insurance committee, the chairman, we outlined the priorities for the work that we were going to do this legislative session. He gave us members on the committee instructions, right, noted that our state was one of the highest numbers of health mandates in the nation, and then detailed several priorities which I want to share with you that me and my colleagues on the committee have been focused on in the work that we've been doing this session. The first one was how to reduce the cost of insurance for our state. The second was identifying the state and federal mandates driving insurance costs. Third, identifying ways to eliminate waste and fraud. Fourth was to deliver insurance efficiently and effectively without many layers of bureaucracy that many patients have to jump through. Lastly, to protect consumers with transparency. However, HB 778 does not achieve any of these listed priorities. In fact, it does the exact opposite of what me and my colleagues on the committee have been wanting to work on all session. During our committee hearing, we heard how the growing number of mandates contribute to rising premiums and limits employers' ability to offer affordable health insurance to their employees. This is another one of our increasing mandates hurting Texas policyholders, except this one is the most harmful and ineffective mandate we will pass by this body. This bill is meant to accomplish one thing, in my opinion, is to block transgender individuals from accessing life-saving medical care. To mandate health insurance plans to cover this detransition care, even if the enrollee was not under that health plan at the time that they received treatment, effectively it signals to insurers to deny coverage for all transgender folks. Evidence has proven that providing necessary care significantly improves the mental well-being and overall quality of life for individuals. Denying them this crucial health, psychological support is deeply immoral. These are adults making deeply personal decisions about their own bodies, and this state mandate is designed to ensure that they do not get the crucial care they require. Because ultimately, members, if an insurance company is not offering this care, or they're considering offering this care, they're not going to now, because it's going to open them up to have to cover all these other treatments or what have you. So, look, I encourage you to really consider the consequences of this, of us passing this legislation, and what that will do to impact the cost of our insurance that is already people already can't afford as it is. And so I encourage you. You're going to vote however you're going to vote. So thank you.
To close.
To the
Nope,
growing.
no. Jeff, sorry. Nope. It's Jones in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, members, as I've sat and listened to the conversations about this bill, what I've listened to is that although it appears to, I guess, maybe be fair, because if you want one kind of surgery, gender affirming care, then the insurance companies have to pay for you to get, I guess, a fix if you don't like how it turned out. I mean, I wonder, how do you determine if the care that you're getting is for someone who wants to transition? Is a woman who wants a BBL, do we consider that gender affirming care? I cannot tell you the number of people that have said, I wish I hadn't have gotten that, right? It didn't work out. Or the number of women who've gotten breast implants because I guess they didn't feel woman enough. And they later talked about having a back that they had problems with their back because I guess their breasts were too big or it started leaking. And those were surgeries. I mean, I just don't know if we want to target trans people when they want the same things that straight people want, which is to look what makes them feel great about themselves. It makes them have a higher self-esteem. It makes them have more confidence in what they're doing. It makes their bodies be like they feel like they need them to be a productive citizen. And so I'm just really sad that this bill effectively, I believe, will drive insurance companies out of this market. They're not going to want to pay for reversing these surgeries because, I mean, I don't think that they could have an application to say, I'm trans, which would, I guess, require people to do that, say, I'm trans, and I really didn't mean to change my sex or my gender or whatever it is they want to call it, and the insurance company has to pay for it. Because the insurance company already wouldn't pay, or I guess wouldn't authorize removing the breast if you had a bad breast implant or taking or fixing the bad BBL. And so I think that this bill only looks at a certain segment of society, and that is trans people. And I just think that that's wrong. I think that when we pass bills in this body, these bills need to cover everyone, not just trans people. We're discriminating against them just because they're trans, and I just think that's wrong. So I understand what the bill's author is trying to do.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Leach, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question or two?
For questions.
Yes, I will.
She yields for questions.
Representative Jones, I'd like to know that in the past, I don't know, hour and a half to 2 hours since I've been up there laying out this bill, did you go visit my staff in my office?
Please confine your remarks to the bill at hand.
While I was up here laying out the bill, did you go yell at my staff members in the office about your bill not moving the calendars quick enough? The answer is yes.
Actually, no, I did not yell at your staff. I did not yell at your staff. But in any case, I believe that when we pass bills in this body, that the bills need to cover everyone. It shouldn't target people that we don't agree with their beliefs. Because this country was founded on free speech, on freedom of religion, freedom to be whoever it is that we believe ourselves to be. And so I would just ask you respectfully to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Leach, to close.
Respectfully, for the thousands of Texans who are wrestling with detransitions. I want you to watch the board. The members who vote for this bill see you, hear you, care about you, and are answering the call on your behalf to get you safely home from the dance. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. Third reading. Strict enforcement has been requested. Members, you need to vote from your desk. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Strict enforcement, members need to vote from your desk. There will be time to vote from your desk. Have all members voted? Vote from your desk, members. Have all members now voted? There being 82 ayes and 37 nays, SB 1257 passes to third reading. Mr. Leach moves to lay House Bill 1257 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 3892 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3892 by Bella Montgomery, relating to a county regulation of subdivision setbacks.
Mr. Bell for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3892 until 2 p.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2867. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2867 by Gates, relating to late payment fees charged by a municipally owned water utility.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2867 reduces the burden that can be incurred by Texans if they miss a payment deadline for their water sewer services by limiting late payment fees. Customers of water sewer services in Texas can be encumbered by payment deadlines and fees. This can cause significant financial implications for citizens, particularly for those who are not in financially well positioned. This bill graduates a late payment fee, caps it at 10%, and graduates it from a 2%, 5%, and then finally 10%. And Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gates.
Mr. Gates.
What this amendment does is, in talking with cities, they had shared with me the concern of their ability to be able to do their computer and reprogram them to be able to do this late fee in this manner. So what this bill is just moves the effective date till September 1st, 2026 to give them time to get their computer working.
Mr. Gates sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 121 ayes and 1 nay. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Gates on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 5 nays. House Bill 2867 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3221. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3221 by Tepper, relating to certain employer contributions to the teacher retirement system of Texas.
Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current law requires traditional school districts to contribute 2% into TRS on an employee's salary based on the state minimum salary schedule. However, public charter schools must contribute more, 2% of the employee's full salary, the full payroll, since they aren't subject to the minimum salary schedule. House Bill 3221 ensures the minimum salary schedule is used to calculate the contribution for all public schools, including public charter schools. Move
Mr.
passage.
Speaker.
Is he noticed for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Tepper, we've talked about this bill before. Do you know what the impact to the unfunded liability to the TRS program will be with the passage of this bill?
Depending on which side of the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, in about 30 years, it would be about $806 million on a TRS balance this year of about $210 billion.
Yes, my understanding is that that amount equates roughly to about a year when you look at the amortization period. This is
13.5 million to each year.
okay, but in terms of the amortization period, then it extends it about roughly another year. This, and let me just say, this bill was not on my radar until yesterday when we got an alert from the retired teachers that they opposed this bill, and so I started looking into it. My concern is that, do you know what other legislation we have passed and what the impact has been on TRS in terms of what the state is saying the hit to our to the actuarial soundness of the fund with other bills that we've passed out of this House?
I want to stick on this bill if I may, but TRS statute defines actuarial soundness for purposes of making modifications to benefit and contribution levels as no more than 31 years. TRS is currently actuarially sound with an amortization period of 28 years. Under the bill, the projected funding period would increase by a few months. That's from the Legislative Budget Board.
I didn't read 3 months in the actuarial impact.
A few
statement.
months. A few months.
A few months, which we don't know if a few months is 11 or 3, right? I started to learn about this issue on the Public Education Committee because we have had other bills that are impacting TRS. And my recollection in our conversation with Mr. Guthrie from TRS is it equates, 800 million equates to about a year. I'm happy to be wrong if somebody wants to correct me on that. So you know, the reason why I'm concerned about this bill, and I'd ask you to speak to it, is that the House Bill 2 that we passed out of this body is taking our TRS fund to a 35-year amortization period, which is not actuarially sound. And actually, if you look at the Senate version, right, because we don't know what the final outcome will be, they also predict 35-year amortization period for their school finance bill, Senate Bill 26. If you look at the voucher bill we passed, that actuarial statement predicts another year. So if we add 35 from the school finance bill plus another year from the voucher bill plus your bill, we're looking at about another $9 billion that we've added or taken away from the TRS system in terms of it being actuarially sound. We're taking it way past actuarial soundness with the legislation that we've already passed. Can you speak to that?
First of all, thank you for bringing up the actuarial soundness of the TRS system. You are correct. We have a major issue with the actuarial TRS soundness, but this bill is a marginal adjustment to that soundness. We need to have a larger, broader conversation, probably going through the interim and into the next session.
And actually, I know you said, and because you're relying on the actual impact statement, that the current amortization period is 28 years, but actually I have the latest from the Pension Review Board, and it says it's at 29 years. So if you take 29 years, if actuarial soundness is 31 years, and we're adding 8 to 29, what's that math, 29? Almost, we're well past, right? We're well past actuarial soundness.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Representative. I don't know what math you're using, but they are looking for 31 years. Actuarial soundness is no more than 31 years. Right now, the amortization period is 28 years, and I think you just said in your own statements that we're at with HB2 would be at 29 years.
No. SB2 is at puts it to 35 years, right? So SB2 adds on another 7. Vouchers adds on another 1. So altogether, we take 8. We're at what, 37 years. We're at 37 years, well past what is actuarially sound, and that is why we have the retired teachers who never weigh in really against bills that come to this floor. That's why it took me by surprise to call out an action alert to oppose this bill. I want to speak about the policy behind it. Can you repeat to me what is the rationale for this hit to the system at this time?
Yeah, it's a fairness issue. Public charter schools are increasingly popular, embedded in the box of tools for educational choices for parents. They should be treated as equal.
But they don't have to pay the minimum salary scale, so they're already not treated as equal. Isn't that correct?
I think that's a different issue, but depending on what the charter school is and what the public schools are paying in that area.
But isn't it just part of the compensation plan? Their pension is part of their compensation plan. So it's the same issue, right? They're getting paid less, so at least the charters could put that money
I think
into.
I reject your premise that they're paid less, but they all pay 2% of the payroll, depending on which payroll you want to use. There's the traditional school districts based on the minimum salary schedule. That's what the public schools pay, or the legacy schools, and the charter schools are paying their actual payroll, and no one knows the legislative intent, it seems, of why they ended up separate in the contribution levels, and we're just trying to correct a very small injustice.
Well, my understanding is the intent is that they don't pay minimum salary schedule. They're not required to pay like the ISDs are required to pay, and hence they're treated differently when it comes into paying into TRS. There's no guarantee from your bill that the money that charter schools save here will go to the educators in these charter schools, is there?
I assume that the charter schools are in need of additional funds, just like any other school in the state.
Well, actually, we had testimony, or we had, I should say, debate and conversation about House Bill 2 in committee. In charter schools, really, no one makes out better than the per student funding of charter schools, because now we're adding a lot of facilities funding into the bill. And so charter schools are going to get, if we can get this bill passed, and I think there's agreement on the charter funding between this body and the Senate, charter schools are going to get almost a windfall when it comes to comparison to our ISD per student funding. So, and actually, when you look at the TEA snapshot, latest TEA snapshot data that I see, they already pay, they have 51% higher central administration costs than school districts. So if they would pay about the same when it came to administration, they could save another $165 million. So there's no guarantee that your bill would go to pay teachers, which I think would be a different conversation. Is that right? There's no guarantee it would go to teachers?
Again, I think I want to stick to this bill, but all the school districts, including the public charter schools, could use more funding.
Well, and let me say that it may be that the merits of the overall, it may be, Representative Tepper, that the merits of the rationale why you're doing it makes sense. It's just that this session, when we're already making our TRS fund actuarially unsound with the legislation we're passing, I am concerned that this is just not the right timing to do yet this additional hit to our TRS fund. And I think that's why the retired teachers and the teachers groups are all against this bill and have sent out an action alert. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker,
Scrivener, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will, yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Tepper, I too am concerned about this bill because, as Representative Hinojosa has stated, that folks are concerned about the fiscal impact. One of the things that I've observed over this time is that Chairman Bonin has really looked out for teacher retirement programs. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Do you believe that Representative Bonin will support anything that destroys the retirement for our teachers?
I don't believe so.
So when we look at this, how do we respond to the concerns of our retired teachers and to our unions who believe that this will be detrimental or hurtful to our traditional public?
I can't speak for anyone else. I can just tell you I picked up the bill. I believe that charter schools should get some more consideration, and we are correcting a very slight injustice of their contributions to the TRS system.
So by saving the charter some money, that then will go into the classrooms and other things like that to support students. Is that part of your intent?
Yes, that is my intent.
And so as we look at what I call traditional public and public charter, which is all under the charter space, we want to protect both environments. Would you agree with that?
I agree. This isn't an attack on the public schools or the charter schools. I enjoy education at all levels, the private schools, public and charter. I know there's been a rivalry with the public schools in some levels. I know people have gotten some messaging that I believe is incorrect on some levels. But to bring it back down to earth, I'm simply trying to correct a very small, almost rounding error in the contributions to the TRS system.
Right, and I hear that, and I think one of the things that we have to be careful on both sides is to recognize that in schools, one size don't fit all, and traditional public needs public charter schools that's been in existence over 30 years. And so at some point, would you agree that this body needs to understand that we need to bring parity and we need to be able to support young people, whether they're in traditional public or public charters? Would you agree with that?
I agree. And again, it's always good to give parents a choice, another tool in the toolbox for their children's education.
Right. I won't get into the choice issue, but I will get into the parity issue and the concern, because I don't think we need to dispel the concern. We need to address it. But you're saying you're not prepared to give put at ease some of the concerns that's been raised already in terms of the fiscal responsibility of this?
Well, again, some of the alarm over the nature of this bill, I think, is overstated. The bill, I have some notes here, the bill has a minimal impact on TRS, affecting only a 0.25% of its $4.725 billion fiscal year 24 member contributions, while having a maximum benefit to charters by keeping $13 million in the classroom every year. Again, the TRS system is about $210 billion. This is a $13.5 million a year.
And so those numbers, again, to try to put even myself as a lawmaker who want to make sure we're protecting, where did those numbers come from? So when folks approach me, I can give them some assurance that these numbers make sense.
Thank you. This is from the Legislative Budget Board.
Okay. So the Legislative Budget Board doesn't feel the impact will be too significant, and indeed we will not hurt traditional public by bringing parity to our public charters.
That's correct. Just previously, I read an excerpt of their report, and essentially the impact to the TRS system was marginal.
And so when I talk to my constituent base in traditional public, I can really let them know that any fear is truly a false boogeyman story.
It is a false story. Now, Representative, I want to be clear. We probably need to look into the actuarial tables of the TRS system going into the future, and it's something we're going to need to address. But for this bill, it's not a threat to the TRS system.
And so we need to really count on our subject matter experts on how these numbers impact. And you're assuring us today that the impact would not be significant, correct?
It is very minimal impact.
And so, Representative Tepper, I'm going to support this bill because I believe, too, parity needs to be brought. Just like earlier about insurance, the same thing needs to happen in our traditional public and our public charter schools, and that's critical. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering my questions.
Thank you, Representative.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Barry.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is more about fixing an unintended consequence than it is about changing the bill. We all know that every system within our education system in Texas is associated or affiliated with TRS. Our public schools pay our teachers based at 2% based on the minimum salary. Our charter schools pay 2% based on their current salary, so there's a disparity there. Our higher education system doesn't even contribute at all. So Representative Tepper and I agree that there are issues with the system. And I don't disagree that we need to come together and make sure that every form of education is equally participating for our teachers to secure the benefit that they work many, many years to secure. So my amendment does nothing more than says if the state of Texas can't fill the gap of the loss in TRS currently, that the bill does not go into effect. I'm not trying to kill the bill necessarily. All I'm trying to do is build a guardrail around the bill to make sure that we continue to make TRS actuarially sound.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yield for questions.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Berry, are you familiar with how much investment that this legislative body over the last 4 sessions has made to make TRS actuarially sound and have an amortization period of less than 30 years at the current time?
Yes, sir. We have made significant investments.
And are you aware that we've made those investments so that for the very first time in like 20 years, we were able to give our teachers a 13th check and a cost of living adjustment in the last session?
Yes, sir. I am.
And so does your amendment basically fix the problem as far as making sure that if we go forward with this bill, the funding has to go with it in order for the bill to be implemented?
That's all I'm asking.
So we would basically be saying then we are committed to keeping TRS actuarially sound. This bill would not have an impact if your amendment is approved and added to the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your amendment.
Members, I thank you for your time.
For what purpose?
Will the member yield to questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Berry.
Yes.
This bill is about the retirement plans
Yes, sir.
of the TRS.
Correct.
All right. And isn't it a fact that there's a problem because the teachers who participate that are members of independent school districts pay a percentage based on their minimum pay?
That is correct.
And whereas the charter school teachers pay it on their actual pay.
That is correct.
And as a consequence, the charter school teachers are contributing more dollars into the fund than the ISD teachers.
Correct. Which is calculated every year.
Yeah. And wouldn't you agree that's manifestly unjust?
I agree.
So the purpose of the bill is to equalize these contributions by the ISD teachers and the charter school teachers.
To a degree, yes.
So your proposed amendment is, or let me, before I say that, do you agree with the numbers that I heard Mr. Tepper provide, that this difference in funding is like 0.25%?
It's $13 million a year.
Okay, $13 million a year.
Yeah.
So your proposal is that let's tap the brakes, don't implement the change yet until we get some actuarial information, I guess, from TRS that the fund will be sound.
Correct. My goal is nothing more than to say, if we pass this bill, and I'm fundamentally not opposed to the bill, I'm just trying to build a safety net around the TRS to say that the state of Texas is going to make up the $13 million this year that they'd lost because they've already calculated into their pensions. So we want to make certain that next legislative session, if that happens next session, or the following session, or the following session after that, this issue doesn't continue to exacerbate itself because the calculations could long-term be wrong.
Isn't true that we've had charter schools in Texas now for about 20 years?
Yeah.
And Ms. Hawkins says 30. And in that entire time period, the charter school teachers have been paying in at a higher level than the ISD teachers.
Right.
So what you're proposing to the body is that the charter schools continue to subsidize the ISDs.
No.
Well, it sounds like you are, because you're saying we're going to wait until it's actuarially sound before we do it. But how about we make it fair for all the contributors?
I agree with you, and I don't think that it's not outside of our purview to have a committee get together in the interim to figure it out, because we not only have ISDs to worry about and charter schools to worry about, but we also have higher education. So every entity that pays into TRS pays at a different rate, and I think that's wrong. I think that we should all be on the same footing when we pay into TRS, to give every teacher, professor, or whomever an equal opportunity in retirement to make sure that they're secure over the years that they retire.
Okay, I think we're about 99% agreement. I'm just saying, after 20 years, how much longer do the charter schools have to subsidize the TRS? I think the time has come, from a policy point of view,
Agreed,
that we as legislators are going to say it is time, it is fair that these two buckets of contributors contribute equally beginning now, and not wait another 1 year, 5 years, while other people play actuarial games, so that the charter schools perpetually over-contribute compared to the public school teachers.
I understood, but calculations for pension outcomes are calculated on a regular basis.
Thank you so much.
So we need to make sure that those are sound as well.
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yield for questions.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields for questions.
And I don't disagree with Mr. Hayes when he says that it's unfair for teachers from one place to be uneven with teachers in another place. I have no dispute with that statement.
Nor do I.
But the problem isn't the problem that we did not provide the funding for this, right? Like this legislation does not include the amount of money from the state that would patch the hole that this would create.
Well, I think it's not necessarily that. It's not about the legislation per se. It's about the fact that it just moves. It moves the ball in the middle of the game. We're already through our appropriation session, and we didn't necessarily contemplate anything like this. Nor I didn't. Dr. Bonin certainly probably has, but nonetheless.
But to be clear, looking at the fiscal note on this bill itself, if this legislation passes without your amendment, it would create a $13.5 million hole in TRS every single year.
To TRS.
Right.
Until we fix it.
Right.
And at which point, what we'll have to do is recalculate the pension fund, because pensions are nothing more than an annuity, and they can only annuitize with the amount of money that they know is coming in. And if they get $13 million less this year, is it going to affect it significantly? No, it's not. But long term, if we don't do something now, really address this issue, it will.
So you're offering this amendment not because you disagree that it's unfair, but because you want to protect the system, make sure it doesn't get blown up, and that this should be done the correct way.
That's
correct?
right. That's exactly
Thank you very
right.
much. I appreciate your amendment.
You bet. Move adoption.
All right, Mr. Berry sends up an amendment. Mr. Tepper in opposition. Mr. Tepper for a motion. The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Tepper for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3221 until 8 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays on second reading, House Bill 3672. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3672 by Ashby relating to the creation of an extracurricular community education grant program.
Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, out-of-school programs help reduce truancy, improve academic performance, and prepare our young students for the workforce. This bill creates the extracurricular community education program administered by TA to expand access to out-of-school programs across the state of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Mr. Morales voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 79 ayes and 41 nays. House Bill 3672 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 2558 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2588 by Hull relating to cottage food production operations.
Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2588 until Monday, 8 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Lambert because of important business on motion of Mr. Ashby. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2434. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2434 by Plessa relating to the purchase of service credit by certain members of the Employees Retirement System of Texas.
Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill brings consistency and clarity to how ERS handles multiple service gaps during the grace period, allowing for the purchasing of service credits. It's financially responsible with no fiscal note, revenue neutral, and actuarially sound. And I'd like to thank my joint author, Representative Vasut, and move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all members voted? 114 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 2434 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4903. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4903 by Harris Davila relating to the establishment of the Quad Agency Child Care Initiative and the Quad Agency Child Care Initiative Commission.
Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4903 requires the leaders
of the Texas Workforce Commission, the Health and Human Services Commission, the Texas Education Agency, and the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services to meet together at least 3 times a year to determine how to streamline regulations for the childcare industry. We've heard from many providers in the childcare industry that there's a lot of overlapping regulations. Some of them even conflict with each other. And so we're wanting all 4 of these agencies to work together, and they'll review the rules that each agency has, and a provider can request a review of certain rules, and then those agencies have the power to remove those rules. So we're just working on removing red tape and, again, just repetition of certain rules and procedures and regulations for the child care industry. We've done this a few other times with a few other state agencies in certain industries, and so we are just doing this for the child care industry, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of Grossman. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4903 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3687. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3687 by Harless, relating to certification requirements for a fire marshal and any related employee, officer, inspector, and investigator appointed by certain counties and emergency services districts.
Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill establishes the standard qualification for fire marshals and provides a window of an opportunity to acquire it, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 104 ayes and 14 nays. House Bill 3687 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3675. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3675 by Cook, relating to consideration of criminal history of applicants for public employment.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3675 is a critical criminal justice reform bill that aims to reduce recidivism and promote opportunities for gainful employment for formerly incarcerated individuals. Fair chance hiring policies were signed into law for federal employment in 2019 by President Trump, and 35 states have followed suit. School districts and law enforcement agencies are exempt. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 95 ayes, 26 nays. House Bill 3675 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4609. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4609 by Dean, relating to participation in, administration of, contributions to, and benefits under the Texas Municipal Retirement System.
Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, over the interim in the Texas Municipal Retirement System solicited input for their stakeholders advisory committee to discuss changes to TMRS Act. HB 4609 makes 4 administrative changes and 3 changes to code provision, which allow TRMS to provide a menu of benefit options to its participating cities. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 100 ayes and 24 nays. House Bill 4609 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4582. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4582 by Bella Kaufman, relating to reimbursement of infrastructure costs incurred by developer of certain housing developments by certain municipalities and counties.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4582 helps address our housing shortage by allowing local governments in North Texas to voluntarily reimburse developers for high-quality, off-site built attainable housing for a portion of their infrastructure expenses up to the amount paid in local ad valorem taxes for a period of 10 years. This bill proposes a strategic, limited-scope approach to addressing a housing affordability crisis for families while promoting responsible development practices in Texas' fastest-growing areas in North Texas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 88 ayes, 34 nays. House Bill 4582 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4921. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4921 by Y. Davis of Dallas, relating to restrictions on the use of state funds to benefit private entities that outsource jobs to foreign countries.
Mr. Reynolds for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4921 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3866. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3866 by Landgraf, relating to the installation and ownership of certain outdoor storage containers, authorizing a fee.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is designed to address placement of chemical storage containers in residential areas. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes and 11 nays. House Bill 3866 passes to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3901, Senate Companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2550. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2550 by West, relating to an exemption of the transfer of certain rights and water from certain disclosure requirements applicable to the transfer of certain interest in real property.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply clarifies that certain real estate disclosure requirements should not apply to standalone transfer of water rights. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes and 1 nay. Senate Bill 2550 passes to third reading. Mr. Darby moves to lay House Bill 3901 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4534. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4534 by Metcalf, relating to death benefits provided under certain police officer retirement systems.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4534 gives public retirement systems the option to provide up to $1 million lump sum death benefit to families of peace officers killed in the line of duty. We do have one amendment.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
No, I'll let the gentleman.
Following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
Mr. Metcalf.
Members, this amendment is perfecting amendment that simply renames peace officer to public safety officer. This so we capture both police officers and firefighters who might die in the line of duty. I move passage.
Mr. Metcalf sends an amendment. Subject to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell.
Oh, was it? Okay, never mind.
Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 1 nay. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Metcalf on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
He yields.
Just because everything's going pretty fast and it's kind of hard to hear. What does your bill do again?
Yeah, so this is a case of a fallen officer, and with this amendment, also a fallen firefighter. It gives the pension fund the option to pay the family at least $1 million in their death benefit if the actuary soundness of the pension is able to do so.
So it's to benefit our fallen or firefighters who have died?
That's correct.
Okay.
Their families.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Dutton voting aye. 122 ayes and 4 nays. House Bill 4534 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2446. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2446 by Dutton, relating to affidavits concerning cost and necessity of services and civil action.
Mr. Dutton.
Mr. Speaker, members, one of the most significant elements in determining the cost of a case involving personal injury is the amount of the cost of the medical care. And the way that happens is that one side will file an affidavit, the other side files a controverting affidavit, and then they go into both sides getting expert witnesses, which is essentially costly. And so what this bill does is says that if the value of the medicals, cost of the medicals is $50,000 or less, the affidavits will suffice. You don't have to go and pay $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 to get an expert.
It's all for a purpose.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it's this little speaker or if it's up there. It is kind of hard to hear a little bit. But no, I'm interested in this bill only because I'm familiar with 18001 affidavits in my practice of law.
I can barely hear you. I can't.
You can't hear me either? Okay,
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah,
Let's speak
now
into the
that's
microphone.
better.
So I was just trying to figure out, and so if you can just explain again what your bill does again.
My bill essentially allows medical costs to be proven up with affidavits. rather than having to spend for expert witnesses when the cost of the medical is $50,000 or less.
So if it's, let me see, if it's less than $50,000, what now? Can you speak?
You can file an affidavit which suffices to prove up those costs rather than have to go out and hire $10 and $15, $20 and $30,000 experts.
But can't you already do that?
I can't hear you.
Can't you already file an 18001 affidavit to prove
Yeah, but
that?
if the other side files a controverting affidavit, what happens is both sides go out and get experts to prove it up.
Well, I thought you only have to prove it up in court if it gets controverted. Otherwise,
That's
the
what I
court
just
takes
said.
it. Okay.
That's what I just said.
Again, it's I don't know if it's just that, the mic thing, but I honestly
I'm having
cannot.
trouble understanding you as well.
Okay. No, I saw that it concerned 18001 affidavits, and so it caught my attention because I use them in my practice of law, right? So we can avoid having to call our experts down, like you said.
Right,
and
spend gobs amount of money on an expert when the case is not that valuable.
So it makes it to where it expands our use for 18001 affidavits, or does it limit it?
No.
That's what I'm trying to. Honestly, that's what I'm trying to find out.
First of all, it establishes that the medical cost can't be more than $50,000.
That it can't.
No, not in terms of this bill.
Okay. So you're saying that if it's less than that amount, then you don't have to submit an 18001 affidavit on part
You
of.
do have to submit an affidavit, but you don't have to go out and hire experts, even if there's a controverting affidavit.
It's my understanding that you already don't have to if you.
Well, you don't have to, but what happens in most cases, I'm sure you know, that's what people do.
Well, I think it's an option to call your experts in to testify. Usually try to get the 18001 affidavits so you don't have to call your experts in or have to pay them to testify at trial.
Well, yeah, but what happens is in most cases, I'm sure you're aware of, that they'll go out and hire the plaintiff hires an expert, and then the defendant will go out and hire one. And what this does is reduces that cost, so you don't incur that cost.
So would this also include those situations where somebody has filed their 18001 affidavit, right? That they want to prove that these medical charges were necessary and they were reasonable. All right, so you don't have to. So in that situation, so you don't have to call your. There we go. So you don't have to call your expert down to trial. Would this apply even in the case where the defendant, let's say it's a defendant, files a controverting affidavit, which in essence it strikes out your 18001 affidavit, and you have to call your doctor or the custodian of records for them to have to come prove up the medical billing, right, or the medical billing affidavit.
That's what I said initially.
Okay. But I didn't see language in here about a controverting affidavit in the statute now. I'm sorry, of controverting doctors.
There's an amendment that we're going to put on in a minute.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think I have an amendment. I thought so.
Mr. Little?
Yes.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, is the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Thank you. Representative Dutton, I think this is a very important bill. It's going to help streamline some of the personal injury practice. I think your bill solves some of the problems that are expressed in the Raleigh case. It's a personal injury.
That's where
Are you familiar with the Raleigh case?
That's where it came from.
Thank you so much, Chairman Dutton.
No.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Mr. Dutton.
This is the amendment I was talking about earlier that essentially says that this applies only to cases where the medical costs are $50,000 or less. And I move with adoption.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. However, a record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? 94 ayes, 27 nays. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Dutton on the bill.
Thank you, members, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't get a chance to look at the amendment, and so if we have an opportunity to actually see the amendment before we actually vote on it. It hadn't popped up on my screen yet, and so I was just trying to see what the amendment did.
Okay.
And this is legitimate. I mean, the legitimate questions because again, I do use these in my law practice, and so I was just trying to see what. I mean, I was told by my colleague over here that this is a good bill. I'm not familiar with it, and so I'm just trying to. So what does your amendment do, sir?
My amendment just essentially makes this apply only to cases under $50,000, as I mentioned, where the medical costs are less than $50,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I mean,
All right.
you can't hear
I
either,
can
right?
barely.
Okay. Thank you. So.
Okay.
Makes it easier, Jessica.
I move passage again.
Question occurs on House Bill 2446. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 76 ayes, 48 nays. House Bill 2446 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3984. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3984 by Oliverson, relating to the identification of underpayments and overpayments under the Medicaid Managed Care Program.
Mr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill expands a highly successful federally recognized tool for detecting over and underpayments in Medicaid from fee-for-service, which is only about 5% of our Medicaid, to managed care, which covers the other 95%. This will likely save us about $77 million per year, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 124 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3984 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 700. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 700 by McQueenie, relating to disclosures for certain commercial sales-based financing transactions and the registration of commercial sales-based financing brokers, authorizing a fee and providing a civil penalty.
Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 700 addresses the lack of transparency and oversight in the commercial sales-based financing market. I've got an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by McQueenie.
Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds language that's been negotiated with stakeholders for weeks and addresses concerns of groups like TCC. It ensures businesses have all the financing tools they need and the protections from bad actors in the industry. There is an amendment to the amendment.
Following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment. Go. Ms. Groven Hawkins.
Will the gentleman yield? It went pretty fast. I'm trying to figure out, you said that there was a problem with a collection?
So we just laid out the amendment. We have the amendment to the amendment that we asked the clerk to read. It's with her. She's going to explain the amendment to the amendment, then we'll be back to him, and you can talk about before we move to adoption.
Thank you, sir.
So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Plessa.
Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply adds back some language that was presented to us in the PIFs committee. It is fiscally responsible and ensures that Texas small businesses can continue to offer fast, flexible financing in this state. I move adoption.
Ms. Plessa sends
It is acceptable to the author, I
Ms.
believe.
Plessa sends up an amendment to the amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there a record vote that's been requested? Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 4 nays. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Now Mr. McQueenie's back on the amendment as amended.
Move passage on the amendment.
Okay. Mr. McQueenie sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? 114 ayes, 9 nays. The amendment's adopted. Mr. McQueenie back on the bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 700. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 30 nays. House Bill 700 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4012. Mr. Paul for a motion. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4012 by Paul, relating to healthcare and insurance fraud, creating a criminal offense, authorizing a civil penalty.
Mr. Paul for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers, members. I just wanted to talk about this bill real quick. This was a bill to make sure that we could rein in fraud that's going on in the insurance market. This was a bill that we've had sitting around for a couple of months. Had a hearing on the bill. Our staff repeatedly asked people to talk to us about this bill if they had issues. Nobody came to our office. We asked people to come talk to us about this. Nobody would talk to us about it. It's a very real issue when insurance fraud is caused 15% to 10 to 15% of extra costs that we pay for health insurance every year. Every family, every small business trying to survive in this economy, in this world, and to have fraud take its place and not want to do anything about it. I'm going to take this bill down, members, because we can't come to an agreement with people, and I know people are working it hard to make it difficult for y'all to vote and talk about a bill today. But I'm telling you, this is something that we need to work on and get working on it, and something that we could do something for our constituents, for our people back home. And when they tell you something's bad with this, just know people are wanting to continue fraud. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we postpone this bill until January 12th, 2027, day one of the next legislative session.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. Motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4491. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 996. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 996 by Nichols, relating to fireworks sales to the public by retail fireworks permit holders on certain dates.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a relatively short layout. Most of you probably know July 4th, 2026 is the 250th anniversary of our great nation. Senate Bill 996 will extend the purchasing of fireworks until July the 5th, 2026, so Texans will be able to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the American independence for that entire weekend. So this bill does one thing, one time. It extends this ability through that Sunday, July the 5th, 2026. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Raymond voting aye. Mr. Bell voting aye. Have all members voted? 122 ayes and 1 nay. Senate Bill 996 passes the third reading. Mr. Bell moves to lay House Bill 4491 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4888. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4088 by Bonin, relating to the qualifications for jury service and the establishment of a juror mental health services reimbursement program.
Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will make it so that a juror who served for more than 3 consecutive months in a county or district court does not have to serve again for the next 5 years, and I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
This amendment removes the reimbursement program that was in the legislation, leaving it just an exclusion, the bill itself then just an exclusion for service.
Mr. Speaker,
Schofield, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Does
Happy
the
to
gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Bonin, I thank you so much, Dr. Bonin, I should say, for working with us on this. For those of us who had concerns, what this bill does now, it just protects jurors who served on a really long trial from having to come back too soon. You've done 3 months in a row, you've done your duty, right?
That's it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I look forward to supporting this bill.
Dr. Bonin sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 104 ayes and 21 nays. The amendment is adopted. Dr. Bonin to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4088. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? 101 ayes, 22 nays. House Bill 4088 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 229. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 229 by Troxclair, relating to general definitions for and collection of governmental information regarding biological sex.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the Women's Bill of Rights. It's a simple yet critical piece of legislation that defines once and for all what a woman is. It affirms a basic and essential truth. The word woman must have a clear, consistent, and biologically accurate definition in Texas law. For generations, our laws have recognized that women are distinct from men. This distinction is not just scientific. It's legal, practical, and critical to protecting the rights, safety, and opportunities of women and girls across this state. We're a state that believes in truth, and we're a state that honors the hard-won achievements of women. The women who fought for the right to vote, to compete in sports, and to be safe in public spaces, to be treated equally under the law. But if we can no longer define what a woman is, we cannot defend what women have won. We cannot protect what we cannot define. So without a clear definition, these protections are vulnerable. If anyone can claim the legal status of woman based solely on identity, then the very concept of sex-based rights collapses. Girls lose fair competition, women lose safe spaces, and the legal legacy of women's rights begins to unravel. Colleagues, each one of us carefully drafts and pass laws every day in this building. And regardless of the area of policy, the words we used are defined in our bills and in our statute. And why is that? It's because the words matter, and having a common understanding of what those words mean matter. The words man, woman, boy, and girl are used hundreds, if not thousands of times in our existing laws. And yet, until now, we have lacked a definition. Frankly, we haven't needed one until now. The differences between a man and a woman were common, clear, and universally understood. But when these terms are used in state law, they're often clearly designated designed to protect the safety and equality of women. We have statute relating to juvenile courts that talks about how young girls who have been abused should be escorted by female officers for their protection and safety. We have laws on our books that say female inmates who are subjected to invasive searches, those searches should be conducted by female correctional officers. And the last example, equal work, equal pay. Our existing laws states that a woman who performs a public service for this state is entitled to be paid the same compensation for her service as to a man. But due to shifting political interpretations, these protections are at risk, and these definitions are now needed in order to preserve the safety, dignity, and equal opportunity of women and girls. We follow the lead of 13 other states in doing so. And let me be clear, this does not change our existing laws. It simply clarifies them. So to stand for this bill is to stand for the safety of the woman in a shelter, the fairness of our girls on the field, and ultimately the recognition that they matter. Texas values women. Texas values girls. Their safety matters, their privacy matters, their equality matters. And this bill reinforces our existing legal foundations that were designed specifically to protect them. Join me in supporting this bill to show that Texas still knows what a woman is, and we're willing to stand up to protect her.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Does generally yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Troxler, I'm looking at the definitions in your bill, that how it defines males and females, and it says in here, and let me find it, that it ties that a woman is tied to someone who can get pregnant, right? Someone who can breastfeed. And so my question for you is that does that mean that a woman who cannot have children, because there are plenty, that they're not a woman?
Thank you for the question and for the clarification. The definition relates to what our biological systems are designed and organized to produce at birth, not whether or not they're not dependent on following through on a reproductive capacity, but at birth, each of our bodies are designed in a way that are developed to either produce ova or to fertilize the ova. And this is true across the animal kingdom, across all mammals. They're either male or female, and their internal organs are organized in a specific way at birth.
So definitions of whether they're based on whether you can reproduce or not. I mean, not everybody wants to reproduce, and some people shouldn't actually. But if your body doesn't necessarily develop to that point to where you can reproduce, I don't see how the language in your bill addresses that.
Yeah, there's nothing in the bill that talks about whether a man or a woman can reproduce. It talks about whether or not their internal organs are organized in a way to do so, that are the very foundation and the very definition of male and female.
Okay, and so what about folks who are born that their organs are different? Not everybody is born with fully developed,
right.
With those organs, right, that you speak of, that they cannot reproduce. I mean, I don't think that this is inclusive of those folks.
Are you speaking to intersex individuals?
Yes, and those could be included as well. But I'm just saying, I mean, that's to speak to also my point that I made earlier, that what about somebody who just, they can't have children because maybe their reproductive system, their organs did not develop, right, in the same way, or they were born with their reproductive organs.
So again, the definition has nothing to do with whether or not they can or can't reproduce. It's the way that our organs are organized internally at birth.
And have Texas agencies asked for the legislature to define what is biological sex, which is what you're trying to do here?
This isn't a request from agencies, but it has become clear because
No, I'm asking,
of
have any asked the legislature to do that?
Not to my knowledge.
Have any counties or municipalities? I'm just trying to figure out the purpose of why you're trying to
Sure,
just
happy to answer.
erase trans individuals, adults alike. I mean, what your bill is doing is you're essentially putting folks in a situation that you're just trying to erase them from existence, and they're not going anywhere, no matter how much you try to erase them. And so I'm just trying to figure out the purpose of what your bill is trying to do. And so I'm wondering if you got asked by an agency, if you got asked by a county or municipality to file this bill and try to do this.
Yeah,
is my question.
You are right. We have concerns that women are being erased, that girls are being erased, that if we have a word that we cannot define, when I ask what is a woman, and we cannot clearly define what a woman is, that leads to an erosion of our rights that are foundationally created to protect women and girls. And so in recent years, in recent decades maybe, I would say we have seen, while we didn't need a definition before, we now have some activist judges, we have political pressure, and little by little, the hard-fought and hard-won rights of our women and girls are being chipped away at. And so this bill came out of a consistent and legitimate concern from women and girls across Texas who want their rights protected, who want their rights restored, who want the ability to have a fair playing field in sports, who want the ability.
We already passed the sports bill.
to
Let's not go into. And this
to
is not
stay-
part of your bill. Let's stay on the subject here because we've already passed that piece of legislation. So
Well,
and so I
without
don't think
a-
there's a concern there.
Without a
That
definition-
doesn't go to the intent of your bill, which is what I'm trying to find out. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
What is the fear that people have with trans individual, and why are you
So-
trying to erase them?
So when, well, it's women that are being erased because
How are they being
when
erased? How are
when
women
you
being
are-
erased?
When you
Please
are,
explain
when
that.
You, I'm trying to. When women are forced to share private spaces with men, when they are forced to undress in front of them, when men are undressing in front of our young girls, when women are subjected to invasive searches that should be done by other women but aren't that protection is not guaranteed. When we have protections in women's and girls' sport to only play against women and girls that biologically align,
Which we've already
we
passed.
but we lack a definition. That this bill, I think it's important to understand that this bill doesn't direct specific action. All it does is provide a definition framework for our existing bills. So whether it's criminal justice, whether it's education, whether it's regardless of what the policy is, you do a search for female or woman in our state statute, and it's listed thousands of times. And I know just as well as you do that every bill that we file here, if it's undefined in statute, that's the first thing that we hear back from our legal advisors, right?
Okay, so give me some
Is that-
examples. Give me
is
some
that-
examples. Give me some examples in Texas on why there's a need for us to have to define this biological sex that you speak of.
So as I've already said, I think there is concern that without a definition, those protections are being slowly but continually eroding. And so we're not looking to overstep anybody else. All we want is to reinforce and underline the protections that we have already fought for. And make sure that they are not going to be taken away over time, and make sure that our private spaces are protected and the rights of our women and girls are protected in Texas.
But you refer to different other reasons on private spaces or what have you. Look, and oftentimes, right? And you mentioned politics, so that's the real reason why you're doing this, because you did mention that the political landscape, or however you mentioned it, and I just don't understand why people's lives, why you're playing with their lives due to politics, when in reality it's just you're just discriminating against these people. People are going to exist, and they're going to look a certain way whether you like it or not. And so, look, I mean, when you talk about private spaces or however you want to in your definition, I mean, did you even consult like with the Texas Medical Association like on your definition? I mean, how did you come up with this definition right here?
These definitions are biologically sound, and this
But did you
is-
consult with any
these
medical
are-
or scientific association to come up with these definitions is what I'm asking you.
Well, these definitions are universally accepted by the medical community.
Universally by who?
By
Where did
the-
you, can you point to where you specifically came up with this definition?
Yeah, sure. I think if you ask anybody probably on this floor, they can tell you the difference between a man and a woman based on their organs. But if you'd like to know more information, in all sexually reproducing species, sex is defined by the type of gamete an organism is structured to produce. So female bodies are organized to produce large gametes. Males are organized to produce small gametes.
But what if they don't produce those things?
This
That's
distinction.
my question. What if they don't produce those things?
If you'll let me finish, I would love
all
to
right.
answer your question.
Sure.
So this distinction, as I mentioned earlier, has held true across all of the species, right? And applies even in cases where individuals are sterile or intersex. What matters is the underlying reproductive organization. And so yes, we gave very careful thought because the whole premise of this bill, right, is that words matter, and the definition of words matter. So yes, we gave very careful thought to correctly identifying the differences in sex and making sure that those definitions hold across all of the areas of our state statute where they are used and relevant.
Okay, so it comes down to just your reproductive organs. That's how you're defining what.
So yeah,
That's what you're defining.
legal and it's not me.
How do you personally
It's-
define it?
So it's not
outside of
me-
this, like without looking at this. If I were to ask, how do you personally define what it is to be a woman?
So it's not. I just want to be clear that it's not me defining
No,
it.
I'm asking
this
you. Though.
is.
I'm asking you personally. I'm asking what your definition is. Like,
The-
how do you define it?
Yeah, I'd refer
Nobody's
you.
asking you, Kane.
I'd refer you to the bill where we do define it. But legal and medical systems, they rely on functional criteria. Reproductive anatomy, even if underdeveloped or non-functional, is
Mr.
used
Speaker,
to
can I
determine
get
sex
some order here,
because it
please?
reflects.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Okay, okay.
If you
How do you-
don't
let
mind,
me ask you
I
this
understand.
question.
I'm happy to answer your questions,
I'm sorry,
but if you
let me
don't
ask you
mind
this
just
question.
letting me answer them once you ask
I'm
them,
sorry.
I would be really grateful.
I'm going to scratch that. Let me ask you this question instead. How do you define the difference between sex and gender, for example?
I would refer you to the bill.
No, I'm asking you that question.
I'm happy to read the bill if you'd like. So a female and woman means an individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to produce ova. And a male and man mean an individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to fertilize the ova of a female.
So why in the definition so why in addition to the definitions of sex, male and female, do you define boy, girl, man, woman, father, and mother? What is the purpose of that section of your bill?
Because those terms are also sex-based terms that are used hundreds of times throughout our statute and also lack definitions. And it felt like it was appropriate to ensure that our girls and our boys, where their existing rights are appropriately protected as well.
So, what is the governmental purpose in requiring every person to be classified just as male and female? What if you just want to be classified as other? Why is that an issue to you, and why do you even care?
So when you file a bill, you define the words that are used in that bill, right?
But what is the purpose of this? Is what I'm asking you. The governmental purpose of
Because we
doing that.
now, for thousands of years, right, we have had a common shared understanding of what a woman is, what it means to be a woman, and the difference between a man and a woman. But recently, that common understanding is being eroded. And so this is a way to reinstate the existing rights of women. And so when you look at our statute, and you see something that says women deserve equal pay as men, well, if we can't define what a woman is, what does that mean anymore? And when you look at our statute and it talks about vital statistics and it talks about domestic violence and violence against women, and we no longer have a definition of what a woman is, how can we accurately report to the public whether or not violence against women is increasing? And so this just reinstates common sense and honesty in our existent state statute and make sure that we have information and the public has information that accurately reflect what's going on in our
But
state.
how are women being eroded? I don't understand. When you say eroded, I mean, I think of, I don't know, they're dying or they're disappearing. I mean, how are women being eroded? I don't get that. Because you keep saying that, and I don't understand that.
Yeah, and so whether or not we are, I can read to you the thousands of places in code that we use these words. And again, if you don't know what a word means, then it lacks, there's no way to enforce it. And as we have seen, we have had increasing conversations about whether girls should play against biological girls in sports, whether
We're not
private
talking about sports, though. I mean,
spaces-
you told me earlier you want to stay on the bill, so let's stay on the bill and go talk about
Okay.
sports, because we're not talking about that. Nor are we talking about bathrooms either, so let's stick to the bill. So how does your bill acknowledge the fact that intersex people exist? Because they do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will say, I've worked with Representative Mary Gonzalez on an amendment that will specifically lay out the protection of intersex individuals, the existing protections of intersex individuals under this bill. And state and federal law, they are already entitled to protection, but they're not a third sex. And so ensuring that amendment is adopted that clearly states that intersex individuals are still male or female and that they are deserving of protections under existing state and federal law. I feel like that's already specifically implied in this bill, but I am happy to accept an amendment from our colleague to clarify that.
So you're going to accept her amendment, is that my understanding?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, but you're still saying that even then, an intersex person still has to define themselves as a man or a woman, because according to your definition, I mean, they have to be able to, their organs have to be able to motion
The
extend.
gentlelady's time has expired.
Motion extend time.
Members, there is a motion to extend time. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
So I mean, I haven't seen that amendment specifically, but I mean, my understanding is that you're saying that an intersex person would still have to would have to define themselves as male or female, correct? Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
yes or no?
they do. Intersex individuals
But yes or
walking
no?
around
I'm
in
just
the
saying
world.
yes or no.
So I'm trying to answer your question.
I know, but
And-
we also are limited on time here, and so I get to ask the questions, and so I'm asking yes or no. Do they still have to choose male or female if they're intersex?
So intersex individuals they are still male or female, and when they exist in the world, they still have male or female on their birth certificates, on their driver's license.
That's not necessarily true.
And
but-
functionally, intersex individuals are male or female, even when secondary traits appear mixed or ambiguous. The underlying organization of their organs aligns with one or two, primarily with one of the two
I understand
sexes.
that. I understand that. I'm very familiar with that intersex people exist and the issues that they run into. And so the thing that happens is that oftentimes these folks who are born intersex, right? They have both. Sometimes they have both organs, whether it's physically or internally, or a combination thereof, right? I'm not going to get into the details of that, but oftentimes, like, whatever, sex assigned at birth, or that's chosen by their parent at that point, right? And what if later on in life that child doesn't identify as that chosen sex that their parent chose, and how do you even choose that? And so, I'm just trying, we can't forget, right, that a certain population exists, and you can't necessarily force them to choose one or the other, because what if they don't know which one they identify with later, which would bring in, right, gender, which I know that's not a reference in your bill, but it very much is relevant 100%, because those are two things that are tied, and those are two things that folks in this chamber always like to debate and use for their political campaigns. Like you said, this is the reason that you filed this bill. So for those folks who don't necessarily identify as one or the other because they have both, are they going to have an option, or they have to make a decision?
This doesn't change anything about our existing laws. So there is still a sex-based identifier chosen at birth. There is still a sex-based identifier chosen for their driver's license. This is only a definition of the words that already exist in our statute. And
But
so
if they have both,
I
and
understand.
they can't choose one or the other yet because they don't maybe they identify. I mean, right? Those are other other things that people feel. How you feel. It's not, and often think it's things that makes you feel like you're more, a woman. It's not just based on your reproductive organs, ma'am. Like it's people associate, even people having a certain haircut being masculine or being faster. I remember when I was younger. I mean, I used to be, boys running. I know we have one of our colleagues is an Olympic track star, and she's a hell of a lot faster than folks in this chamber. And so we can't use those characteristics as something that defines what you have here as biological sex.
Yeah,
and it's not that black
bill,
and white.
There is nowhere in the bill or in our state statute that mandates haircuts or talks about how people feel, and so people can still feel any way they want to feel and get any haircut they want to, and have any speed of runner that they are in high school. But ultimately,
your bill does say that on average males are faster, stronger, and what have you. But I'm going to yield my questions and.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Before I start with questions, I want to just start this and say how much I have respect for you, Representative Troxcare, and all of the women that are up there. And if I don't get to say it before we leave, happy Mother's Day to you all. When we talk about this bill, and I definitely want to focus on the bill respectfully, since I've been a member of this body, every time I've heard the term, what is a woman? It was usually behind or in front of a comment that was specifically related to attacks on transgender and non-binary people. And so I want to ask this question: why in the first part of your bill there is so much definition around, as Chairwoman Gonzalez talked about, being stronger, being faster. And when I talk about stronger, this lady right here is much stronger than me. And I just want to understand the need for that language versus staying very clear to the definitions that you're proposing and that you gave quite well related to what is a woman and that definition.
Thank you, Representative Jones. You know that that the respect is mutual and the admiration is mutual to my former desk mate, and thank you for wishing us a happy Mother's Day. I gave some thought to that as well, that why do we need the legislative findings, right? Could we just file the bill with simply the definitions? But ultimately, as I looked at the 13 other states that had adopted this bill, as I considered what the reasons were for adopting this bill, I ultimately felt like it was important to include findings about why biological differences matter. To me, this is a preamble of exactly why we do need this bill, why we do need to recognize that there are immutable differences between males and females, and why that has led to such a long and hard fight for equality. And now that we have gotten to the place that we have gotten to, the women behind me want to ensure that we maintain and support them. And so this preamble is simply to lay out the reasoning and the underlying findings that make the rest of this bill needed.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer. And is there a particular reason the definition that's in the Oxford Dictionary was not sufficient? What was the need to be able to put extra language that's reflective in your bill to define what a woman or womanhood is?
This was the most scientifically, biologically accurate definition across the board in all circumstances, and it was therefore the most applicable for us to use in our state statute that addresses very diverse areas of law.
I appreciate that. And if you could maybe, I probably missed it. I know that it was discussed in the last set of questions, but could you just maybe give us some of the sources that you used to be able to come to understanding of the language that you used?
Yeah, sure. And we did talk about how this is kind of the universally accepted definitions of biological sex, medically and legally and historically, that no matter what mammal you're talking about, they are ultimately defined by the organization of their internal reproductive organs at birth.
Okay. And so moving to the second page of your bill, is there a reason the language, particularly on lines 5 and 6, in the context of biological sex, equal does not mean the same or identical? Could you explain a little bit about the necessity for that language in your legislation?
Sure, and I think that it talks in that next line right there, there are legitimate reasons to distinguish between the sexes with respect to athletics, prisons, and other correctional facilities, domestic violence shelters, rape crisis centers, locker rooms, restrooms, and other areas where biology, safety, or privacy are implicated.
Okay. And last, because I know that there are several questions and I want to give my colleagues the opportunity to talk with you about this bill, was there a specific reason that the language regarding mothers and fathers was used as definitions in your legislation?
Because there were so many references to mothers and fathers throughout existing state statute, it felt important to define those terms as well, and this is, again, the most simple and universally accurate way to define those terms.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you.
Will the gentlelady yield for
Mr.
questions?
Verdell, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
All right, I'm gonna just keep it normal. Nothing out of the ordinary for me. No, I just, you're talking about general definitions and universally accepted. So I went through and looked a few of these up. Oxford, it says here from the Oxford Dictionary that a female is pretty much exactly what you put in there. And I'd like to note that this is general definitions, right? And that's where this category has gone in. What is the reason we have to put this in for? Like, why now are we having to do this where we haven't had to in past times?
Because it seems...
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I'm good. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay. No extension.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Are we good, Kelvin? It's not there? Okay. I'm gonna wait a second for it to upload. Okay, we're good. Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment would strike the enacting clause of HB 229, which is a harmful and unnecessary bill. There's no reason for our state government to dictate or police how people express their gender or sex. This bill is specifically inaccurate since it completely ignores the biological reality that intersex people exist. This bill tries to require the government to only recognize two biological sexes, but the American Medical Association and every other major medical and scientific organization recognize that approximately 1 in 50 live births present with various variations in their chromosomes, gonadal structure, hormone levels, internal sex organs, and or external genitalia that differ from the expected ideas of male or female as defined in the authors of this bill. We shouldn't erase intersex people by trying to define in our laws only two biological sexes. We also shouldn't erase and discriminate against our Mr. Speaker, can I get some order here, please? If they don't want to listen, they can walk out.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
We also shouldn't erase and discriminate against our transgender and non-binary constituents, because they do exist in your districts, whether you want to admit it or not. Doctors and psychologists agree that gender identity is real and that many people have a deeply held sense of self that differs from their sex assigned at birth. Again, by trying to erase transgender individuals in this bill, they're not going to go anywhere, whether you like it or not. They've been around for centuries. This bill tries to diminish people and categorize them based solely on their reproductive organs. But scientific reality is complex, and people should not be pigeonholed by the government solely based on their ability to produce ova or sperm. By defining woman as someone whose biological reproductive system is developed to produce ova, this bill makes it to where a woman is nothing more than people who can just reproduce. Anyone who does not produce ova, including postmenopausal women, are excluded from this bill's definition of a woman. That makes no sense, and it's absurd to base a governmental definition of sex based solely on someone's ability to reproduce. This is also discriminatory and likely unconstitutional, since both the U.S. and Texas constitutions require that any government-imposed sex classification must meet a heightened scrutiny, and the author of this bill couldn't give me that governmental interest. HB 229 falls short of this exacting standard and would harm and discriminate against transgender, non-binary, and intersex people, while also harming all people in our state by trying to wrongfully define sex based only on someone's ability to reproduce. And Mr. Speaker, before I finish my last paragraph, everybody here was so eager to get to this bill, and yet you're not paying attention. So if you don't want to listen, you can just step outside, because I'm having even a hard time listening to myself, and that's very disrespectful. As a body, we can and we should do better for our constituents. We should not be boiling down human existence into one's ability to reproduce, because this is harmful, it is dangerous, and it is really freaking insulting. Please vote to pass this amendment to ensure that people in our state know that we see them, know that they exist, and do more, and just do more for them. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Representative. Before we kind of talk about the substance or lack thereof in this bill, can we talk about what your amendment does? And specifically, if I'm correct, your amendment strikes the enacting clause. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what does that mean of how it interplays with the bill?
It basically makes the bill unenforceable.
So if we pass your amendment, the bill could still be voted on, people could get their campaign statement, but we would be able to put this amendment on and make sure that this bill that creates hate would not take effect. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Sounds like it could be a win-win to pass this amendment and people still get their primary campaign fodder.
Absolutely, and which is the reason why this bill was brought
I can't find another one based on the layout. Representative, by bringing this amendment, and I'm glad you did, because I have concerns about how we're trying to define sex and how it would be enforced. This bill says that being a man requires a reproductive system that is developed to fertilize the ova of a female. That's found in the language of this bill. Have you ever been able to tell if someone could fertilize an ova from the way that they look? Now, I will say before you answer, I understand maybe if you walk over the Senate, but other than that, have you ever been able to tell just by looking at someone if they can fertilize?
No, thankfully for this body. I cannot tell if someone is capable of fertilizing an ova by the way that they look, dress, or talk.
Me neither. This bill states that being a woman requires having a reproductive system that is developed to produce ova. Are you able to tell if someone's uterus or other organs have developed in such a way that they are able to produce ova?
No, I cannot, and I don't think anybody anywhere can unless they have some kind of x-ray eyes. This is private information that nobody could ever discern just from somebody's appearance.
So let me ask you, if we don't have superhuman powers, where does this leave us? Does this mean enforcing this new definition of sex, which relies on reproductive ability, would mean asking Texans pretty uncomfortable private questions? Would it require us to intrude on each and every Texan to know if they would meet the standard of this definition?
Yes, absolutely. And this sort of medical information should always be private, just like any other medical information. There is no need for the government to ever know if someone is born atypical, or they have atypical chromosomes, or what genitalia someone has in their pants. I don't understand the obsession with that, Mr. Busey. This bill would require governmental entities to classify people based on their ability to reproduce, which really opens the door to invasive and harmful governmental policing of sex, gender, and gender expression.
So if this legislation ends up in law and not in the trash bin, Texans could be asked by a governmental body to provide sensitive information to confirm their reproductive abilities. Is that how you read it?
Absolutely.
Has the bill author in the layout given you any indication that she would take an amendment to fix that, to make sure that we don't have the gender police going out and going after it and confirm with people across the state of Texas?
I'm not aware of that, but I think that we have an amendment that would offer that, and I definitely hope that the author is amenable to
I think if we want to
accepting it.
protect women and men from that kind of intrusion, I hope the bill author is listening right now. It doesn't appear that she is, but I hope she is, and that she would take that amendment. I'm not sure about how other folks in this room feel, and I also believe that very few are listening. I appreciate the few that are. But if we're going to subject Texans to such an extreme level of government oversight, I want to make sure this is a scientifically sound way to determine sex. Is this definition scientifically accurate that we find in this bill?
No. The definitions in this bill make no sense. Women who have gone through menopause, according to the language in this bill, women who have gone through menopause can no longer reproduce ova, right?
Mr. Speaker, can we get some
please.
quiet around here? I do see it. I want to say, because it's frustrating.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails so that all can hear the debate at the front and back mic.
You would think that since they were so eager to bring this bill, that they would actually pay attention, but
And
clearly
a
that's
few
not
of
the
them I
case.
see listening. I appreciate them. I wish the rest would, because we're about to take a vote that is going to have ripple effects across all Texans and the communities of this state, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. So those of you that are listening, even that are going to vote for this, I appreciate that. Too many of our colleagues are not.
But as I was saying, women who have gone through menopause, who can no longer produce ova, for example, this bill would define them as no longer being a woman. And any man who has had a vasectomy would no longer be a man because he can't fertilize an egg. And to me, that's just ridiculous. And these purported definitions of sex in this bill are very poorly defined and scientifically unsound. And when I asked the author of this bill if she consulted with any scientific or medical expert, I don't believe that she said that she did. These were just things that she looked up on the internet.
Yeah, it looks like these are the findings of us, the quote-unquote experts of these definitions.
Exactly.
So to confirm, these definitions are inaccurate, and they're also leaving out a group of Texans. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes. I mean, the suggested language, we would overlook the existence of intersex people. As I mentioned in my...
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the time.
Members, there is a motion to extend time. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The gentlelady's time is extended.
As I was, in my questions to the author of this bill, this bill completely overlooks intersex individuals who have an atypical reproductive system that may not have developed to produce fertilized ova. And so this bill completely ignores the existence of these folks and erases them from being legally included in Texas laws and makes them have to choose between one of the two when maybe they don't know yet, right? Because when you have both, how are you supposed to be forced to choose between one or the other?
How does this bill erase transgender and non-binary Texans?
Well, when this bill defines sex that's based only on people's ability to reproduce, which denies the fact that sex and gender are often based on many things, right? Including someone's gender identity, a deeply held sense of self. This bill makes no allowance for the transgender or non-binary Texans and seeks to discriminate against them and virtually just erase them out of existence.
It seems that this bill lacks foundation in science,
Absolutely.
direction, filled with hate. But what it does do is the legislature finds that on page 1, section 1, subsection 3, this is the legislature again. This isn't any scientific statement. This is the bill author and those that vote for it. Find the biological difference between the sexes mean that males are on average bigger, stronger, and faster than females. And
Yes.
whether that's true or not, maybe the members of this body are going to change that average. But thank you, Representative.
I would agree with that. Thank you, Representative Busey. I move adoption.
Mi- Chair recognizes Ms. Troxler in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment basically negates the entire bill, so I'm in opposition.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields for questions.
Thank you. Earlier, when you laid out your bill, you said that you're trying to get a, quote, fair definition. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear. A fair definition?
Yes, those were your own words, that the objective of this bill is to have a fair definition.
This is a accurate definition.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm taking notes as you talk. Accurate, okay, that's one.
Accurate, truthful, fair.
Truthful. Okay, what else? Clear?
Yes, sure.
Complete?
Yeah. Yes.
Anything else? What about scientifically accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say fair, should that be a definition that people will have a consensus and agree to?
Oh, well, it's just truth. It's biological truth. So I don't know. You might have a different interpretation of what fair means, but the goal of this bill is to just lay out the biological truth for anybody who is confused.
So, to be fair, to use your own words, if your definition is not truthful, if your definition is not complete, if your definition is not scientifically accurate, then it would not be a fair definition, correct?
I don't know the context of exactly where you're
There's no
taking
context.
this
I'm
quote.
just asking you.
This bill defines what a woman is
No.
in an accurate way.
For the purposes of, let's say, a court reviewing what we're doing here,
Yes.
you say your objective in this bill is to create a fair definition, correct?
My objective in this bill is to protect our existing protections for men, women, and girls and boys to ensure that they're not eroded by activists.
So, I'm sorry, earlier you said that your objective in this bill, in this legislation, is to create a fair definition. Are you saying that's not your actual objective?
You're saying that I said that. I
Yes.
said a lot of things in my opening. The purpose of this bill is a scientifically accurate definition of what a woman is.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to be clear. Your intent and purpose here is to be scientifically accurate, correct?
My intent is to protect women and girls.
And
You're asking the same question like 17 times, so I'm trying to give you. You're clearly looking for a different answer than the ones I'm giving.
I'm asking you for a finite number of answers because every time I ask you, you're giving me another answer and keep piling onto it. What I'm trying to do is figure out, give me the list of what you mean by when you say my intent is to create a fair definition. Not what your overall objectives are. If your overall goal is to have an end result, that's fine. If you intend your legislation to create a fair definition, that's a different thing.
The bill defines what a woman is so that we have a definition
Okay.
for all of the many times that the word woman or female is used in existing state statute.
Define what a woman is. Okay. Would that definition, should that definition be a fair definition?
The definition should be accurate and
Okay.
scientifically accurate.
Okay. This is not a trick question. Should the definition of a woman be a scientifically accurate definition?
It is a scientifically accurate definition.
Not is it, should it be?
It is.
Okay. I think I'm maybe not saying the words right.
I don't know.
When you talk about the definition of a woman being a fair definition, do you mean that it has to be a scientifically accurate definition, meaning that the definition of what a fair definition is, I'm sorry to use definition so much, the definition of what a fair definition to you is that it is scientifically accurate. Is that a fair statement?
I truly don't know what you're getting at. I've answered that question about 7 times now.
Actually, you haven't, because you've danced around the answer so much.
Okay, what answer are you looking for?
Do you, Representative Troxclair, as the author of this bill, do you believe that a, quote, fair definition is one that is scientifically accurate?
The bill, I'm happy to walk you through the definition of the bill.
I'm not asking for your definition in the bill. I'm asking for your intent, meaning that when you say that you want a fair definition, and you have said multiple times now that that you think it should be scientifically accurate, I just want to confirm that you are intending for a fair definition when you say that to mean scientifically accurate.
We can talk about your interpretation of the word
No.
fair.
I'm asking for your interpretation.
What I want is for the rights of women and girls in Texas to be protected, and that's exactly what this bill does, and it has a basic definition that is scientifically accurate.
No. And again, that's all I'm looking for is you believe.
Okay, great.
It is true that you
Thank you.
believe that a fair definition is one that is scientifically accurate. Is that a fair statement?
I think you are trying to put a lot of the same words in my mouth, and I'm telling you what I believe and what it says on the paper, and I welcome you to read the bill with me.
When you have said, I'm sorry, earlier when you were talking about the definition of a woman inside your bill, I'm not talking about what you feel or think, but what is actually in your bill itself.
So we're not talking about what anybody feels or thinks now. We're talking about the bill. Great.
What is in the bill itself, the black
Great.
letter.
Yep.
Okay. When you talked earlier about what a female or a woman is, you talked about the way that the organs are supposed to be developed. Could you explain that a little bit?
What is your specific question? You want me to repeat what I said earlier?
Could you explain it? Could you elaborate on what you mean by when you say it is what your body was planned to be? Did you say something like that?
The definition of a woman, female and woman mean an individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to produce ova.
Okay.
Which is a universally accepted definition of the biological sex of a woman.
Mm-hmm. What does "is developed" mean?
The way that your internal organs are organized at birth serve a specific purpose.
Okay.
Either you are developed to produce ova or you are developed to fertilize ova. And again, that's not just true of humans, that's true of all mammals across the spectrum. And it's very clear, and this just makes sure that that definition applies to those terms that are used in our statute.
Very well. And I assume that you understand that biological organisms that reproduce are not born with their reproductive organs fully developed. I'm sorry?
But they are organized in a way to develop on one of two paths, whether or not they are fully developed, whether or not they are capable of functioning, but they are organized on a path to develop in a certain way.
In your bill, could you find me in your three-page bill where it says what you just said?
The bill provides a definition for
Yes.
what a woman is.
Yes.
The bill, there's a lot of things that we could talk about that aren't specifically addressed in the bill, but you're asking many questions about the intent and about the surroundings and about
Yeah.
a lot of other things, and I'm doing the best to respond to very
The gentlelady's time has expired.
confusing questions.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend time.
Motion has been. There is a motion for an extension of time. There is an objection.
Is this, Mr. Speaker?
This is a vote. Vote aye for the extension of time. Vote nay against the extension of time. Division vote. Strike the board, members. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Strict enforcement has been requested. Members, vote from your desks. You may not vote for any other member. There being 36 ayes and 66 nays. The time is not extended. Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
The motion that was just that just went down, that was a motion to extend on the first extension, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Remember that.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to close on the amendment.
Look,
Mr.
the
Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do, and I ask that people actually just be respectful of this debate, since they were, again, I'll say it again, they were so eager, and they're keeping us here this weekend for this bill specifically. So if you don't want to hear it, then go outside or go to the members' lounge, please.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. Now, before I was cut off from asking these questions, I was going to ask Representative Troxclair, where exactly in her bill is it defined, is the definition that she gave, where it says that this is the developmental plan for your body, that this is the way your body is supposed to be organized, that it was designed to be organized. Do you see that anywhere in this bill?
I do not.
I'm sorry? It's not the amendment, right? Would you like to ask questions? Okay. When I'm on the front mic, you can ask me questions. In the bill itself, it actually says a female and a woman means an individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to produce ova, does it not?
It does.
There's no other definition, is there?
There is not.
That is the complete definition that is provided in this bill.
Yes.
Okay? And it doesn't use the term designed or organized, does it?
It does not.
In fact, the term that it used is developed, correct?
Exactly.
When you read the definition, is developed, would you imagine that it is a child that is undeveloped, or would you imagine that it is a developed adult? When you read the words is developed.
Is developed. An adult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that someone whose organs have fully developed, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And you, of all people, are aware that there are many genetic diseases and issues that causes biological organs, including reproductive organs, to not develop at all, not fully develop, or even develop both sets.
Exactly.
Right? And for a person who has both sets of reproductive organs, or at least remnants of them,
It does not address intersex folks or folks
Yeah.
with atypical, yes, exactly.
and beyond intersex people, there is another disease called AIS. Are you familiar with it?
Can you explain?
Okay. AIS is androgen insensitivity syndrome, meaning that a person is a genetically XY chromosome, genetically male. But because there's an error in their chromosomes, in their DNA, their body is unable to sense androgen, the molecule that then produces testosterone, right?
Yep.
Or is it not able to detect testosterone, meaning that even though that this person is XY, the body goes into the default plan, which is female.
Yes.
Right?
So this does not address any of that.
So, in fact, AIS individuals are born looking female, but have testes inside their bodies.
Yes, I am familiar with that. Yeah.
And this is actually a fairly well-known disease or condition, because 1 out of 20,000 births include people in AIS. But because they functionally look normal on the outside, no one can tell. So if a person is born with testes inside their body, but functionally appear female, how would they be defined in this bill?
I don't think there's an option for them. They would have to choose one or the other.
So even though they look female and have developed female, genetically and by the definition of this bill, they would be male, correct?
Correct.
Because they have, instead of having a reproductive system to develop and produce ova, they have a reproductive system that is designed to fertilize the ova of a female, because they produce gametes and sperm.
Yes.
Does that seem like a scientifically accurate or fair definition?
It does not. It does not. And as you mentioned, you said it was somebody who has the appearance of a female, and so that would then raise another issue that continually comes up in this chamber.
And Ms. Roxclair said something that was kind of interesting to me. She said that this is the definition and this is the way that people believe for thousands of years. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I recall.
Are you aware that much of our scientific advancement has changed, not just in the last few thousand years, but the last 30 years, 20 years, the last 10 years? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and it continues to change practically almost every day.
That our understanding of medical conditions, our understanding of genetics, our understanding of human development has changed dramatically in the past 30 years?
Absolutely. And these are, some of these findings are medically based by professionals, and it doesn't appear that these definitions but they didn't take into consideration anything scientific or medical in developing these definitions.
And so, let me ask you exactly that point. If someone says, I'm going to make a definition for the law, and this is a definition that would affect a lot of people, and the definition deals with human biology, should that legislator go and ask and get research and advice from people in the profession, people who work in medicine, people who work in science, people who work in biology, people who work in all these different fields to discuss whether or not this definition is accurate or fair?
Well, I mean, you would think so, since our job is to create legislation that's going to affect every single Texan in this state, and so you would think that someone would do their due diligence and would understand the effect or the harm that their legislation would cause other people, and not it just be based on gaining political points for a male piece.
And if someone just said, well, I think this is the way everyone thinks, so we'll go with that. That seems a little arbitrary, doesn't it?
It certainly isn't how I think, or a lot of other folks.
And if you just make a definition without referencing medical science and everything else, seems maybe a little capricious.
It seems to be something that happens a lot in this chamber, or in the Texas legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I closing on my? Members, I'm closing on my.
Mr. Speaker?
I don't yield to questions for you. I move
That's
adoption.
disrespectful.
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
I will not yield for questions.
Not at this time.
That's what I thought.
Ms. Gonzalez please excuse Mr. Leilani because of important family business on the motion of Mr. Dyson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, strict enforcement has been requested for all votes on this bill and any amendments. Please vote from your desks. You may not vote for any other member. Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. There is a record vote. All those in favor of the amendment, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Truxclair voting nay. Members, you must vote from your desks. Have all members voted? There being 28 ayes and 79 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment. This amendment simply takes out the findings section at the beginning of the bill. It does not change what the bill does. It just removes some of the most contentious language as discussed on the back mic between me and the bill's author. Plenty of women are stronger and faster than men, sometimes to not our own admission. I'm sure some of the men in the room would not be eager to find out just how true that is. Plenty of men, tragically, are also victims of sexual violence. Trans people of all genders also face horrific rates of sexual violence. This is also a huge reason the Prison Rape Elimination Act was created, because we need to think more critically about how we protect people of all genders and sexes against violence. To say biological differences between sexes are enduring is simply not true. Women may grow facial hair as they age or lose the ability to bear children. As many differences can be changed with medical treatments like hormones.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
If I could just finish this one sentence,
Not at
have
this
a
time.
conversation with you. The phrase separate is not inherently unequal, is used in this section. If this is not a red flag for a bill causing inequality, I don't know what is. Our state and nation have already come to a legal understanding that the ideal of separate but equal is not based on the reality and should not be used to justify anything. So I want to pause before moving adoption, and yes, I'll take your questions at this time.
Mr. Verdell, for what purpose?
Thank you, Representative. Will the member yield for questions?
Gentleman yields for questions.
You yield?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Just so we're calling balls and strikes here, and this is referencing striking out an entire page of this. Can you tell me how this benefits the bill?
Well, I think it benefits the bill by making it a little bit more clear with its intent. As we had a conversation on the back mic, I talked a little bit about some of the language, particularly, let's start on page 1, section 1, at the findings section. We talk about males and females and possessing unique differences that manifest prior to birth and increases the individual age and experience puberty. Biological differences between sexes mean that only females are able to get pregnant, give birth, and breastfeed to children. Biological differences between sexes, that means that males on the average are bigger, stronger, faster, and females. The differences between sexes leave females more physically vulnerable, and that males are specific to males to specific forms of violence, including sexual violence. Females have historically suffered discrimination in education, athletes, and employment. Biological differences. I think there's a lot of things that's being said, and I think that those facts by themselves are critically important information. However, I think that when we are looking at the author's intent, it was really to give a clear definition as to what a woman is. And I think that this language is distracting from that and actually starts to pick up according to some of the language that we talk about actually on page 2 on line 23. Believe that. And so I think that in order to be clearer, we need to put that a little bit closer and remove some of the additional language that distracts from the author's intent. And that's exactly why I put this amendment forward.
Appreciate that. If you don't mind answering this question, on page 1, line 12, it says biological differences between sexes means that males are on average bigger, stronger, and faster than females. Do you disagree with that statement?
I do disagree with that statement.
All right.
I think that when you look at on average to what? What is your litmus test for deciding at? Is that an average of the people in this room, an average of the people in the Capitol, an average of the people in Austin, or an average of the people in the 31 million people in the state of Texas? I think that's a little ambiguous and can't be defined well.
All right. So let's just say, let's go to page 1, line 17 then.
Let's go.
And it says, females have historically suffered discrimination in education, athletics, and employment. Do you disagree with that?
Absolutely. I agree with that.
Okay, you agree
I agree with that. And I said the facts that we said by themselves are very true and very, very relevant. And we have to acknowledge the historic discrimination that has been experienced. But I think that as it relates to the intent of this bill, it is distracting from the definitions that are being provided as to what is a woman, what is a man? What is a father? What is a mother? Those are definitions that the bill analysis really talks about, which are regarding the intent, not necessarily some of the information that's found on page 1.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to get a gotcha moment or Instagram feed or whatever, but I do have to ask this since this is a very common question. Can you explain to me what a woman is then?
I received that question, and I think that you have to talk to some of the women and the author of this bill. I think that she has a definition that she's giving you. I think that my purpose here is to really talk about the intent of the bill and how it is not only distracting, but causes some misinformation for key populations. So I will leave to the individuals who want to provide that definition and give us all the definitions they want. And actually, if you really want to know what a woman is, talk to women. I'm a man.
I know. I'm just asking for your
No problem.
definition.
No,
Can you
no
tell me
problem.
what your definition is, not someone
Not
else's?
a problem. No, I think that that's not relevant to this amendment. So I want to stay focused on this amendment, if we could, please.
Well, I do think it is relevant, and I'm just asking you. I mean, this is not a complicated question, so I'm just asking if you will explain to us what you believe a female is.
I actually am not prepared to answer that question. I think you should talk to the women. Talk to women.
You're not going to make me say it, are you?
Hey, if you want to talk about balls, go ahead.
No. So you are acknowledging that males have balls and females don't? Is that what it is?
I'm acknowledging what you said in committee if you wanted to talk about what you said.
Yes, sir. I did say that. So
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking you, can you explain to me what a female is?
I cannot, but what I
other
can
people's
explain to you
opinion
is about this wonderful amendment that's going to strike page 1 and some of the distracting language from this bill so that we can get to the author's true intent and go home.
What was the intent? That feels like the intent of your amendment is not to make the bill better, but to kill time. Would that be correct?
No, it's not. This is work that I do not play with. I am here on Mother's Day when I have my 86-year-old grandmother at home right now.
Appreciate
I would
that.
rather be with my grandmother right now.
And what makes that person a mother, if you don't mind me asking?
She's my grandmother.
Okay, and your grandmother. What makes them mothers and grandmothers?
She is my
No,
grandmother.
let's-
I grew up with
let's
always.
leave that out. Let's leave that out.
I'm about to
Yes,
say,
sir.
if you want to.
Yeah, no problem
All right.
there. I just wanted to ask simple questions.
No problem.
I wish, and I have respect for you. I just wanted to get a simple
No, I
answer on
appreciate
that.
your questions.
So do you say it was a mistake in your amendment then to take out where it says females have historically suffered discrimination?
I think that the fact is very true, and I do not want to take away from the fact and the struggles that women have faced in this state and in this country.
So is
However,
it safe to say you wish you would not have struck that part out in the amendment?
However, I was just getting to that part.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. However, regarding the intent of this legislation, I think the intent, particularly as we look at the bill analysis, and I think intent has to really line up or some things really start to happen. And that really goes on the definitions. And what I want to bring to your attention is that those definitions really don't start until the middle of page 2. And so I thought this would be a great amendment to really get rid of some of the extra language that could be distracting from the author's intent of this legislation.
That's fair. I just it seems like the intent is different to get rid of it. Now I did look the definitions up since we're talking about the definitions here, and the definitions here. Remember, this is the general definition description in the code. And anyways, I mean, these match the general descriptions that I can find looking through Oxford Dictionary and Webster's and stuff like that. So you don't have a problem with those definitions is what we're saying, and that's where those are added into the bill.
Well, if I was talking about the whole entire bill, I would love to go into that. However, I'm on this amendment, and this amendment focuses on page 1 and the information that's in here that's a little bit clunky before we're able to even get to page 2 and answer your questions.
Roger that. I just want to say you did bring up the definitions in this that were in here, so that felt like we were discussing that. Is that correct?
Well, I think that when you look at the debate that's happened between the author and even Representative Gonzalez, there's been a focus on biological, I mean, there's a lot of conversations that's going on about it, but we really didn't focus on the points of 1, 2, 3, 4, and some of those other items. And I think that we really have to make sure that we're sticking to a definition that works, and using a lot of this language are really not definitions. Actually, if you
This
look
is
at line
general.
5, 1 second, please. If you
Yep.
look at line 5 on page 1, section 1, they're findings, not necessarily definitions. So I really want to make sure we focus on the definitions and the author's intent of the bill, and that's exactly what this amendment does.
Yeah, copy that. So you're saying you're okay with the definitions that you did not strike out in this amendment? Would that be correct?
I actually have several amendments, and I'm going to be happy to talk about those throughout the evening. But for
Yeah.
now, we're focusing on this amendment
sir, that's
and
right.
removing this. So I hope that this is a start to a very important conversation, so that we can make sure to be able to get some language that's going to be useful, regarding this legislation.
Now, I do understand that. What I'm asking you is, since you're only striking out that portion, does that mean you're okay with the definitions that are added into this bill?
I'm going to be honest with you, and I think that I'm going to say that there are some issues with the definitions. And as I stated to you before, a lot of these conversations have really come up over different conversations. But I'm going to go back to the bill, specifically the amendment I'm on, and make sure we're talking about page 1 and some of the language that we're saying around some extra language that's being
The
used.
gentleman's time has expired.
No extension. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'd love to. Nobody wants to. Oh, I thought you want to extend. I move passage. Adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxler to speak against the amendment.
Members, these findings are important to the foundation of the bill, and I move to table.
Mr. Jones of Dallas sends up an amendment. Ms. Troxler moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell on the motion to table. Show Ms. Troxler voting aye. Members, this is strict enforcement. Okay. Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes and 29 nays, the motion is tabled. The motion to table prevails.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
During the proceeding that we just went through, when the bill author makes a motion to table, does the amendment author have an opportunity to close at that point?
Yes, they do.
So, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, Ms. Rosenthal.
Why didn't that happen?
Ms. Rosenthal, I do not believe that would be a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Ms. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
After the motion to table, is it customary for the amendment author to be offered an opportunity to close?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Wu for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the Democratic Caucus to meet in the press room when we break.
All right, members, the House is going to stand at ease until 7:15.
Mr. Speaker.
The House will come to order. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 2229 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 of the House Rules on the grounds of the background purpose is substantially materially misleading.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as we heard in the layout there, this protects intersex people by receiving accommodations with state and federal law, and it's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Rosenthal in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's been a long and difficult day, and I would appreciate just a couple minutes of your attention, if you don't mind. I have risen to speak against House Bill 229. Members, the messaging that we all see regarding trans communities, attacking them in ways that are derogatory, wholly inaccurate. We've been inundated with hyperbolic and alarming messaging, really using the most egregious and ugly language and imaging. These damaging narratives would have us believe the very worst of each other. Can I please have your attention? I'm concerned about these narratives that would have us believe the worst of each other. And these things are repeated over and over and over again. In social media circles, they're shared by email and text messages, and even in testimony that we see here in the Capitol. I have seen truly horrendous narratives repeated by elected officials. Y'all, these people are just humans trying to live their lives and pursue their own personal happiness. That's why I say that trans and intersex rights are human rights. These folks literally just want the same freedoms that you and I enjoy. Members, not only is much of the messaging that we're inundated with just plain false and misleading, I honestly believe it's being driven intentionally to marginalize and scapegoat a small and misunderstood community for political gain. And I have to tell you all, when one group is marginalized at the expense of another, when they're scapegoated and attacked over and over again, to stoke fear and hate, which can lead to physical harm of these people, all for political and personal gain, that truly disturbs me. And any of you who are ever bullied in life, I would hope that would bother you too. Now, please don't get me wrong, all right? I know that folks earnestly hold their beliefs, and I do feel that members in this chamber are truly trying to do good for their communities. And the motivation for many is positive. I think sometimes well-intentioned efforts can lead to dangerous consequences. I do believe that most here who align with the bill author are truly believe in their hearts they're trying to help women. But I want to invite you all to consider a slightly different perspective. What if this bill actually ends up being harmful to some people? Is it okay to hurt some people to save other people? The rhetoric that we see around this, I don't mean specifically in the bill, but what fosters because of it, really foments discrimination, and it risks violent interactions against trans and intersex people. And honestly, if y'all are trying to protect women, what about the women who present sort of manly, like y'all heard about the lady who was accosted in a Target bathroom because somebody thought that she did not seem female enough to, or feminine enough to be used in a women's restroom. Turns out it was just a lady. Y'all, according to the FBI's 2023 hate crime data, more than 500 incidents were driven by gender identity bias in 2023, which is the last full year we have records for. It's a new record high. So I ask you, don't all people deserve to live in peace and feel safe in their communities? Trans and intersex communities are a very small percentage of our population. Y'all, these are just humans trying to live their lives. They only want to be free to pursue their own happiness, just like anyone else. And that's why I will say right now, over and over again, that trans and intersex rights are human rights. They just want the same rights as the rest of us. House Bill 229 defines sex and gender in binary terms, requiring governmental entities to classify individuals as either male or female for vital statistics. The scientific community sees the issue in much more complex and nuanced ways. So I do believe the fundamental premise of the bill is deeply flawed. Any biologist knows there are variations in sex chromosomes, hormone levels, and other traits that can lead to intersex conditions, or what they call differences in sex development, DSDs, where an individual's biological characteristics don't align with typical male or female categorization. And just for intersex and DSD alone, there's a whole spectrum of possibility. So if you're trying to define this in binary terms, and just one little slice has a whole spectrum of possibility that doesn't align with the definitions in this bill. Colleagues, the bill risks the erasure of these folks, the transgender and the intersex people, and anyone who's non-binary, really. It increases the potential for discrimination in public spaces. The fear and hate that's directed at these folks threatens their livelihoods, their fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I'm just going to ask you, in your hearts, I know you have to take the vote you have to take, I get it. But ask yourself this question in your heart. Do you believe that all people, all humans, have the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of their personal happiness? Those are basic human rights. And that's why I say trans and intersex rights are human rights. Efforts like this bill rely on unsubstantiated claims portraying transgender individuals as dangerous threats in public spaces, but the actual data and statistics are really way different. And the truth is, if you want to protect women I'm not going to go there. No reliable data supports the arguments that transgender people commit violent crimes at a higher rate than cisgender men or women. In fact, transgender people are more than 4 times as likely to be the victims of violent crime as cisgender people. And those are people that are born with the same gender identity that matches the parts. This bill reinforces an outdated understanding of sex and gender. It erases the identity of intersex and transgender people. It perpetuates harmful stereotypes and justifies discrimination under the guise of safety. It's framed as a measure to protect women, but I assert that in reality, it will reinforce harmful and outdated stereotypes that exclude and endanger transgender and intersex and non-binary individuals. This bill fails to address real issues of discrimination and violence while deepening inequalities for our communities. The real question is, do you believe that all people have the basic rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of their own personal happiness? Do you? That's why I'll be voting no against this bill. Thanks for your time.
Mr. Rodriguez Ramos in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And on nights like this, when we're looking at this type of legislation, I like to review my demographics from the American Community Survey to kind of remember why we're here, why I'm here. And I think about the almost 6,000 veterans in my community. I think about the married couples both working 15% of my district. I think about the families, about 70% of my district, families with children in school. I think about the 20% of the families in my community who are living on Social Security income. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, while we're spending precious legislative time debating culture war issues, Texas families are facing real crises that demand our immediate attention. When 83% of Texas children under age 6 in low-income working families live in child care desert, why aren't we prioritizing legislation to expand affordable child care access? Our 2025 analysis shows high-quality child care remains scarce across our state. Yet, while we're debating issues like that, families are spending around $11,000 annually more than for child care, more than in-state college tuition. And meanwhile, the Texas economy loses $11.4 billion annually due to child care challenges. We're here debating HB 229. What does this bill do to address those crises? The data shows that 51% of Texas renters, a record 2.1 million households, are now cost burdened, spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs. In our major metropolitan areas, extremely low-income Texans face a severe shortage. Only 25 affordable rental homes available for every 100 families who need them. I ask you, what does HB 229 do to address this crisis, housing affordability? Our state minimum wage remains at $7.25 an hour, leaving a full-time worker with a family of 3 below the federal poverty line. No one can live on $7.25 an hour. But what does HB 229 do to address living wages for struggling working families? Texas remains the only state without any mandatory paid sick leave requirements, forcing parents to choose between caring for a sick child and losing a day's wages. What does HB 229 do to help working families secure affordable and safe child care? Texas continues to have the worst uninsured rate in the entire nation. 21.7% of Texas adults and 11.9% of our children lack health insurance. We're one of just 10 states still refusing to expand Medicaid, leaving 1.2 million Texans in the coverage gap. How many more Texas families need to face medical bankruptcy before we prioritize their health care over ideological talking points? What does HB 229 do to help these families? And Texas now leads the nation in hunger, with food insecurity rate of 16.4% affecting nearly 5 million Texans. Our state ranks 46 in SNAP participation, with only 75% of eligible individuals enrolled in receiving benefits. But rather than addressing these fundamental issues, the needs of Texas families, we're debating divisive bills that do nothing to put food on the table. What does HB 229 do to stop Texas children from going hungry? Nothing. My colleagues, these are real crises facing Texas working families every day. In fact, today, right now, these working families are having discussions. We have less than 6 months every 2 years in a state with more than 30 million people to help working families who are facing real crises in their families. They don't have time for partisan games or manufactured controversies. We are committing malpractice, a total dereliction of duty when we're focusing on conspiracy theories and words in a definition instead of helping working families. I ask you, what does HB 229 do to help Texas families with affordable childcare, housing security, living wages, healthcare access, and food security? What does it do? It does absolutely nothing. Texas families deserve better. Take a stand for working families and vote no against this needless legislation. Thank you.
Ms. Zwiener in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I don't understand everything about this world. I don't understand everything about every one of you, what makes you tick, why certain things are important to you, why you make the choices you do. But as somebody who shares a space with you, I have an obligation to try to understand, try to give you respect, try to give you space to be the human being you are. And I bring that up because I think the biggest thing that's going on right here, right now, is that most of us don't understand why people are trans. Most of us don't understand why some people do not feel like their body aligns with their gender identity and take actions with how they live in the world to try and correct that for themselves. And members, what I'm here to tell you is you don't need to understand everything about that. What you need to know is there are people in this world who are hurting because of the legislation we are passing on this floor. What you need to understand is that people are feeling forced out of the state of Texas by our choices that we make on this House floor. I got a message from a constituent. This message was from 2023, shortly after our legislative session. Good morning, Aaron. Would it be possible to either speak with you about where you think the state is heading with anti-LGBT legislation, especially transphobic legislation aimed at adults, bathroom bills, limitations on adult gender-conforming care, etc.? We are trying to make some decisions about whether or not we can remain in Texas, and at what point we should get serious about looking at leaving the state for my safety. Thanks. Members, this is a trans man, again, a constituent of mine, who used to work for the state of Texas, who helped make our universities run and be successful. Productive member of the community, has a beautiful family. And he just put his house on the market for sale and he's moving out of state. I wish this was the only example of that I knew. But it's a story those of us who are active in the LGBTQ community have heard again and again and again. Families trying to decide when it's bad enough that they have to leave their home and the place that they love. Families deciding that it's okay to leave their grandparents behind in a different state and live 1,000 miles away because safety is more important. Families deciding that if they're going to be able to keep having a job, they might have to go somewhere else. Families deciding to leave the place they grew up because of the laws we pass in this chamber. Members, the trans community has not done a thing to hurt a single person in this room. They haven't done a thing to hurt us. But this chamber, this Capitol keeps hurting them, keeps telling them they are not wanted. Shame on us. Shame on us. For those of you watching who are trans or questioning, know that you are loved, know that you matter, know that there are people in this building who will keep fighting for you, and that we believe you belong in Texas. And we will keep fighting for you to be here in Texas. We will keep fighting bills that say you're not enough, because you are. You are enough, you are loved, you are beautiful, you belong. Members, this bill isn't even policy. This bill is here to send a message to trans people in Texas that you don't like them and you don't think they're worthy of being in Texas. And if that's not what you're meaning to say, you should not vote yes, because that is absolutely how this will be heard. Don't keep forcing people out of our state. Keep Texas this beautiful, diverse space where maybe we don't all understand each other, but where we all can respect each other. Vote no.
Ms. Troxclair to close.
Thank you, members, for your patience and your passion. It's an honor to serve with each of you. I want to take a moment just to respond to a few of the concerns and read into the record some information that's important for our colleagues and important for women to clearly understand. The way that these terms are defined in our code speak to the ability of the internal organs to develop in a way that serves a purpose. Our biological systems, whether respiratory, cardiovascular, or reproductive, are developed in a specific way. A cardiovascular system is developed to transport blood through the body, regardless of whether a person has a congenital heart defect. A respiratory system is developed to provide oxygen to the body, regardless of whether a person's lungs are underdeveloped. And a reproductive system is developed to produce offspring, regardless of whether or not a person is able to do so. So to all of my friends and my colleagues who have been unable to have children themselves and have struggled with fertility issues, I want you to know that we have checked and double-checked that this legislation respects you as a woman and was crafted carefully to ensure that we are speaking specifically to the creation of your body prior to birth. So, in closing, members, this bill, this landmark bill, the Women's Bill of Rights, will give women the clear and consistent protections that they deserve and that they've fought for so long to earn. So to every woman who has fought for their basic right to safety, to privacy, and to opportunity, this bill is for you. For my daughters, Margaret and Juliet, this bill is for you. I love you so much. And in honor of celebration of each of our mothers, this bill is for you, and I move passage on this Mother's Day.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Jones, for what purpose?
I would like all debate on House Bill 229 reduced to writing and added to the journal, please.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 36 nays, House Bill 229 is passed to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Ms. Wiener, for what purpose?
I move to reduce to writing and placed in the journal the debate yesterday on House Bill 3225.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Guerin moves that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, pending the reading and referral of bills in honor of Mother's Day. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5701 by Bella Montgomery, relating to the provision of water supply service by the Montgomery County Municipal Utility District number 140 in land located wholly or partly to the territory of another district, part of the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5702 by Verdell, relating to the creation of the Llano Historic Railroad Authority, providing imposed fees, part of the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. HCR 146 by Schaffner, relating to the Governor of the State of Texas to award the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor to U.S. Army veteran Rick D. Dudley Whitner, refer to the Subcommittee on Defense of Veterans Affairs. SB 571 by Betancourt, relating to the reporting and investigation of certain misconduct and child abuse and neglect, creating a criminal offense, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 612 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the authority of certain conservation and reclamation districts to impose fees for the construction of certain pipelines associated with infrastructure, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 872 by Birdwell, relating to the punishment for the offense of burglary of a vehicle involving theft of firearm, increasing criminal penalty, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 945 by Hughes, relating to the adoption of political shareholder proposals by insurers and insurer holding companies, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 946 by Hughes, relating to the prohibition on certain discrimination in the extension of credit to organizations based on social credit or value-based standards, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 986 by Betancourt, relating to the procedures required under the public information law, including expedited responses and charges for bad faith requests, for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 1113 by Hughes, relating to certain sales of motor vehicles, trailers, and semi-trailers by holders of converters license, for the Committee on Transportation. SB 1117 by Shortner, relating to the administration of botulinum toxin by dentists, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1263 by Alvarado, relating to a pilot program by the state disposal of prescription drugs, including controlled substances, prescription drugs, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1278 by Parker, relating to the affirmative defense of prosecution for victims of trafficking of persons or compelling prostitution, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1833 by Parker, relating to the use of social media platform and furtherance of an offensive involving delivery of controlled substances, increasing criminal penalty, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1844 by Paxton, relating to disannexation of certain areas of municipality for failure to provide services, for the Committee on Land Resource Management. SB 1957 by Hagenview, relating to the eligibility of a person to serve as a civilian on Oversight Board, for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2221 by Parker, relating to the filing of fraudulent financing statement in relation to certain secure transactions or authorizing and positioning a fee, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2373 by Johnson, relating to a financial exploitation or financial abuse using artificially generated media or phishing communications, providing civil penalty, creating criminal offense, for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 2477 by Betancourt, relating to a certain municipality regulation of conversion of certain office building in mixed use and multifamily residential property for occupancy, for the Committee on Land Resource Management. SB 2487 by Parker, relating to the procedures for and certain facilities providing crisis and mental health services, for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2533 by Middleton, relating to the accreditation of law schools in this state, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2587 by Zaffarini, relating to the access and use of certain criminal history record information for the procedure for obtaining that information and to the correct terminology for certain licenses and the issuance for which that requires a criminal history background check, for the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2681 by Betancourt, relating to the basis for a third-party challenge on a voter's registration, for the Committee on Elections. SJR 59 by Birdwell, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of funds to support a capital needs of educational program offered by the Texas State Technical College System and repealing a limitation on the allocation to that system and its campuses of the annual appropriation of certain constitutionally dedicated funding for public institutions of higher education, for the Committee on Higher Education. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HCR 145 by Leo Wilson, HR 1076 by Y. Davis of Dallas, HR 1077 by Longoria, HR 1078 by Leo Wilson, HR 1079 by Raymond, HR 1080 by Raymond, HR 1081 by Hernandez, HR 1083 by Hopper, HR 1084 by Martinez Fisher, HR 1085 by Capriglione, HR 1086 by Dutton, HR 1087 by Dyson, HR 1088 by Capriglione, HR 1089 by Tenderholt.
Pursuant to a previous adopted motion, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.